Okay, welcome everybody. We're ready to go for the Thunderpick World Championship Series number 2, and now we're here for the semifinals. Some different faces. It's me, Laz, and of course here joined with Vincent and of course Mark. How are you guys doing today before we get things underway here?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go. I'm glad to be back. I feel like I didn't necessarily get to cover too many of the group stage games, so I'm glad to be back for playoffs.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm in the same boat with Vincent. We were just covering, I know the three of us were just covering a whole lot of North American Counter-Strike. So as we've been following throughout the player break and a lot of roster moves, even, at the tail end of SA number 1, where Imperial made 2 moves and then went on to sweep in the playoffs, Laz, I'm really excited to see how, maybe we can cock up that storyline again today.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, look, it's been a lot of NA action, but here we're going to talk about the South American region. So let's bring up the bracket a little bit here, just to kind of give you guys a little bit of a recap of what's been happening. We had a lot of good matches yesterday. The quarterfinals were underway. We got to see some good matchups. We got to see some good placements. And yeah, you can see here that, 9Z, they were able to get themselves that 2-0 pretty convincingly. Like it was a 13-5, 13-6. Then when we kind of move things over here for the Red Canids and Sharks, I was able to capture that game as well. Really, really interesting just in the sense that, that went to Train, Mirage, and Inferno. Red Canids were able to kind of close things out with the 2-1, which, to be honest, felt a bit surprising just because, considering there's been a lot of talk about that new roster. But all in all, how do you guys feel about this? I mean, ODDIK getting a 2-0, Fluxo getting the 2-0. Do we feel like that's pretty much normal business as usual, Vincent?
I'm actually really glad that things went down this way. I think the Red Canids Sharks game could have gone either direction, but outside of that, for me, I think we got the expected outcome and also the most exciting semifinals set up for this and potential for the grand final as well. That to me is kind of why it's such an exciting look towards this as well, because Bestia's looked kind of troublesome here in the last month or so. I'm glad to see Fluxo hit the ground running with these changes and such. So I think this is exactly what I was hoping for.
I kind of agree with Vincent on we got the, I think for name's sake, the most exciting functions here today. But to be honest with you, before we get into the roster discussion, I feel like Flamengo actually really dropped the ball. They were kind of skating by and especially even got a 2-0 against these guys that you see on your screen right now. And they it seemed like flamed out against ODDIK there. But, all that same to ODDIK, it looks like they're going to, be taking that result and, running with it, where they're going to have their work cut out for them later on, Laz. But here we get into it with our first roster. We got 9Z.
Yeah, of course, right? And I mean, we got to see yesterday, like we just talked about, right? It was the 2-0 that, 9Z on the screen. You can see they were able to get themselves a pretty convincing win with a 13-5, 13-6. I kind of want to pick your guys' brain on this because for me, we got to see Lucan, there's been a lot of talk about him. He put himself at a really decent rating overall, which was a 1.69. But Martinez was definitely one of those guys that for me, just kind of knowing the South America region, it's good to see him back in playing. It felt like he was still kind of in his top form. But, Mark, I'm going to put you on the spot here. What can you bring here for this roster? What are you kind of expecting a little bit more from these 5 players?
I think for 9Z specifically, when we're looking at Martinez, it's absolutely going to be kind of the star of the show on this AWP. When, we were scraping by in the Series 1, it was kind of a tough tale for the rest of the supporting cast. I think Max was always consistently calling really good games. Lucan, when we're probably going to get into the head-to-head later, is going to be the guy that's there. I'll just be honest with you. He's really talented on this rifle, and I'm really looking forward to what he has to offer because he has to lift up Last Out Peak and Adam S along with him. Adam S, honestly, for the ratings that he does put up, I don't think he's going to be, shocking everybody with what the Romanian is able to do kind of on that sense. What he does in the server, Laz, is going to be, function with the eye test. This guy does a really good job at the anchor position, and so I just hope he comes out with a consistent look today and sets up 9Z for success.
Yeah, I love it. Vincent, do you I know you and I've been able to capture a few things before. Do you got any hot takes on this roster as well?
Man, I don't know if they're hot takes. I just feel like we haven't quite seen the 9Z that we had, a year ago, that were making deep runs, that were making everyone kind of look in their direction. And there's even more question marks now with the report that came out yesterday. I think it was that they're looking to, remove the European imports, Martinez and Adam S, and that they're going to end up going with a full South American look. I think Levi Urbano, that was the rumored pickups. That's, to be honest, clearly a downgrade, and has to be something that's probably hovering over the heads of at least those guys, if that is the case. I mean, those rumors kind of were just that, but they also seemed pretty legitimate to me, kind of on first read. So, you know, for me, 9Z, I just think that they got to play with no pressure, and I think that's hard given the circumstances.
Yeah, that's totally fair. That really, really is. And again, look, like now we you know, of course, we got to bring up the red Canids, right? And this has been, I think, a big conversation, like we all talked about, because this roster has pretty much undergo a whole restructure, bunch of new players. You know, you talk about Drop, talk about, you know, Cold Zero still on the team. I'm gonna put you back here on the spot here, Mark. Like, I mean, any initial thoughts with this new revised roster? Are we feeling good about it? Like, are we thinking this win over Sharks yesterday was really like a step in the right, you know, direction for these guys?
It's hard to say, lads. It always has been with the Red Canids. I think me and Vincent will, you know, riff on it as we, you know, get into our BO3 here probably a lot, man. It's a roller coaster with this team, kind of emotionally as a fan, and even here back on the casting desk. Like, watching the peaks, watching Venom Zera and Cold Zera play out of their minds, and then some days it really just seems all over the place, and that can be in a one-day transition. They can crush in a quarterfinal and wake up the next day and forget all that happened and unfortunately crash right out. So I really need to see a Red Canids turn up. I mean, it's really great for them that if they play well in a semifinal, they don't have to wake up tomorrow and play a grand final, right? That would be in a couple of hours. So I think it really comes down to how exactly you measure up the pressure, because they have plenty of experience to get this, lads. This is online tier 2 Counter-Strike. They got to deal with it.
Yeah, that's true. That really is true. And look, you know, I guess we have the vetoes up here, and we can see that, you know, red Canids are the ones that pick for Mirage, and then obviously moving to the second one, which is going to be Ancient. But Vincent, I'm kind of curious on your thoughts, because for me, like for this pick of Mirage, like we got to see it a little bit yesterday against Sharks. It really wasn't looking that great. Like it really didn't, you know, they lost like, you know, 7-13. It didn't really feel like they had things in the right place. So I don't know if this is more of a redemption that they want, like a redemption arc or something like that. But do you think like this map is, you know, considering their win percentage, is this maybe the right pick for them, considering we saw the first two bans of Dust 2 and Anubis?
Listen, I think that Mirage has been a comfort for them a lot of times. I think Drop's calling has been really good on this map. I think that they've been able to put together some good stuff there. And on the whole, even though there's been some ups and downs, I think that Cold's opping can be pretty decent here. But like, I don't think it matters that they lost it yesterday. I think that's what I'm coming to. This for me has been their go-to very often, and I don't think one loss changes that, especially not one against Sharks, who are also good on this map. That being said, man, I don't know what 9Z are doing on this Veto. I really don't understand kind of where their heads are at, because listen, we got a tough pool. We'll just put it that way. I'm not sure why we're going to Ancient, but I guess we'll get into the details a little later.
Yeah, say la vie, I guess, right? But look, it looks like we're ready to go live here for the first map. So I'm going to take a seat back and watch and enjoy the show here. And boys, let's take this away. Let's see what happens on map number 1.
Always wonderful to have that Canadian handoff to the American cast and desk, Vinny. We love to see it. Red Canids, 9Z, one of these teams, been under all this pressure, but hey, there's a better end to this. One of them is going to be going to a grand finals here. Mirage to pick a Red Canids. We've seen this a time or two.
We have. I think that, you know, a lot to like about what Red Canids have done on this map, but there's all those inconsistencies, man. You're gonna see the right side smokes. It's going to be dualies that Lucan's got on the other side. That's going to be the first contact more than likely. And actually, I love the proactivity, but great counter to that. Venom Zera just playing anti-flash and Drop not blinded by it. Means that they've started off on the wrong foot. 9Z are left on the outside, and they're not even looking towards in.
Off on the wrong foot, swept off of their feet completely. Bomb going down, that's going to be a quick decision, and Martinez and Last Out Peak going to go for this together. Those dualies actually seemingly causing a distraction, while Martinez is going to get a double, would have to get a triple and then some. They just run him down, a double from Venom Zera. Cowaz can get that responsibility as well. A great start for the Red Canids. They need to sprint through this series, Vinny, in good time. We're back in South America, and Attack Pause is already here.
Yeah, I know. I was like, huh, interesting.
To be honest with you, we can't say that. Friend of the show and I, why not run for the qualification to EPL, as you were with friend of the show, Hayes. And the broadcast that we were on had the best of 3 right before it. That was that NACS. Anything else couldn't make the first map. They then beat that second map. It was like a mirage, and then TSG couldn't field a roster in the third map.
Yeah, that
My producer, excuse me.
Yeah, that one was a little bit crazy. I will say. I actually listen. I feel like we didn't get a full chance to kind of talk about some of the things I wanted to touch on.
Yeah.
So maybe this is perfect. Because Red Canids, man, I just feel like I don't have any trust right now. Like if we were to do the classic,
Oh,
like
really?
good, the bad, the ugly, like I'd call the calling has been the good, right? Job's been
Alright.
pretty decent, like overall. The bad has been the inconsistency from the rifling, particularly Ponter and Venom's era, sometimes on, sometimes off.
But
And
when
then the
Venom's
ugly.
there is on.
This is true. It's a high height, but the floor can be scary as well. And then the ugly is sadly
Cold down
Cold
there,
Zera's
too.
opping.
Okay, but then on the 1/4 time
On that one
that he
time
does
on trade.
come through, I mean, he can look legendary. But yeah, I mean, that's rowdy. I mean, Cold Zera, your main opper. You know, when we see him up and have good performances, I don't ever feel like it's like in a natural state of the game. Then again, I think Cold Zera has been putting his own stamp on it for a long time. And, you know, where that was particularly, I think, being exposed was against some interesting opposition where we were getting that in our first series. They had to grind all the way through. A little birdie telling me that we gotta go and maybe deal with something in the back end. We're gonna be just going ahead and taking a quick little pause on our end while the tech pause gets figured out. Don't go too far. Well, 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 what do we have here? A working server, it so seems. Red Canids, they're still up 1-0. That hasn't changed, but this has got to be the largest honeymoon off that one round of all time. We've been chilling here. Hopefully 9Z's parade has not been, honestly, already tattered from that first round. Maybe this has already lifted him up. We're rolling up to it. It should be all clean. What do we got? 5 pairs of Kevlar over there with the USBs? This ain't live. We should be all good to get this going. Got to make sure everybody's ready and set, strapped in. Seems to be that way in T-spawn. The Canids right now, obviously, with a lot of that pressure to be allotted. Seems like my co-caster has returned. We're back in podcast mode.
I don't know if I'm live, but I hope so.
We'll be live momentarily.
Here we got things figured out, though.
It'll be the real deal.
Don't ever go for the bathroom break. That's the mistake I just made.
Not ever, actually. You're not allowed. Are you guys at home? Not allowed. Laz? Sorry, bud. Production? Nah, don't even think about it.
Don't get on Mark's bad side.
Did I forget about anybody?
No, I think you got everybody.
The chatters.
9Z currently got a 4 spot. Feels like so long ago that we had that pistol round.
Yeah. Well, it's all good. That's how we like to start the day at the office. It's going to be a long day for either of these two squads. One of them, like we said, going to be headed to a grand final, but tattered path to get here by either of these sides, Vinny. 9Z got the worst of it from VSM and Co. in the group stage.
Yeah, they did, but you know what? Didn't have to necessarily deal with that.
VSM played so good, he might get signed by Wildcard. Who knows?
Might happen.
Probably not anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that might be settled by this point in the game. But still around for Red Canids. They've taken mid control. You're gonna get a re-smoke over into window, top connector, the same, and likely to be a mid to be split coming soon. Probably a pretty successful one. Martinez is the big threat, though. He's at bench with this scout.
Yeah, set up perfectly for this. Busto gives this a good 1-2. When unfortunately falls right below the Molotov. Droppy's going to be tagged up and then bagged up immediately. This is going to turn that ship right around, likely back to A entirely. Right now, at least with a couple of traps set below that end, they're actually going to be heading into the belly straight up. I mean, there's 3 players here.
This is bad news, actually, for Red Canids. Adam S is in a great spot. Lucan just needs to not commit until they can play off of each other. And yeah, that's exactly what they do. Max comes in, Lucan gets his, and now Adam S can activate. They've got no idea that he's still towards ramp, and Venom Zero goes down. 9Z find the round, and it's all thanks to Martinez hitting that tag and then the frag to follow that one up from bench. Forces Red Canids back over to A and into the belly of the beast, as you said.
They don't leave it. Great stuff out there from that triple peak, but Adam S with a great double on par. You know, I like to, hype him up for what he's able to do done at the anchor, but got to gamble up 3 players there on that site. 9Z fully take advantage, and as the old tale goes, back into the South American region, those Deagles are out, Vincent. Damn, anything is possible.
Yeah, don't count anything out when there's Deagles in the server. I think that's...
Yesterday I was casting Marky from Getting Info.
Oh boy.
One of the best Deaglers in this part of the world.
I feel like that's not true, to be honest with you.
Dude, online? Phew, yeah, you think again.
Online in AFPL pugs? Yeah. Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Canids prepping an A attack. They have the bare minimum, though. It's a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes. And actually, they're just going to walk away from it. I thought that was going to be the A go. But instead, they're going to walk back over to B.
It's actually Ponter that's collected a smoke. I'm not sure this is going to do much, however. Separated from the gang. maybe to give that like a good look-see on A. Plenty of bodies here on B to go, and with an MP9 here in Wasau Peak. Here's his first chance to really go out and get some in the semi-final. Double dips and may have to go for a triple. Does. Out with the sidearm and has to worry about it up close. coldzera has personally reloaded and he takes care of it, but gets down. Martinez off the empty pillar after the triple from Wasau Peak. 9Z roll to 2-0.
Yeah, at the very minimum, Red Canids taking their time about that. At least force a bunch of utility out of 9Z. Even if they don't get all the kills that they would have hoped. A bonus, I guess, if you could consider it that. Also goes down, but nonetheless. Fantastic. The 9Z were able to recover after losing the pistol. They're going to get a little bit more time to build up their own economy. It's Glocks across the board. Nobody getting anything else out of this for Red Canids. To be honest with you, kind of feels like they're running the same type of round. Sit and wait. Force 9Z to take the next steps, or maybe at the minimum, force out some utility. But 9Z, they're not really interested in this whole waiting game.
Not right now. At least not through the stint of it, through the tech pause we already had. I think it's about resetting the tone. They've absolutely done that with these 2 rounds in a row. They would like to walk out here with no casualties, so that's why Adam S is right around and dipping with this corner. They have the entire squad here. These Khalils are going to feed when Romanian caught, but it will be Martinez to get that even with the deagle all the way down. So it's clean out for 9Z in totality. The guns of the Red Canids have been held off for 4 rounds, Vincent, but now they've arrived.
Yeah. Contingent of AKs acquired by the Canids, and with that, Martinez will invest into an AWP. I think, you know, for me, the biggest reason that I'm so confused at 9Z's direction, at least in that rumor report that was over on HLTV, Martinez has been so good.
And, I mean, literally, like, fans that were joining us, like, what, 20 minutes ago during the pregame? I mean, that was most of our bases. It's Martinez to lift the rest of the crew up. What the heck happens when you lose a spark like this? And as we prompted up, we think Adam S on great days can be quite a consistent anchor. I think you gotta spice it up. And to be honest with you, I feel like that would really be an end of an era, seeing Martinez leave this team alongside Adam S. With the heights we've seen 9Z reach in the last 2 years. That would be kind of a moment for the core.
Yeah, gone the DNA of those big moments and big performances from 2024. I think that's kind of the idea that you're prompting forward, and I would agree. Very off mid, our 9Z at the moment. Basically, let Red Canids have whatever they want here, and Red Canids have taken the slower approach. They have Cat, and they're up, ready to go towards B, alone as well. It's this Fluxo Peak defender.
He's getting none off his efforts. It's Ponter right next to the rest of the group that exactly boxed it out, and it's one frag back by Max, and Cold to get this down. This is really going to have to be a quick decision for 9Z to kick into gear onto Catwalk. They have a flash set up here by Martinez, and this is going to have to be it all right here for these next couple of moments. Clearing close and waiting for this boost to get up. They're on this investigation while Max is, you know, just waiting for a hint to actually get back in this. This is all Drape in the red of the Canids right now. Just getting that touch back from bench. It's Sponsor that gets a huge kill onto Lucan, and without warning, I think they're going to be seeing out. Max to try and see a couple of names in this situation as well. Honestly, in the way he has just boxed them, it should be a couple Red Canids who don't see out of this situation. If it's through the AK, if it's through the bomb, Max gets a second, and Red Canids, they get their first gun round.
Yeah, you saw a real tough misstep there from 9Z. Max does a flashbang for Cat, and I think he just doesn't really recognize how far forward Lucan has already crept. I feel like Martinez was initially setting up the flash, but then that never gets thrown, and so it takes a lot longer for him to then be the tip of the spear, because I think that's kind of what they realize and recognize. Martinez should be the ones taking the first contact as the AWP player. So I think just a quick decision, yes, but 9Z there's some missteps in how they get there on that attempted retake. Max's flash, basically death sentence for Lucan.
Slow and steady to A. It's going to seem like a pop, but there's a good response back. 9Z splitting this setup just for the moment. Red Canids with no space out of Palace. They are forced to fight now with their hand already shown. It's going to be onto the A site whether they like it or not, and now it's time for Lucan to shine. Now we prompted him up in our pregame. He's got to get a good look, and he's gone with nothing. Similar result to the hit last time with the one anchor they saw, and now it's 3 players behind this jungle smoke, and Ponter is just going to be swinging right into the drop to try and get this down. He's at a long-range sing, and as this all goes, it's 3 frags that are now rolling the way of 9Z, but it's all left onto Adam S. Had a great double here to actually prompt this entire streak of rounds, knocked back off by the 1-gun round of the Red Canids. Can 9Z wipe that off on the board like nothing happens, Vincent? Oh my gosh.
Maybe so. Adam S, a stunner on the cold. Now it's up to Ponter. He needs all 4. But I don't think Ponter's really interested in moving unless he's forced to. Molly misses. Ponter gonna jump down. It's ambitious, but I like that he's willing to take it onto his own hands. Make sure that there's no way through. The kit is there, but the time is ticking, and Adam S is fresh out of it. Bullets and all. He runs, but he cannot escape bomb's radius. It's 9Z to lose everything in a Red Canids victory.
Huge stuff there from Ponter. He continues to have impact on this Red Canid squad. It's a really good look for him, and the triple takes that into his own hands, all dictated from Palace. And remember, that was the part that was delayed the most, right? So keeping that position is a hard tally to keep. And, you know, Ponter, I know a player that you've been, you know, as a matter of fact, where, you know, there's been so much negative discussion that I think we've had about the Canids in our pregame. I know you've been a fan of this pickup of Ponter.
Yeah, I think he can be a very strong piece, and particularly like on the T side, I think he can activate, and we just saw the way in which that works. Reinvestment, big flashes for mid, big difference for 9Z. Kind of let Red Canids have whatever they want, and hopefully lulling them into a sense of false security. That's not the case. Great flashbangs give Red Canids the opener.
Investing a lot into this B play right now. Depends how far Cows does go, but there's a boost currently on the top of Catwalk that just audibly got released. And knowing that there was some type of function up here, they're going to be just keeping their eyes on it. Molotov is going to try and box them out. Hostile peek, he can get in front of this, but he's still on top of the boost. He's looking down towards lower, and Drop is anticipating this. Max still hard on this angle. They may not be ready for this, but an angle seen, and right there, it is such a graceful segment. They get this down into the bomb site, and it's a 5 versus 2 flood right in front of Lucan, who almost connects into a second, but would it even have been possible if he does, Vincent? It's Martinez against the world, and Red Canids, they really fired up on this T side. 2-gun rounds in a row now.
Yeah, I think that even if Lucan gets 2 kills there, it's not enough to answer your question. I know it was hypothetical, but the problem is for 9Z, I understandable, right, that things don't go exactly correct for them in mid. I think the biggest issue there is that there's just no one to support that play. Everyone is kind of putting their eggs into that one basket, hoping that they can find that early engagement in mid. And I think I like that as a change up, an adjustment, but I'd love to see with a little bit more support from that point on. 9Z just chasing the deficit and making bad decisions because of it. When you think about that elevated position for Huaso Peak, I think that Molly tells a very clear story. No need to stick around, and then Max is forced into making a more aggressive play because, well, if he doesn't get 2, then the round is over.
Produced a couple opening kills in a row. That has been a consistent line. 9Z try and take one to the bank right here and kind of call up a half buy with some sort of star amongst them. They actually keep an AWP on the back of Martinez, where that 2K per player actually makes that economical. It's heavy onto the A site right now, where all of that is toted through the eyes of Martinez up towards Catwalk, and he's calling middle clear. So to have this gamble online right now could actually be the right role. You see 9Z just sticking right to it on our mini-maps as candidates that are going to have to not exactly just reach into a bomb site like that. I mean, a call would just be such a fumble on that stain. Got to investigate on these pistols, Vincent.
You know, this is why I have praise for Drop and for the calling in general in this iteration of Red Canids. It's because, you know, a lot of times previously, I feel like the T side has been honestly pretty abysmal in the previous iterations for Red Canids. It's been their CT sides that they've really had to rely on. A lot more carefulness and consideration put into some of these T side rounds. I mean, even this, just a contact play into B on a round that is, you know, pistols only. I think this is a really good call.
They have the numbers to shut down this EWP, and Martinez unscopes. This is tough, and he's just going to disappear into the smoke. Never be seen again. Potentially get this down, because there is a couple of members of 9Z actually sticking their nose through a drop. They got something on the back here that is pretty important. Got to get this down. Cleared into the market door, doing his due diligence. It should be a 4-member 9Z save right now.
Well, and that's just it, right? You know, at the first look, it might be as much as kind of what you were alluding to, where maybe just forgetting, hey, I have the bomb, but it's really just the due diligence, as you mentioned. It's taking the extra step, ensuring that against pistols, you're not walking into a sneaky sort of stack or an early flood onto a retake from market. I think that's those details that Red Canids are getting right at the moment. But I think Drop has a lot of responsibility, or at least I'm giving that credit to him, as he has taken over the leadership department here with the Red Canids.
And no real reason to panic, I think, from either side. The Red Canids as well have had their struggles in this, sure, but obviously really turning it up. That's gun round number 4 now to really place on the board. It's valuable wins that they have to the, 3 of 9Z that were, measly cocked up beginning of this half, but if they can stick it on the board, it'll count just the same. It's just got to come now. It's kind of a slow spill by the Red Canids, and to be honest with you, the beginning of the tempo of this semifinal doesn't really feel like it. This kind of feels like any other group stage game that you can get on, in the way that they're taking it slow and not getting ahead of themselves with this. It's 9Z that are honestly picking up the tempo now, the way they're reaching into middle, but trying to not really commit to much. Max gets out with his life.
Yeah, it's really late in the half that 9Z are finally testing this mid attack for Red Canids, but you know what? Adam S finds a little timing on a drop, and there's no trade potential available either. Red Canids, this is what they've been doing, though. This is the norm. Oh, Martinez caught, elbow seen, and with that, a head taken. A tragedy, one might say, in the way that that's drawn up. He seems the likely outcome for this one. Red Canids have called Zero holding the bomb. That could go with the big grouping. And you've got Ponter out over at Palace. Place that he's already had some big multi-frag performances, and that's the weaker of the two sites, arguably.
Stand still.
They gotta move.
With the bomb, yeah. Tiptoeing his way up catwalk. Adam S here with a huge role to play. He's going to be the eyes and ears of all of 9Z right now, even on the 3 health. He's just seen a whole lot. But pay trim all the way down on a round like this. Cole's got to bring this to pay dirt himself. Bomb going to go down in a 1v3 for a man that's coming all the way from his own wheelhouse to attempt this.
Yeah, they needed everything to go correctly, and it does. Ponter gets his. It's a trade onto the connector. With Max out of the picture, like you say, 1v3, that also peak. I mean, it's sort of viable in the traditional sense. He's about to pick up a kit, but in fact, just going to leave that where it lies. I need to chase after these rounds, and the scoreline doesn't look too bad, Mark, but you talked about it a little bit on the outskirts of that round, that this is actually pretty rough for 9Z. They won a pistol force buy round in round 2. Beat the force buy again in round 3, and then you know, from that point on, they got 1 gun round total.
Yeah, it's not going to be anything to really get too excited about. And, you know, to be honest with you, where we were having that conversation just a moment ago, I think, you know, where we were getting in and out at the beginning of this game with all the shenanigans, it was, you know, mentioned that Flamengo were actually, you know, playing really, really well, and even, you know, dealt with 9Z at a point to which, honestly, in the box score, it looked pretty easy. I wasn't around casting that game, but where you had that down, it was 9Z to kind of have that concern. They had a good look at the beginning of our playoffs. Don't get us wrong, but here to Red Canids, who are trying to prove a lot, it's swinging into the beginning of this game with a really good vibe. And, you know, to be honest with you, ever since that little hiccup, you get that down, it's Red Canids that what? I'm counting to 5 gun rounds now, like, particularly in the last 6 rounds. I mean, this is a really good role for them, and one that's going to be hard to keep pace. And I think it's going to alert, like, probably most fans that are watching this, if this goes to a 7-3, we're really going to realize how one-sided it is.
Here we go again. It's been change up after change up that 9Z have been trying to force into mid. It's this control that's been fantastic for Red Canids as a general statement of fact. 9Z at least ward them off, push them back. That initial investigation for Red Canids that's been essentially uncontested for many of these rounds, that is where things stall the first 30, around 10. But pay no mind, Red Canids will try again. It's just a little bit of a waiting game. And at that point, 9Z really don't have the utility to continue to force their way forward like that.
Always makes his way out of under. There's 2 players perched up. Max joins, and out of mess, makes the contact, but there's an op up top, and it's not looking this deep, and they make the contact, and they sweep it all out. 9Z, they shock themselves back in the form, and it's Ponzer that's separated from the bomb, the rest of his squad, and with 35 to go, he'll have to manage this clock while it's going to be 4 written up for 9Z, all the more likely.
I think it's just fine if Ponzer wants to hang on to this gun and save the utility as well behind it. They've got extra cash to work on. It's not a bad decision if he wants to try and fight for further economic damage, but the lack of control or information that he has on the rest of the players is going to make that decision for him. 9Z, I was talking about how they've been trying to kind of make adjustments and small changes to the way they want to play mid, whether it's entirely dismissing that factor and letting Red Canids have their way, or being disruptive initially, fighting aggressively, but then falling back. All of these little things that they've tried, the big difference in that round, Mark, is that they play for that first contact, and then they set a trap that Red Canids snap into effect almost immediately.
Hold 0 AWP.
This first.
Time to get that going. It's been a slower game for him kind of generally here, where, I mean, it's been that rifle that he's been known for on some time. Got to see him get involved. It's been a group effort for the candidates so far. Drop doing a great job, leading by example. This time he's opening it himself. Gets that in a good stance. It's Adam S. who's currently on the other side of this line. Cow is trying to reel him in, but damn, I mean, there's a lot of hooks down here. They finally catch Max. Get that down, rather.
Did somebody get a refund on these damn Molotovs? They're just not worth any money. Took $100 off the sticker price, and they might as well have just not done anything. I like the response from Red Canids, working themselves back into that mid control, fighting aggressively, not allowing 9Z to take that more forward fight that they were looking for. And it's going to be another B hit. Fact is that 9Z have got this red almost perfectly correct, though. Martinez is on Cat, and Lucan's here at Car.
Four players As soon as he releases this crouch, it's a headshot. He connects. He's got to know that there's more in time. And Martinez, he's got one on the hurt, and it is a triple that everybody is going to be putting on notice right here for 9Z. They wax themselves right back into position here with 2 back-to-back, and it comes by shutting them down on the B site. That was the guillotine practically, Vincent. It was a vicious whip back.
You know, I'm kind of disappointed for Red Canids because, bro, I think that was a great call. I mean, 9Z, I'm not quite sure how they found the B stack on that one. They fully left A uncontested, and the guy who was mid, right, Adam S, he's like in window. He's not even close to being able to have eyes on A. I can't believe that 9Z had such a massive hold towards B, such a gamble that pays off big time thanks to Lucan.
Like Martinez may just get a scratch right to the beginning of this. It's close, but no cigar right click. It's going to be right back to it. Martinez can put us right in an even stint, but Adam S is actually quite bold in this latter position. See if he does make a little bit more space forward and make contact because he's hearing so much. Now to get a swing to potentially get on. coldzera holding.
Very coldzera might have seen just an elbow right there. Doesn't seem like it. Again, good decision, but this is where you need your B anchor to be proactive, and Hwaso Peak has been just that. Drop, hard clears him. Can't win the fight. There's more to be said, and now all of the reinforcements are starting to arrive. That was the bomb scene first and foremost, and now Adam S on notice. He's the one man who can stall this out.
Hopping down for it. Adam has a double, and that is it all to do. Now Poncher to collect another clutch. 15 seconds in a fake plant. He's drawing Lucan out, at least attempting to, but a false time to go for the flag of the reload. Now Poncher exposed for this, has to commit to the plant, and there it guarantees a tie. 9Z push themselves to 6-all.
I mean, that's some solid work from 9Z. It isn't pretty necessarily, but we talked about like the difficulty that they had in some of those rounds. And listen, I mean, good adjustments in mid. I got to give them that 9Z continued to make changes, continued to differ in the way that they wanted to approach that fight. They finally found a somewhat winning formula. And then it's that stack to B where you have 2 players. It's a 3v4, and 2 of those 3 players are on B and entirely giving up A, and where Lucan gets a 3K that really, I mean, it's the biggest bite back where they can transition that into a 3-round stretch at the end of the half. That's, I mean, lovely combination of good decisions and some gambles that pay off big time for 9Z that make this a 6-6 score.
You just wonder if 9Z don't immediately reach into this pistol round, things don't go their way. Gotta wonder if it's gonna take finally one adrenaline pumping round to flip them around again, rather start it on the right foot, see exactly where their heads are. Because for that same stint, I mean, it could feel like coldzera's crew is falling right now. Dropping the boys have been sort of without that, you know, one consistent force. You're not getting a ridiculous game out of coldzera, whoever it is, Venomzera today. To be honest with you, it's Poncher that's really making the difference, and we'll see if he's able to continue on that tally. I'm a really big fan of what Venomzera has been able to do here as this A-site anchor, to be honest with you, when I've watched the Canids play. So we'll see that as the half does prolong, but it looks like we're going to be seeing into the B-site first.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that. I think Red Canids are currently playing a very sustainable form of Counter-Strike, and that's something that I haven't seen from them all that often previously, so I'm excited for that. Decoy goes first. Hefty stack here on B. There's 4 guys here. Red Canids know everything.
Not fooled. Not for a moment. Just keeping them in place. One tease.
I don't know about this call.
Have that right behind it. This is tough. Wait it out. 55 dropping. Max to join him right at the back end. He's throwing the util. In position now. Kawa sees it all towards A. Hasn't heard anything moving through that side of the map in a long time. They've been postured and ready for this for a while. Now they're out on the island, not taking any prisoners. It's Lucan with the double. Ponter has to raise that bar. Ponter's running low on ammo and has to get this all done. He's alone on the island, and now it's Cowes that has been voted in. It's a 1v3, and it looks like 9Z's colors draped all over this B site, and this pistol round included.
I mean, talk about a big performance from Lucan. You know, he's one of the guys that has sometimes been missing for 9Z, but here's the actual real MVP of that round outside of Lucan hitting some stunners. It's the utility, man. What great flashbangs were just being thrown by Max. Genuinely incredible. 4 players basically on that site. 3 there to begin with, and Lucan hits a fantastic opener. The flashes that follow that are incredible. It allows him to isolate towards Cat so that Ponter, even though he gets one, he's basically left to be blind the whole rest of the time. That is exactly what wins 9T that round for me. It's those flashes.
Checking themselves into a ramp. 9Z better be careful up top. They just found out a whole lot. Gonna be trickling with them over on B. This is gonna kind of spoil the movement of the fake. Cowes gets a double on that MP9. Now 9Z are really in trouble. Martinez gonna be posted right here and not ready for it. Cowes is gonna have to get on the run. 11 frags deep on that AK, and Max with the MAC-10 currently equipped is now gonna have to see to his own devices. He's gonna be passing and waiting in that kitchen. Not going to take so long for the Spaniard to join him, but this rotation from Cold is going back to A. It's going to be alone for Ponter.
Well, the problem is that Cowes saw the bomb in Palace, so even though he goes down, it's just so unclear where they're going. So that's why this alien is happening. Ponter is once again going to have to do everything. It's him versus the world. Max is going to lead the charge. Fantastic to put the MAC-10 first and foremost.
Dropping right down to it. And now there is nobody here to stop you. Coldzera can rotate in with a late scout. Gets in front of it, in fact. And this should be an easy kill up for Max. And it absolutely is. Card swipe. Dropping a 1v2. Won't even attempt it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the reality is that Ponter needed a 1-for-1 there at minimum to make this viable. And I think that Coldzera making some tough decisions, ones that I think end up really making this round an impossibility from the beginning, though. I think Drop just kind of looking to save this AK, and maybe if Cold gets a kill, then he comes to fight for that. But it's a good finalization of a round that was starting to fall out of favor. I don't think there was any reason for Cowes to give his life away so callously. On that red Canids, this is where things start to fall apart for me. Some of the CT decision making can be flat out bad. I think we got a little taste of that in that round, which is funny because they had everything right last round, and I think 9Z had a pretty gimmicky play on B that worked out just because of good execution. It's kind of the opposite situation.
Drop these sidelined right now, back to 51 health. Flash didn't even get a chance to peek through that. Martinez decked. There is that little bit of spam. They had off working together. Venom's there and Cowes from that site. P250 lands it all the way to Catwalk. Lined up. They're literally roped out to Cat now. This could be a trap.
Red Canids have a fast rotate available with 2 inside of window, but looks like it's lining up to be a B attack. Might end up working quite well. The CT side. Still plenty of time to make an adjustment, though, if they would like to. But I think with this rotation, it's a confirmation.
You know, at one point in the first half, he praised Drop for taking it slow, really not trying to get really overzealous. This is the point at which I think we can praise Max and 9Z for the same thing. Not trying to roll up into anything too quickly here in this Mirage. They know it well, right? They have to just make the decisions at that right time. So this is an example of that good decision making. Max gonna have to be clean here with this HP onto Cowes. Adam S can't overlook the empty pillar, but it's Cold Zero that actually slips the timing and is caught.
Adam has a world where he could have maybe made that happen, but Adam S puts him down, does not give him a chance to set his feet. Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny, right? Because already on the CT side, there's like a dichotomy of red Canids that I think we need to address, and that is the team decision making has been good. Like they've been stacked on the right side twice. They've had 4 guys on B, and it's unfortunately not mattered twice. But on the other side of that, it's, you know, individual mistakes or problems that started brewing that make those very difficult. About Callas and him being overzealous up in Palace in that round.
Cold start here in A, and a Molotov to tease. Trying to rev this up through anything. In a minute 10, you haven't really had even a drop of blood spilled. There's plenty more in the shed here for 9Z to be fully utilized. There's a point in which you're trying to pick on the timing. I feel like that was 10 seconds ago. Now it's about trying to actually put some respect on a play like this. And Last Out B going and getting a very clean entry. This is exactly how they prompted this up. They caught Red Canids out of position, and now they have a site right where they want it.
It's good execution. They're about to take space towards CT. I say that, actually, Max is low. Scary for a spam potential. Martinez has it covered for now, but there it is. It's the smoke that fades actually over towards Connector and allows for Cowes from Cat to cut off the head. The plant is no more.
20 seconds.
Big trouble. Martinez has to hold this.
And they're teasing him with the shadows. This is where the plays come through, and it's going to be committed all the way down. One of the players that's really going to be worried about here is the rotation in from the catwalk. Martinez is sending in Adam S to find out what is up with that. Holding a very fine line to CT. Double scoped in from Apex. Could have even cashed in on a collateral, but he's got them one after another. Cold Zero now 1v2 has a collection onto his first, and now Cold Zero has got it automatically every single time around this on Mirage. Put Marcelo David up the clutch, and he's going to get it done. But with this 10 seconds, it's going to be awfully close. 6 seconds, and he may not have it, but with 2 to 1, it will be that card swiped in the 7th on the board for the Canids.
I mean, if you have your bingo card out for Red Canids, man, it's cold with a clutch at some point over the course of a game that keeps them alive. That's something that you can absolutely rely on, and that's regardless of the op conversation, some of the difficulties that we've been talking about. It's Cold who makes it happen in these high-pressure moments for Red Canids. Every single time, every game, every series, we see one of those, 2 of those even, over the course of a map or so. It's fantastic to see Cold Zero pulling that one off again. 9Z, a moment where I think if they win that round, they start to run away with this half in this map. Instead, they're stalled out, broken down, and out of cash. They still go for the buy.
Heavy into Palace again. And I think this time it's going to be quicker off the line. Right now, even where you look at the mini-map, if they pounce on this, the A player is going to be exposed under Palace. Venom Zera now in danger. Gone with nothing right now. Cold Zera up in hand. He's back-to-back out here next to his rifler. Venom Zera and Cold Zera back-to-back. But it's all up to the older of the duo. Cold has got 3 back-to-back, and he's on for the ace. Cold Zera could potentially have it here on this ace site. Leaving Cowes and Ponter here as the double bodyguards. They'll be fine to lock this down. Martinez, though, with a lot of space to work with.
Max, rather. Yes. Space is honestly not good enough. With the HP so low, The bomb on his back. I mean, the value that a plant even would provide, but that triple box, it's a fool's errand almost. They give him so much area to work with. Still don't know how Max is able to transition this into something more. As long as the riflers stick together.
Considering the tease towards CT, you're cheering for this ace. That could be exactly the real estate you want lines. But all to give it that go. And they've actually even swapped it out. MP9 for the ace, and coldzera has got it hopping onto the bomb. And that ace denies double digits for the red Canids, who were just one more closer to 9Z now. coldzera with a couple great rounds in a row. 8 frags in the last 2.
Yeah, I mean, talking about coldzera as a guy who can provide a clutch, well, he's also a guy that I feel like works off momentum very well right now on an individual level, and that's, you know, something where he barely really had any of those big moment rounds, and you're asking, well, who's showing up? I got the answer for you. Cold is making that statement now. 8 rounds of the last 2 is a terrifying tally, and it's one that, I mean, for me, pretty much sets the pace. I was talking about 9Z. If they had won that one round, then they probably start to run away with this game entirely. This is basically the opposite. That force buy and then that loss, Cold on the ace, that basically sets Red Canids for an advantage. Holy cow, Lucan.
It's the one AK that could. But with the 2 deagles alongside, gotta pair this dish up with something.
So deep. You've got no idea how deep Adam is right now.
Giving these B players a surprise. It's going to be Ponter, the only player he's really going to be able to get eyes on. He has to commit to 2 fights right here. If he takes a chance, that is the reality. So he stays hidden. The Romanian is going to try and split them up. How does he actually find a time to strike? It's really going to be an awkward lay, but he just needed to wait for everybody else to get close, cause distraction, and Ponter has that. No clear gone, so it's Adam S now left on the site alone and earns some respect. Has the bomb now and a chance to actually make this thing full. Gets this over to get a little bit of respect, but can't even hide from venomzera. Takes that to a tie himself.
Unfortunately, Adam S didn't understand the assignment there. The assignment was get the bomb planted, get that extra cash, and maybe afford, you know, an op for Martinez if possible. But he doesn't get that, gets spammed down and taken out. The tied scoreline is as I foretold. Despite a stunning shot from Lucan. He's having a very good game. But that's the setup for a good 9Z T side is you need to see Lucan and Fluxo Peak successful on entries. That's currently what we're seeing.
I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like Red Canids probably know what's coming now. 9Z on a couple of these stints have gone a bit slower, waited their turn, and at this point, it's at 1:10. And without that contact, without that scene, it's Ponter that continues to jump spot. There's control. There hasn't been anything audibly out towards A yet. Now they begin to actually get this down to middle. But what's the plan here? To connect this into an A-Rap late?
It's gotta be. Maybe target venomzera, who's really having a struggle right now on the A site. Gotta make your way past connector and past cold. The drop on the other side, though.
Grid Molotov that's currently online, burning bright, top of connector. And now the rest of the group is going to get active out towards ramp. Here's this player they were just particularly targeting. It's venomzera under pallets. He is making it go. Mallets out of the rifle. He's got 2 in a row. And Martinez, he is trying to trickle back for this. Has to avenge the Fallen right now. Can do that, but can't do much more. Adam S, again alone, has got 2 frags. We know this story, but it doesn't end well. It's Red Canids that fire up to take the lead on Mirage.
You know what, Mark? I'm going to say something surprising. Probably most surprising to you. I really freaking love what Red Canids are doing.
There you go.
They look
there
like
you go. I'm loving this
team.
energy.
They look like a good team right now. I was really happy with the T side. I know that, you know, there was some mistakes occasionally in there, but the calling was great. And then on the CT side, you know, they get some of these balls rolling with Coldzera. Poncer's having a fantastic performance. It's Kawaz who can be the it factor. And right now, the rotations that they're making are really intelligent. The fact that they found Adam S on that flank, on that that Deagle round, I'm so impressed that they were aware of that.
Forcing those numbers up connector. And it's Coldzera on the lamb right now. He's sprinting away. It's a little bit of space for him. The concern here is old Drop all alone. Thankfully, he's getting the lighter end of the stick currently. All the way boxed up. Now Venom Zera gone. That's one more pawn off the A site. And more space to maneuver. Coldzera, that click may have been heard, so it's going to be exactly this position expected. Panted other side of the triple, and it's going to be a triple exactly for Drop. Had that all hidden in a ramp, and he melts it like butter.
And that's a important move that Drop just made. I'll come back to it in a second because, yeah, Cold looking just for information. I think even the way that Cold has been opping, you know, better than the last time I've seen it. Better decision-making specifically. That's the thing that I think was troublesome before. But here's what I was talking about, man. Drop, he has one move to make right there, and that's to just take space either at ramp or over into Palace, and he makes the right call. He gets down into ramp, and unfortunately, Max, who was, you know, he's throwing what's basically the only flash there to get them onto the A site, and he goes through Palace. So Max is just not going to see Drop at all, and they've killed 2 rotators, so they're not technically expecting to see another A player. And so that's the biggest victory, because without Drop there, that round's over.
The tale of the 2 streaks. Red Canids have taken a hold of both parts of this half. At some point or another. It was washed away at the end. 9Z forced a 6-6. This time they got to finish. Right here, Coldzera toting an AWP. Vision limited, out from window. Kawaz is going to try and hear what he can. It's all this type of treatment. It's all onto the shoulders right now of Coldzera, who makes contact. Would have loved the confirmed kill. But there's going to be a lot of attention here in this B site. And really with it to worry from Catwalk, Coldzera is trying to communicate back right now and getting into a pretty good setup. They should have the room to maneuver. This is taking too long.
They tossed a smoke top connector as well, though, so Red Canids aren't really armed with the information in order to make this rotate. They don't know anything about A. Poncer's going to have to do another massive hold. B on his performance has been great. He needs another.
Backs it up to jail. Contact has got to be made from the AWP. Flash right in, and they may just double up a position like this. Kawaz actually finds his first kill. That may be where they place the rifler here. Martinez with the double, and Venom Zera finally in time towards Catwalk. They hold on. You are pinned into this corner, and you're finally fished out. Drop right where he needs to be. Was the hero of the previous round, and now has the cape on again, and soaring in for 12. That is a super play by the Red Canids. They have 12 on Mirage first. Their map selection.
Dude, Kawaz plays so sacrificially there. He takes the first contact. It's all set up so that Poncer can be the final factor if need be. The AWP as well, a potential surprise. And sure, a missed shot. Cole doesn't quite get what you would love to see from him, but it's Martinez with a double kill, and then Poncer doesn't peek. He just doesn't move. Hand off keyboard. I love it from Poncer. That's fantastic. Another fantastic hold from him on B. That's the 3rd time that he's had a multi-kill in that B hold.
Opening it up onto Max. Gonna have to call from the grave and potentially will stay there all the way till Ancient. There's Lasal getting a good look, but it's all the way doubled down. The Argentinian puts it into a 3v3 personally, and they have this to a post plant here, but he's caught. He is not gonna get away for this for free. Gonna have to be a 1v3 most likely. Adamas on this site, and he has been called on so many times to lift up a round like this, but can't do it again. Cold Zero's squad has got their first up in this semifinal, 1-0 up over 9Z. They want that grand finals. They need to go. They have it 1-0 up.
It's refreshing to see Red Canids in this form. It's refreshing to see what they look like, and I'm very much keen to hear what Laz has to say about that one. We'll toss it over to him on the analyst desk.
Hey, thanks very much, guys. And yeah, honestly, a really, really good game. Like, I mean, this was definitely not the way I thought it was going to go. It definitely felt like, you know, in the very beginning, we saw that, you know, Red Canids were able to get themselves some really good control in the first pistol, pretty much a basic A take, and, you know, just able to like clear out CT spawn, which I thought was really good. So again, just kind of back to some basic protocols. Then we see in the second round with that, you know, 9Z, they invest pretty heavily with it, with a scout, some DEEKs, and MP9. I got a little bit nervous for them in the sense that, you know, their positioning of B was a bit questionable because Red Canids were able to take mid control easily. They got a kill right away in the B site, but then everything just kind of turned around. That's where 9Z were able to bounce back. That's where 9Z was able to find themselves, you know, 3 consecutive rounds in a row, essentially, which really did kind of turn the tide for me a little bit here, looking back for these guys. But honestly, you know, I think the biggest thing that I heard both, you know, Mark and Vincent really talking about, which I definitely agree with, is this whole first half. It felt so interesting that, you know, 9Z, they were just kind of allowing this mid control to be up for grabs all the time. Like, they didn't really contest it very often. I think it was around round number 9 where we finally got to actually see them like contest something, right? That's where we saw the scoreline was 5-3 for Red Canids. It felt like it was kind of a little bit too late at one point, but either way, like it was some decent amount of effort that was coming through, ending that first half at 6-6. And then when we kind of moved over to the second half, I definitely agree with Vincent here. Like, I was, you know, I'm really impressed with to see how well, you know, Red Canids were able to bounce back on this, because this was already an improvement from what we saw yesterday. We already saw their CT side was looking a lot more polished, a lot better communication. You know, Cold Zero was actually like activating the op, which was really great to see. I know there was an ace on the eco round. You can argue that, but it's still important because when you have, you know, 4 players just swinging you with pistols and Tech 9s and Deagles, it's pretty scary, right? It's pretty intimidating, of course. So I definitely love the fact that, you know, we got to see Cold like putting himself up some pretty good numbers, considering he was able to get that op into rotation a bit. I definitely think that Ponter is, you know, he's really just gotten better and better. And even Cowas as well. Like, he was somebody that, you know, yesterday Trabzola and I were kind of criticizing a little bit on, just saying like, look, he was absent, you know, on the second map yesterday, but then he kind of had himself a little bit better in the series. So we finally get to see that now, where he played a lot better. So that's a really good thing to see. That was something I'm really impressed with for Red Canids, because I think that was much needed. It was a big question of like, who other than Venom Zera is going to be able to pop off? Who other than him is going to be able to put up some decent numbers? But I do think the one thing that really turned this game around for me in favor for Red Canids was round number 16. So that was actually the round we saw Cold Zera getting the 1v2. That's when he was able to find that, you know, that big clutch that they really, really needed, because essentially from that point, they were able to get a bunch of rounds in their, you know, in their favor, thus getting them the victory here in Mirage. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to get ready to go here for the second map in just a little bit. So go grab a snack, grab a drink, whatever you need. We'll see you in a little bit. welcome back, everybody. We're here for the Thunderpick Championship World Series number 2, South America, and of course, we finished the first map. Now we're moving things over to Ancient. So, guys, I know we're getting pretty close here to getting this thing live, so we're going to do a little bit of analysis. Mark, I'm going to put you on the spot. How are we feeling about Ancient? Just considering that, you know, I think in terms of like statistics, it doesn't really feel like 9Z has a whole lot on this map, and it's interesting that they went for this pick. But let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't really know if I'm too concerned about that, as, you know, currently the situation didn't really feel like there was, you know, much to actually push back on, where, I mean, like, after it was a good Coldzera clutch, kind of letting that go, they kind of control the rest of that Mirage out. So, I mean, I don't really, I mean, I think it's good kind of results. It's not against great opponents that you have that over for the Canids. So, I mean, they run that down, I think, in the current form that they would like to. They would love to sprint in 2-0 fashion in the grand finals. Chillax for a couple hours, watch the second semifinal, get some dinner, and then play a grand final, Laz. This is all up on the docket for them.
Bro, I'm worried. I'm worried.
Does it ever work out for them, though?
I'm telling you, I'm worried about this Ancient for 9Z. I don't know why they picked it. I feel like that Nuke was on the table and that should have been their pick, but yet they're here.
Yeah, well, we're not going to have to wait any longer. We're going to go right into this game. So, boys, let's see what's going to happen. Either 2-0, or maybe this thing's going to go all the way to the distance.
We're currently not going this speed. They're walking their way up to this cheetah, and these dualies are still out making it happen. Clocks are going to connect on a couple of heads. This is 9Z with the ball in their court first, and they're currently going to be balling up in this site. I mean, this is a quick matter, and it's Ponter left alone. 9Z start off on the correct foot.
Yeah, listen, I think that, you know, the reality of this series is very clear, though. Lucan having a good series already. I think that's a win condition for 9Z on the T side of Ancient. That's where they're starting. He opens up with an early duel. He and Walto Peak with a couple of kills put together over in Jag. And, you know, my worries for 9Z is just that I presume that they have something prepped here, but
I like that word.
I just don't think that this is, like, historically been the map that I would think they would want against Red Canids, especially. So,
and I'm like the #1 Nuke supporter of all time. I want to cast that. I want to play it. And to be honest with you, I don't really see where it. I mean, it's played a lot by Red Canids. I mean, especially within the last month. I mean, that could be a scary thought if you're not too hot on it, but you're not too hot on Ancient either, from what I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's got to be the story. At least teed up for this one, but I mean, Train, it doesn't get much better. That's such a clear win of a pick for Red Canids as their decider too. That's why this is concerning for me, and it's even more concerning now because Red Canids won Mirage and looked really good doing it. I think that's the other thing. Red Canids can win maps just about any time, but it looked really coherent on that Mirage.
Pushing this right at the correct moment. Ponter connects, gets one. Oh, and Lucan is so clean. Pristina map #1 for the most part. Did well for 9Z to push that, and really we're in competition for much Mirage. I think you're going to be saving these two pairs of Kevlar. Not exactly handing over the bodies, but yeah, I mean, already getting off to a good start. This is going to be a good pace, but I mean, not letting this affect, you know, where we were coming with the conversation. It's just where, to be honest with you, if we're going to kind of riff on something a little more comedically, like, I feel like anybody can go and look at these HLTV statistics over here on Nuke for the Red Canids results, and it literally just, if you don't know what we're talking about with the inconsistency of Red Canids and some of their results, Nuke's a great example. So, to be honest with you, Red Canids probably likes this too.
I mean,
more than they already do.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're not sad. We'll put it that way. I think it's sort of telling who did the banning of Nuke. The second round of bans. That's kind of what I would put that into, and that's what Red Canids were doing. So we shall see. You get at least one more eco round here at USPs for everyone that didn't save. That's Venom Zera and Drop. We've got the upgraded pistols and the armor. Nade stack. A nice refrag for Venom Zera, made easy by the tags from those nades.
Flash out. Gotta get these tests, and it's Lucan and continues to farm. Got it double right there, double right here. That's how it sort of feels watching this man. But separated. Poncer and Cold Zera. Probably not for much longer. 9Z aren't going to run this down. They're going to leave that up to 9Z and their own devices, rather the Canids.
I like that moment a second ago there from 9Z. Just a good detail with how they're taking first contact and allowing a second guy to take the next contact with the flashbang. Just a good protocol set in place for 9Z's mid-control. I know it's against pistols, but good stuff is good stuff. Doesn't really matter what the opposition looks like. Looking hot off the races, man. He has gotten 7 kills to open up these first 3 rounds.
Boom.
You co-opting that?
I just Googled what a Candid was.
A Canid?
It's actually what I was doing in the last 25
pretty
seconds.
sure it's
yes,
dog.
It's a little like coyote creature. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would coincide with the L that is in their logo. I should have put that together.
There's also hold on a second.
Back to the biology in a moment. This is an animal planet. This is ancient. This is Thunderpick. Max might get a double here. He's endangered. Max to 30 health and he's gone. The Poncer puts us at a 4v4.
I feel like Max is so alone out there. That's, you know, the questionable part of that, and even more questionable now is the fact that 9Z don't have any choice but to, you know, press the go button on this B attack or play the very, very long game of rotating out, trying to slowly and methodically clear out angles. And even by doing that, you know, it wouldn't guarantee them anything. Red Canids prepped and ready. 3 strong on this B site.
Old Zera and Venom Zera decide to step in front of these. They're going to fight right here. No utility to push them back. It's just, how long will they commit to this? Old Zera having to wait his turn. Venom Zera gets a double. They just line up for him. It's not supposed to go this way. There's one man that can save them. It has to be Lucan. He's given no respect on the bomb plant. Drop has to get everything in his hand for the Canids, and trying to attempt the throw over. Can't blame a guy for trying. They'll get that down. First round on the board with only 2 casualties spared.
It's nasty work from Venom Zera for sure. I think Poncer's timing on that flank is perfection as well. Just as Venom Zera and Cold are taking that contact, that's when Poncer jumps up and, you know, grabs the final man, throwing the flashbangs, cuts him off the knees, and Drop shuts down any chance of a bomb plant as well. Uh-oh, Callus is in trouble. Trouble that keeps on moving. It's Adam S.
Gold with Famas. Almost decks into Martinez. That Molotov can take care of him if Poncer doesn't. Delivers with the A1S. Poncer's got some help here, but not for long. They are flushed out of this A site, and Drop is just absolutely bullied back. Warren to not even mess with this. Puts up a smoke for a little bit of solace, but I promise they are not going to be letting him out for free. Look at T-Spawn. Look at the path that Lucan's on. This is going to be quick and clean.
That's a huge pace change from 9Z. And they posterize Drop as well.
Posterize is right.
Make life very difficult for Red Canids. Cal is caught so very off guard by Adam S's speed up mid, and I love that decision from 9Z. You know, it hasn't been like they're playing slowly, but the pace of the second phase of that round is what really surprises the Red Canids, because they get the guys on site that they need. Cold arrives, you know, you had already there Poncer, and Cal is gone immediately. It's just such a huge wow factor, like already in their face.
Monster up top, dealt with. South Peak has a great couple of entries already seen into the pace. Cold Sarah dealt with. So that's some Opera on Opera respect. It's out with the MAC-10 and not taking any prisoners out here. Two of these pistols left alone. Nothing for them really to keep, so they'll have nothing really to lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good news, right? Red Canids didn't go for any silly force buys here. Themselves in a good position. And 9Z, I know this looks really dominant, but to be honest with you, Mark, I like the calling, and I think Max deserves a lot of credit. What a fantastic opening 5 rounds that Lucan's had, 11-1. But 9Z haven't even had to
he's got a dog tag right there.
Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't seen what they look like.
The problem is we can't tell what's on that John.
Somebody tell.
What if you just inspected it and it was just like a like it was Alicia's face, and you just assumed it was the 1v2 then?
I mean, I would assume.
Yeah.
It's for fun.
Write this down.
But no,
devs.
I think that 9Z haven't even had to go deep into the playbook. The strat book is still, you know, on page
100%.
number 1. I think
this is kill.
This is very good momentum calling for Max. It's exactly kind of the details that you and I have kind of talked about. This is kind of funny because both 9Z and Red Canids are teams that we both have felt are very inconsistent right now. But the two things that are consistent for both teams is we both praise Drop and Max in the calling. And, you know, that continues on this one. It's a question of if Lucan, you know, shows up to this degree. And, man, when he does, it's so easy for 9Z.
Well said. Getting good performances out of it, too. Just saw a good couple of entries out for South Peak. Obviously, it's a Lucan at 11 frags. Martinez has been getting some good work early. We need this experience for the Canids to stand up. Cows and Cold Zero really haven't been active yet, but like you said, it's honestly that impressive for how this first 6 has gone so clean for 9Z. It feels like the Canids in the same way have really not even gotten to get going. It's been completely kind of ushered out in that respect, besides that 1v hold. And Cowes is going to get a great look, finds Last Out Peak. Now that's a gift.
A lot of limitations in this round as well from the utility perspective for Red Canids. So Cowes finding that through the smoke is such a relief. They push Max back. Now Cowes goes searching. Not so sure about that myself. 4-on-4, 9Z have an open avenue here onto A.
Sponsor in tow.
They're out of
Cold
smoke.
Zero just right next door. Big nade, Vincent. And Max connects with a big headshot. They have to move this into the site. Bomb pulled. They have to get this down. This is a bold move. They have it while they maintain respect. Here is a shadow to give a clue. And Martinez on that tally. Nothing gets past the Spaniard, and nothing is getting in this site right now. Dropping a 1v4 is likely going to have to wave the white flag.
You know, Martinez is going to get 2 here. He actually gets credit for the entry, but it's his AWP that allows 9Z to actually, like, play in this way. They had no smokes, Mark. They had nothing really to play coverage. And unfortunately, Cowes going searching there gives them such ease of access because that's your donut player gone. I really think that Cowes looking for that kill is the knife is placed squarely in his own back. Bad news doesn't get any better, man. They'll take attack, but Mark, they don't have money for it.
Couldn't convert on the opening kill. You know, it's a kind of a lot more complicated than that, but, you know, even for, you know, the way that I serve my point up, it's hard for me to imagine this getting much better. To be honest with you, here's what I'm thinking. 5-7 buy, pop down the ramp, give them a taste of their own medicine, Vincent. To be honest with you, it like takes a pop of play, an adrenaline pumping round to get this started, man. I mean, you know, that's where in that sense. You did have that clutch from Coldzera, right? That did put in a lot of hold into that real start to that second half dominance, but it needs to come at a certain point because 7 on the board to 1 is... It's going to be a daunting tally in the second map for Red Canids, and that's when we get back on kind of the same story that we've been on. But to be honest with you, it's more of the respect to 9Z, which is how you served it up just a round ago.
I think it's half one way and the other half the other. Because Red Canids, I think Kawa is making some really difficult but ends up being bad decisions here in Donut. Those are really telling, and it's exactly what I said previously. It's how good 9Z look. I mean, Max with some good calls, Lucan with an incredible start to this half. You can't really knock the individual level, even though it's not something that you can anticipate to see every time. Don't forget Cold 0-7.
I wasn't going to say it.
Don't worry, I'm here to be the bad guy.
I'm the cool parent. Hooray. The jiggle. One smoke that he does have. The belt gets placed. So 35 and ticking. This could be an issue. Smoke out of Donut as well. That one's fading sooner rather than later. Still hopping on this horse. Kawaz, great fight. Thinning the herd, and you're just going to get tapped from behind. There's not even going to be the motion to that. There's a player deep behind this box, and with Drop getting that shot, it's all to the element of surprise. Nobody's looking to the back of his sight, but there is that shot by Lucan. Bomb dropped. Martinez has to deal with this and get this down. Drop, he fades away, and Martinez hits a hell of a shot through the efforts of himself and the Romanian. Are these the two players on the chop and block?
Yeah, no, they absolutely are. It seems, at least if you are to believe reports. But yeah, fantastic round from Adam S on the lurk, and it's a little bit more than that too. Red Canids, it feels like I'm flashing back to some of their fantastic stacks over on Mirage, where they had all of the pieces in the right places, and it is on these half-invest rounds, these rounds where they don't have everything, that unfortunately it just doesn't mean anything.
Aggressive, walking it up. This could be a problem with Drop's position. That is just so carefully in this corner. Adam S does get caught. Martinez has his trade every time. He's going to be hunting for more right now. Has to take a big voice within this Sing, and it's going to be Lucan. He's got it every time. Even to another metric, a double that just continues to go. He's 14-2 in this first half. We're only in round 9. The Argentinian is on fire.
Yeah, it's just hard to stop the entry prowess. I think that, you know, there's a lot of criticism that's been sort of leveled at Lucan at times, because when 9Z don't have him in form at all, right, they really struggle. It really falls to Hwaso Peak to kind of make the plays and step up in his absence. But, man, when he's on, it's a recipe for unbridled success, as you would expect from any, you know, hard entry fragger like Lucan is.
Oh,
it's fantastic to see it. Yeah, oh no, indeed.
He just legged him. Can't provide it better than that. It's only getting worse for the Canids. To be honest with you, might be time for 30 to tally this. Canids in a free fall right now.
Yeah, and the longer this goes on, the more you have to put on Red Canid's shoulders for not showing up. But the longer it goes on, the more you have to just give credit over to Lucan again and again.
Right in front of the flash, Mac 10s came to a feed right here, and Drop gets a good serving himself out of ammo. Max has to get this down and clip the numbers. They have the utility as well. Oh, his spots are not died right here. Long range, it's Coldzera connecting for the very first time here on Ancient in round 10. To be honest with you, when it matters, if this is one they can serve themselves, they will take it any way they can. Lucan and Martinez, they are in and out of this because the bomb is on the other side, and they don't want to give him a freebie.
Oh, talk about a freebie. Ponter finally tracked down, but it's through the wall. It's the fashion that he goes.
Pitching it that well again, potentially.
No, somebody
They're
home.
doubling up through cave.
I think this is a great decision from Red Canids. I'm not quite sure where Lucan's gone. They're so concerned about like the mid prong of this, it feels like.
Interesting.
Love this though from Red Canids. This is all the right moves that they're making right now.
They heard Lucan sprinting across right there. They're going to be walking down, and now both of these hands seen Molotov boxes have been close. They have to go ahead of it, and it's a great shot. And now it's all left on to Lucan, who went around the world to figure this out. Up back in the hands of Cold for even a second, and he takes full advantage. Second on the board here for Red Canids, while they still can go.
Yeah, I mean that's the value that's lost in when Cold Zera's having such a stinker of a game. He picks up his first 2 kills in that round, and he makes them incredibly valuable by picking up a clutch frag in a 1v1. I think 9Z making their first real mistake of this map, actually. Not sure why Lucan is separating. Not sure why they don't feel the need to kind of fight together, but they don't.
Nade flying down.
Nades.
Oh, finally. Woo! Cold Zera kept in the flick. He's the one that actually is going to get legged and now into the fire. Cold Zera will he be free? Gets 1 for it. Last Peak gets the worst. They're sending their little lurk to go in on A right now, but it's just too far gone. They have lost the timing here. And Drop, he's tallied up to go ahead and slam down on the rim. He has just posterized all of 9Z on the bomb site. Max left all alone, wondering what the hell just happened.
Yeah, I mean, that was already a really late lurk that was going to, need to get activated sooner rather than later. But when everyone goes down in an instant, that one flashbang devastates, absolutely destroys all of 9Z. What a fantastic placement. I didn't even catch who that was that tossed it. Presumably Cowes. Drop gets all the information. He's close up on that short smoke, and he knows where they're all at. That is lovely stuff.
Make the bounces. And Drop is just going to be endowed by that Molotov. Clocker gone back. Now, last Peak trying to make this even Steven. What is tempting him through this smoke right now? What is the call? And the barrel, oh, he's just so far, but too close to Cold Zera for comfort. In this first half is all the way construed too far. 9-3 is an exclamation of this domination in the first half.
A little something there at the end for the Red Canids. It's at least something to do into the next half. Yes, but I would agree. An exclamation point posted there at the very end. The style that they do. What a third frag for Wasso Peak to kind of end up half. 17-4 performance from Lucan. That's the icing that is on this cake. The cherry on top. Everything all at once from Lucan in this half. He is an unstoppable force.
What a ridiculous scoreline. I mean, that's ridiculous numbers, man. 17 frags. What are you going to do? May not even stop. You fear this man in the pistol rounds, too. I mean, he's quite sharp. Lessening the load for guys like Wasso Peak, who was even pretty impressive in the couple of frags that he did get. Remember those entries on A.
Yeah, you're correctly talking about that.
Everybody doing their job.
I think for Red Canids,
would be happy.
I'm not too concerned because it's so very clear the reasoning behind this dominant scoreline. Yes, you can talk about the missing pieces, but it was everyone struggling to find an answer for Lucan, and I think that's understandable. Red Canids didn't make a ton of bad decisions or crazy mistakes. I think Cow is on an individual level making some mistakes, but others stepping up and Cold Zera a little bit missing. So the fact that Red Canids survived that half with 3 rounds gives me at least a tentative level of hope. Requirement number 1 is for Lucan not to be 17-4 for him in half number 2.
I hate to tell you, but it may not be going anywhere. We got to see. Maybe a quick one if it continues. Pistol online. It may just be the mismatch, to be honest with you. Red Canids, if they do want to go A here, they may just get a empty look. Send it in the house. Drop is going to be leading all the way front. Bomb's right here as well. And the numbers are right around this corner. They can see all of this. They can hear it. And now it's Drop to continue around this corner. It's Drop and Cold Sarah in between. They're the structure of this roster, and they got to be the reason that the Canids are lifted up in this pistol, and they are clearing literally house. They get this down, and it's Last Out Peak all alone.
That's nasty crossfire, man. Great work from Drop, just to let Cold take the next contact, and then Cold again continues to play in a non-committal fashion to allow Drop further shots to the back of the heads of 9Z. Lovely from Red Canids, and it all, you know, is set to the tone of a 9Z stack to B that never comes in any form or fashion. A lovely pistol round and a victory for Red Canids, much required. Victory that's not got anything to do with, you know, bad work from 9Z, but Red Canids, the architect of their own fate.
They got the blueprints to the second half. There's an order about these operations. So to actually construe it the direction the 9Z would prefer, they buy back immediately. So with a good energy, with a good test, they want to whip it right back into shape, right as the second half gives them an opportunity, and I really like this push. How far does it go?
I mean, it could continue. Bomb's technically a little bit alone, somewhat exposed. That's the scary part for Cold. Help has arrived, though, and they do not move forward. The next move for 9Z. I feel like I don't actually know the answer to that one. And it feels like 9Z don't either.
Bomb in T-spawn.
Call him back.
Something I noticed out of the corner of my eye while this push goes down. Martinez gives it a good shot in the Cold. Has to actually split this down the middle, but it's Ponter that is really doing a lot right now. Was very active on Mirage. Here singing well into A main. Got a mess up top. Gonna have to adjust for it. He played that position so many times, not expecting it himself. Into an interesting spot right now with really the respect was all the way towards A. Red Canids gonna be giving this a test towards B, slowly clearing, but they're gonna realize nobody's really here.
Yeah, 9Z did all that hard work to like get aggressive, and like they took cave control, they had Jag, and then they met that smoke. They pushed all the way up into A main, and you know, you can understand why they don't want to continue forward. That's not what I'm criticizing, but what I think is more questionable is they didn't have the next step. It was like, oh, we've got this far, what do we do now? That's kind of the way it felt for 9Z once they got space in A main. They just left Huaso to fend for himself, and you know, Martinez eventually arrived, but that's only because Red Canids were so careful in their approach through main. Ultimately, it's just going to net the one kill. A reclaimed Galil. Max maintains the FAMAS that Huaso put down, and Lucan's got the MP9. A round that ultimately means almost nothing except for what it carries out. Red Canids stand with their economy intact, and 9Z have a chance in the next round.
Drop knowing that there's some room to make up right now. Gonna be out for the riskier maneuvers. 9Z just want to find something. And they're streaking through Cheetah right now, putting a little bit of respect on that tally, just audibly, with the warning construed. Even very far into A main right now, SL Peak does have control of that extremity. This is the point. This is taking those riskier positions to give a little bit more to that other site, that there's nobody here on A, but 3 players on the site. Who cares?
And it's going to potentially facilitate a B stack that's going to be very deadly if they go into it. 9C now have 4 men on that position. Canids, though, they have mid control, and that's what's going to allow them to pivot out if they would so please. Love it. About to meet Huaso Peak. He's the only real one in defense, and sure, he's an early warning system. Not early enough. Cold. What dedication. He's got the clothesline. Catches him off guard, even with that off angle.
Launcher plants. Martinez could potentially give this a good go. I'm not sure anybody else is going to be attending the floor right now. Just Martinez potentially take a step to give this a good go. And potentially minimal blood drawn right now.
Yeah, this is
Martinez
respectable.
may decide to hold on.
Respectable for 9C for a couple of reasons, but let me pose the counter to that. All right, their goal right now, Mark, is just to keep this armor. Max can use that FAMAS if he wants. Out of mass, the Galil's a very viable weapon. Can add a lot of additional economy into the coffers for 9Z. And of course, Lucan probably going to upgrade from the MP9, but he doesn't have to. Head armor and everything, that's just fine. Counter to that, though, Mark, is that they have just allowed Red Canids to build a huge economy up over the last 2 rounds. 10 players go into those last 2, 9 survive. The Red Canids. One incredibly dominant gun round later. Red Canids could be building in such a manner that it might be unstoppable.
Did 9 players survive? The GDP of this server just went through the roof.
It really did.
Farming up some cash. That's going to lay a bet. Damn, Adamess is going to have to rest it. What the hell is that shot at Acalas? Just an opener that the Canids need. I don't know if they deserve that. However, they'll take it.
I mean, listen, it's not a question of deserve. It's a question of what is. What could be. I love that angle, by the way, from Cold. Yeah, I mean, you're going to drop a smoke, but at what cost?
Holding on to what exactly, you know? Right in front of it, you're already in Cheetah at the moment. Martinez trying to stand off for this. The longer this goes, it's just so awkward. It feels like 9Z have taken so many of these weird buys where they fully haven't had that gal about it. Martinez with a great shot. Venom Zera can send a warning to the rest of his squad that A, be where this is to go. That op is awfully potent, and now you're seeing exactly where it rings. Bomb dropped right now, and that is going to be bringing attention back to this B play, but there's nothing to stop it from being picked up and carried elsewhere. Right now, there's going to be a big bug in middle. Last Peak is going to be seeing it all, but he should be tucked to catch Cold Zera on the run right now and not be exposed. He has to win this gunfight and does. Last Peak with 20 seconds has now just put 9Z on the timer to put out Red Canids in this round. Can't let him escape. Has gotten around the corner, dropped to make it happen, and now there's new lease on life for the Canids in this round. If you have something to say about it, Martinez at a CT, you gotta say it right the hell now, and he does. Doesn't deny the play, but he denies the round, and it's double digits for 9Z in such an extraordinary way.
I just don't understand why we would ever want to stick around at B. Martinez is the one man who can actually do something to win this round for 9Z, and he gets the 4 kills required to do just that. It's a 4-on-3. Red Canids have it all. They have someone on the extremity at A. They could rotate through their spawn if they wanted to, but they also could have taken mid, but so careless about it, so late to the party. Like the bomb dropped, let Martinez get another fight. Oh no. And Huaso with a fantastic timing to catch the bomb on the cross, but I lay that at the shoulders of Red Canids. They had everything set, Mark, but they cannot convert.
Opening kill now. That'll be a little bit of momentum. Dude, we gotta attend HE class, all of us together, all right? I'll teach. Benny,
No,
you
you
got
won't.
me in my sub the days I can't attend.
You're not allowed. They've taken your teaching permits. You're from North America. We can't do that.
This is true.
It's the blind teaching the blind.
What was it called? The Fallen Academy? Gamers Academy it was called, correct?
Yeah?
Need to open that back up. HE 101. 2 missed in a row. Goodness me, what would Austin say? Here's Ponter with a great shot. He deletes. And so now this all set up. 9Z with an advantage.
I think he'd put him in cuffs right now. I think that's a hefty sentence coming their way. 3 steal towards B. 9Z set. And a good postulation. Martinez has the one side. The Rifler's the other. And a big gap open, sure. But Adam S has that covered. And he can be the support for Hasso Peak in a moment.
Great check. Venom Zero was ready for it, but Ponter is now going to be separated. They're taking so much time, the Red Canids. Now they're separated again with 20 seconds. Westell Peak has to get agile, and he can't exactly do it. Ponter now left alone. 4 seconds to actually get this down and to actually manage. Slips the net. Perfect amount. Martinez, he just denied the other plant. Deagle secured, and it's actually Max that finds him with the taps. And the fuse will come through when it is needed. 11 is drawn up, and a permanent marker for 9Z.
Another round where I'm a little bit miffed at how Red Canids, not like blow it like they did previously. I don't think that was the position that they had, but you know, the lack of information that Red Canids are working with in the mid to late round right now is problematic. They keep ending up walking into 9Z setups because they don't know what's on the other side. And I think that, you know, 9Z done enough on their CT, or on their T side, excuse me, that, you know, one mistake, okay, maybe a recovery. 2 mistakes like that might be the end of days, at least for Ancient, for the Red Canids. I won't say that Ancient has been, you know, fully convincing. I still have the same questions about like the reason for this pick, because we haven't necessarily seen something, you know, crazy different from 9Z. But when you have Lucan on such fantastic form in the first half, and then Martinez picks up the pieces in the second, you know, wins some critical rounds, that's all you really need.
Zero, the tip of the spear right now. I was wondering if we were crunching down onto early middle fights. How is it takes it diligently. With this pack of riflers feeling uninspired, I mean, specifically the experienced Cowes is who I'm worried about struggling right here. I mean, Venom Zero, hot and cold. I feel like with an opportunity of a third map, a point to recover, this is not really the vibe, the energy you love to see from the Canids. It's a semifinal opportunity today. Got to make the most of this. And here's the nade smoke open. We're trying to run this door down. Lucan, he hasn't had a lot to do in this second half just yet. Now he has his hands full. Cold Zera on the other side. He has the bomb right now. And that's going to be the worry here for the Canids. Can they actually secure this? They can. 3 frags in a row. And Adam S at this health is the only member that stands between the bomb plant, and he can't even get that down. All of a sudden, it turns from good to way, way worse for 9Z, and they are now in a 1v3.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I feel like there shouldn't have been a way back in for this. You know, Cowes with a multi-kill that, you know, levels it up in a big way, but Lucan had done the damage. He had this set double kill there from sight. Big difference in this round, though, from Red Canids, and I think that this is where the positives do start. You know, I've been very critical of how often they've been walking into bomb sites with no information. That's not the case this time. Red Canids starting to pressure other areas of the map in a consistent manner. Mid, in this case. You know, so they had a reason to force the issue into B. And I thought Lucan had done enough, but it seems that's not the case.
This Ancient better not be for real. This is way too much thrown back by Canids. I thought that was exactly what you mentioned, right? The Lucan multi-kill. I mean, poetically, that's what it's taken on this Ancient. Not enough. Would have had to be the triple there onto Cold Zera. No dice. Quickly towards A. And back to back. This is timing that's going to cost you. Spacing that is going to separate. And they're not chasing between this Molotov. Cowes was already out on the line. And drop reels in another frag. Look at this. Between the fire and the flame. It's Lucan and Wasau Peak that stand here in solace. They send the Canids back with all of their utility.
You know, this is the difference between a struggling Huaso Peak and a struggling Venom Zero on this map. Huaso's had these really high-impact single frag moments. That's one of them, where he stands tall, gets his kill, and then stays alive. That's the difference between what he and Venom Zero are doing. What a crazy timing from Max. That felt like that could have been a moment where they throw it away, genuinely. But instead, they find the frag that nets the advantage once again. But an open B site, Venom and Ponter. There's not any guarantees in this. No one to play defense. And plenty of time to get whatever hopeful post-plant positioning the Canids would like.
You're going to have to get to this side of the court and get there fast. Rotate in from T-Spawn. Ponter and Venom Zera set up shop. And right now, they're even going to knock on the door. On a busy morning. But now they've seen their first customer. Wasau Peak not even being lent in the front door. Smoked off. Flash secured. There is a bit to maneuver here. A Molotov that Venom Zera is not really going to be able to work with, but they line up. They reach too far, and they are denied. It is the Canids that continue to row here, and I gotta say, they are pulling along close on the stream. It's 3 that separate now.
I mean, Venom Zero might have heard me when I was talking about the comparison between what he, you know, on the struggle bus was doing compared to Huaso, who has had some of those big moments. He steps up big time. You know, finally finds one of those situations that I was just discussing where he can have the, you know, hero play, but this is a multi-frag. It's not just one here, one there. It's a triple kill and a 2v3 that changes the complexion of the game. 9Z, look at their money. It's broke. Red Canids close the distance massively.
Wasau toted up with that Deagle. Holding A for literally as far as they can. Max is standing there due to the grouped up players on B. He has one flash to keep him up for success.
I mean,
Canids give it a go.
I feel like
At this point, they know what they have, Vincent.
Don't go for the stack. That's got to be the goal here for Red Canids.
Oh my goodness. Lucan gives you a fair warning. Drop challenges. Now they're sprinting out of the smoke. The numbers will try and just get this down. The 5-7, it turns the tide, but can't turn it all the way up the tally. It's a USP versus the world.
And this should be just fine. I like that the Red Canids are still being careful. Respect to Max, even though they know it's pistols and even a fake. I said the one goal this round for the Red Canids is, you know, don't go into the stack. Don't walk it up into that B site. They do that, and they still survive, which nets them 9. Another buy, another round for 9Z. And some damage limitation, sure, in that last round, but with the, you know, money so strong, Red Canids continue to move forward.
This has a quick stance about it. Confidence that is coming from the bat of cold right now. Have to see this teed up. It's ran right through. Smoke that's going to deny. It's a commitment that they are not ready to make. I'm actually loving this. But do they really have the second tally for it? There's 4 players here for 9Z. It's a mind game that they are essentially forced to play on the Canids.
Man, 9Z are ahead of everything in this round. Basically, from the very beginning. That's defensive smoke kind of tells them that that's probably going to be a fast B hit. They get up in front of it. They have great defensive utility that settles the score, makes it impossible for Red Canids. And I think you're right, Mark, when you say, love to see them not force the issue. Red Canids make the right decision to walk away, but it's a decision that has consequences. They don't have any map control. All 5 were there at ramp, so it's got to be a slow crawl. If essentially a 3-man snake that leads its way back over to A, and it's a very scary moment, the mid-prong of this attack for Red Canids, because they don't have any time to set it up. It's just 2 players fighting from shelf that's coming soon.
They get this down, and they streak all the way forward. Cowes finds a very impactful kill, and now Adam S, he's just right on their tail. Ponter finds this into the bomb plant, and now the Red Canids have a huge opportunity to let this down. 19 big decision to make. They go for the save, and Adam S is going to tally that all the way on. You're right, they've done it. Double digits up for Red Canids. At what point, we signed up this 3rd map as a guarantee. We're in this thing for real, Vincent. We go to 22 with 1 separating.
I'm really impressed how Drop, found the right decision here, right? It's kind of a call that you would make in a poker game, right? He found the fold. He found the cancel, is the way I would call that one. Really impressed with that from Drop. I think that was the right decision, and it's a hard one because they had no further utility. Basically had to walk in the rest of that round with nothing. It was contact everywhere, and impressive the timing that they catch it mid, where Adam S is just never committed, never taking a fight, gets the information, but in that case, information not enough. He needed to disrupt, he needed to get the kills, and he needed to ensure that they couldn't set up house inside of Donut and then play from there for the rest of the round. A fantastic opener to Cowes, or from Cowes on to the CT player. It's the only kill that mattered, that was required in that round.
When it matters the most, at least Martinez fully equipped here. AWP gonna be headed right where it needs to be. Spaniard needs to set this off with success. Perfectly dodging the flash. How many does Martinez decide to pick off of the tree right now? Going back and seeing the basis. There's 2 that have just flown in his direction. He smoked off, but look, you can see just for a brief moment through the window, it's 3 on this other side. And now you've got to be worried. Red Canids, they have to go for this while the time is hot. The time is right for the bomb plant, and they've got themselves at a man deficit, but with all this room to maneuver.
They gotta take something. They can't just sit and wait. Surely that's a losing effort, and it is. Red Canids, they put themselves in a position where they basically just had to sit and wait for the rest of 9Z to activate. And if 9Z maybe make a mistake, they start to filter in one by one. Then there's a chance, but that chance is not there. Not available. 9Z take 12 first. They get the first chance to close and maybe push that train into reality, a thought that we thought was set in stone, that there would be no questions about. Instead, we still have to answer them. Red Canids with plenty of money. They continue to buy in. 9Z with a statement round. The last possible moment.
Cowes swinging down to 4 health, and Lucan with great trade. Drop here may not be expected. But with the Argentinians double, that the entire series has meant so much for 9Z. Turn it into a triple, and now you're living in the nightmare. Your comeback denied, unless Marcelo David is an even larger clutch than he did on Mirage. Here when his back is fully pressured, pushed up against the wall. Thankfully, they're all coming from ramp or from Cheetah.
The fact that Cole has the space to work with, he's just confirmed on another. This seems so real. Lucan would need an ace, or Adamas could pick it up as well. Cold making a committed play. Lovely stuff. There's kits for 2, and a molly as well that might put the finishing touches on this. Lucan just holds on the defuse, and Adam holds his back down as well. 9Z pushed to 3 for Train. We're guaranteed.
all on board for this 9Z. They've got their tickets to a third map, and they're in first class to take this thing to a grand finals, running into it essentially to a best of one. And Vincent with momentum. We got to hear from lads to see how, even with Red Canids showing that type of form, this third match ought to be a slugfest. We got to see how Red Canids slipped up, though.
Yeah, definitely agree, guys. And really, again, a slugfest is definitely the best way to really describe this game, right? Because again, like, let's not forget, like, the very beginning of this, that, the T pistol from 9Z was really great. Again, they just, take control fast and furious. They get themselves, the 3-0 lead. Where I kind of noticed a big difference for me kind of in the first half was where, in round number 5, this was important because 9Z lose the round. Then we just get to see Adam S. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get a Mac 10. I'm just going to run through mid. I'm going to get this kill. I'm just going to barrel, not use any utility. And he goes for the gamble. And boy, oh boy, does it land beautifully. Thus, putting, Red Canids in a big save situation after they win this round. As you can see, the scoreline is just getting bigger and bigger. The gap is just getting gigantic right now for 9Z, where they're putting themselves just at an 8-1 at one point, which is just something for Red Canids. They did not have a reply at all. And again, not to pick on some of these players, but we didn't get to see Cold Zera popping off. Like, he was sitting at an 0-9 until round 10. He finally got that double kill. Venom Zera was putting himself again at a 3-9. He couldn't really find any sort of success at all. So really, just again, it just felt like they kind of fizzled out. They didn't have anything in the tank. They had nothing to really provide in terms of their firepower, which was really, really concerning for me. But again, there were some beautiful rounds that were thrown from, Red Canids in the later portions where they were able to get dropped to be able to find himself a retake situation, getting the triple kills. But when you have Lucan just dropping a 17-4, like, you're just like, how do you stop that? How do you honestly stop somebody that's like performing that well? Like, he was well over above his teammates. Like, I think he was sitting at 17-4, and Martinez was the one that was like 10-4. So like, again, he was just putting up gigantic numbers. But to end the first half on the 9-3, huge lead for 9Z. Honestly, the second half was a very different chapter, right? I mean, this is where we talk about, we get to see Red Canids. They build up some rounds in their favor. They start to get some things in momentum. They win the first initial gun round, which at least puts the 9-3 first half score into a 9-6. So then this thing's getting a little bit close. But again, then we get to see, Martinez once again putting himself in a quad kill situation, putting up another really good performance that allows them to get back into this game. But the biggest round I'm going to quickly talk about is just, for round number 19, where Red Canids were able to bring things back pretty closely, considering 9Z shut down the rush from Red Canids. Then we get to see that drop Venom and, Poncher. They take their time. They take a lot of steady pace onto this, and then they actually win the round, which, 9Z, they couldn't capitalize on getting the retake into B. They took forever to get it done, and these retakes from them were honestly a bit dicey in my opinion. But look, it's been dicey as it is for this series, because now we're going to the third and final map. We're going to take a bit of a short break on this, and we're going to get ready for trains. So don't go too far and buckle up. It's going to be a good ride. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Ready to go for map number 3, which is going to be on train. But look, it's been a bit of a roller coaster here for this one because we see some ups, we see some downs, and we get now to the full distance. But look, I got to get your guys' quick thoughts on this, and maybe I'll just go to one of these guys. You know, I'm going to take Vincent. I'm going to put you on the spot here because I think you were able to capture a lot of things that were on Ancient. So, what do you think? What's going on?
Man, 9Z might have won that map, but Red Canids were the better team, and I think that bears out by the fact that a couple of things. First, like Coldzera, what a slow start. Cow is really struggling to begin with. They able to find a way to win a couple of rounds at the end and then make that T side look very viable. Was a big fan again of what Drop was pushing through. That's something that you and I both mentioned, Laz, where we like what Drop has been doing. And I think that 9Z, listen, they win that map, but man, is it made so much easier when Lucan has 17 frags in the first half and it takes him going nuclear. Like he's got to get a 4K to close that out too. I really think that 9Z looked like they were struggling.
Yeah, definitely it is. But look, you know, I was going to say, Mark, I'll let you take this away for train, but it looks like we are ready to go back into that server. So I'm going to kick back and witness to see who's going to be able to find themselves in the grand final spot because I honestly, guys, I don't know where I'm going to go with this. So let me know your thoughts, but have fun. Just kidding.
I can hop on that train for it. I think I can. Look, you know, while we do have a bit of a moment to speak about it for another couple of seconds, I think I'm kind of right there with you, to be honest. I think a lot of people would look at kind of just the sample size out there for 9Z and, you know, kind of be shocked. But Vincent and I were casting that series that they had that train versus crew over in CCT, if I do recall. And it was actually crew like swindling in and thinking, man, we got a punish pick here. We're about to put 9Z out 2-0. And it was Martinez that had a great game, but it was actually 9Z that looked pretty seasoned on the train and played pretty well. So I think you're going to get a really good third map here, regardless of the way the Canids were warming up there in the second half. Weren't able to win out that map, but I kind of agree with you for the better way or not. I mean, they were looking like the better team on that back end of 12. And so it should be really interesting when we do get to this train finally on. I was going to say we were kind of full steam ahead to this third map. We've slowed down on the tracks a bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's you know, this one's been a little bit of tech issues here and there, and that seems to be the problem right now. So we're kind of just chilling. We're kind of just waiting. So look, I mean, Vincent, I'm going to get your thoughts on this because you were able to talk a little bit about, you know, Ancient, and you're thinking that, you know, Red Canids are definitely looking like the better team. You know, just considering how late of a start they had in Ancient, where like the first half was honestly abysmal. They weren't really getting anything moving. Do you think maybe now they got enough, you know, gas in the tank, you know, so to speak, here to get the thing done here on train?
I mean, I think Red Canids, this should be a layup for them, just to be honest. This train, you can look at the results and say, you know, maybe they have some up and down results, and that's a true statement. I don't disagree with that, but I also think that they have a lot more time that they put into this map, and I think that, you know, they've proven against some decent opposition, you know, how well that they can play on this map. I think there is a little bit more reliance on what Coldzera's opping form is going to look like on this map as opposed to others, because I think most other maps you can probably run 5 rifles and it'd be fine. This one, not so much true. That being said, even that like game that Mark was talking about where 9Z beat crew, like that's a game where like 9Z, that shouldn't be a hard match to begin with, and honestly it was like pretty close. So for me, I think this should be Red Canids. I said it at the beginning and I'll say it again. The veto in this series favors them so greatly that if they don't win it, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah. That's a fair statement too, because, you know, I think for me, just watching the most recent game from yesterday is just the fact of, you know, when Red Canids were able to play on train, they were able to get that 13-5 victory against Sharks, where it was interesting because Sharks were the ones that went for that pick. And I was kind of like, you know, I've been criticizing Sharks for a long time, saying like, again, a team that can be on these really good momentums, they can get themselves in the winning column, but then all of a sudden they hit themselves in a bit of a hole and they can't get out, right? And that's kind of what we saw from them yesterday. But I don't want that to go away here for what Red Canids were able to bring to that, because, you know, someone like Cowes was putting himself at a 1.93 rating. We're talking about Drop was still putting himself a 1.73, which I feel like Drop's been playing really well. Like, I think, you know, Vincent, you talked about it with him calling. I do think his firepower is really starting to add up as well to the IGLing, which I think I'm becoming a big fan of this with this new roster. But Mark, I mean, I guess for you, like, you have a little bit of history with these guys. Are you still kind of on the same pace as Vincent? Like, are you thinking this is a Red Canids game, or do you think that 9Z might be able to kind of work off something with that win on that second one?
9Z, they might be able to actually toss this up. And again, I think I'm pitching this from a storyline perspective where the history concludes for the first two tier 2 tournaments that the Canids have participated in so far before the major, excuse me, including. Look, it's been really disappointing. It lost the 2 game that they had in 3 maps, where 2 game ended up winning Series 1 of CCT, which was crazy for them. PKL had to go through the group stage to get there. But, like, here you are sitting there, and that was a huge disappointment for them. And then, obviously, lost in the very first round of our Series 1 of Thunderpick, right? For the Canids fans watching, this ought to be the one that they at least get a step into the grand finals for. Here on this train, for the sample size I toed up, I think that matters a lot. I think that train has some nuance to it, and you have to be a seasoned team to actually be able to consistently win on it, which they have. They had a really good win versus the Sharks literally yesterday, so I think they're warm to it to go, lads. Coldzera and crew should be able to push a final here. It's theirs to lose.
Yeah, it really is. It does feel like that too. And the one thing I actually really appreciate that both of you guys have been talking about too is just the fact of the oppers, right? Because I think that, Cold has kind of showed us that he can still kind of bring, some action with it, make some good connections. But at the same time, it feels like Martinez is just another level, right? We talked about like the rumors of him leaving potentially this team. It's kind of questionable to say the least. But look, we're going to have to wait a little bit. We're going to have to ponder on these ideas because it does look like this tech issue is still kind of hanging out, still kind of lingering a little bit here. So we're going to just take a break, get some refreshments, get excited because this one is going to definitely be able to finally get underway in just a few minutes. So we'll see you in a bit.
Let's get this thing going. We got Red Canids starting on the T side with 9Z on the CT. They're gonna need to bring this one back. I said 9Z, they might have won map 2, but I think Red Canids looked the better team. Time to prove me wrong for map number 3, Marky.
Headed up top. 3 players on the other side. This thing can quickly already get off the rails. They are finally going to meet. These dualies are going to get what's coming to them. Venom, Zera, and Drop. They're starting this thing off hot, and they are taking these fights confidently. Venom Zera struggled on map number 2, and he's already making his impact felt out on this B site, and it's all out of South Peak alone.
I mean, I feel like those dualies were in perfect locations. They should have been able to really have a lot of success there, but just can't connect the headshots. Tragically for 9Z, you know, good setup, but the execution falls flat. And Red Canids take advantage, like you said, Venom Zera. He was a big missing piece as a general theme across Ancient. You know, tough start for multiple pieces of that Red Canids team. I talked about Cold, I talked about Kawas. I think both of them really picked it up towards the end. Not the case for Venom Zera. Glad to see him on early.
USP's out. They're just grouping up outside. 9Z. They'll wait their time. Because it was the betterment of that crew game that I do bring up. And I think you give a little less credit than me. And where I think the CT side was much better in the stint for 9Z and the fact the way they made most of their ground up there. So getting that one back, it's going to be 3 casualties here, which is way more than they should get at all. Ponter and Venom Zera, they flush this out. But that is significant.
Yeah, very much. Those were USPs pretty much for everybody on 19. They didn't invest nearly anything. And that is a warning sign for Red Canids at the very least. But you know what? We'll talk about the gun rounds now. Martinez out an AWP, and he's gone no armor with this one. And I was stat searching, Mark. You know, Martinez has been the opper of this series, no doubt. So that's why you put the big green in his hands.
Immediately getting past that scope. It's Martinez that was posted on B. They go A out quickly. It's the right call. Kawas finds Lucan. The last out peak, he's chiming in all the way from Icon with the frag. Kawas immediately traded. So they have to get this down onto the site. Venom Zera with the bomb up. And Adam S, he's going to get boosted up here. So he has this all under control. Here at 1:20, it's the Canids that have now came to a stop as they've gone quite far. But at E-Box, got to be able to turn this some type of way. They are patient for it, and that's what counts. Even considering going back up to Brown Halls, they're going to give it a notice.
Cold's sort of the critical piece of this right now. If they go back towards B, Cold's going to have to take some contact out here. I don't think he's really interested in trying to get across E-Box at the moment. They look to leave for a second. Now Red Canids, they continue to hold station. Bob's still theirs. And nobody on 9Z moves an inch. They're unyielding, waiting. Boost unseen. Adam S sticks to his guns.
They aren't going to be expecting this, but now with the premature spam, he's got that down. Thankfully, Martinez has got that quick hand, double quick scope. And there's nothing to worry about on the site for 9Z. Cold Zera trying to take this close quarters. We need to find this frag and then get the bomb down. Well, there's step 1. And having to actually meet this, gonna likely give it a fake. And Cold Zera quickly off of the plate, and Martinez will eat it too. He gets a triple, and the glass cannon pays off.
Well, this is what I said. 9Z, they have the opper of the series. They have the most impactful one to wield that scope, and it's Martinez without armor that does it again. 3 kills in that round. It's Martinez. It's almost doubled, by the way, Cold Zera's off kills over the first 2 maps of this series. That's the difference that Martinez makes. The man on the chopping block, it seems. If they want to go back full South American, well, that's what you could be losing. Martinez putting it on display.
Flash up top. 4 Tech 9s. Lucan trying to chop at the bit. A1S in hand. Came to farm. Got that for the first. It's just these Tech 9s on the other side that too smart to mess with right here. The mental game, they're trying to play it too. 9Z want to put them right where they need them in a shooting gallery down this ramp. Red Canids will see the real estate that they have and the nades that are at their disposal to make the most of this.
I mean, they have the requisite nades to make this very viable. That being said, Max and Adam S both on site does make life a little bit more difficult. Seen Red Canids run this same strat a couple of times, to be honest. Oh no, Max has lost out. That's so unfortunate. That might just be enough. They can't close the distance just yet. Bomb not to go down yet either. Zera's just recovered it.
Finally punching in those digits. Lucan getting a spam off or two. Dropping Coldzera back to back. It's not impossible now. Coldzera fading in and out of the smoke. His positioning is going to mean the most because, I mean, there's really not much Drop can do up top to help his teammate. Coldzera having to really see around this. And now the vertical play can potentially catch Lucan. Now finding Coldzera. It's an automatic headshot, and Martinez takes care of Biz. We are back to a tied game quickly through 4.
I mean, talking about individuals stepping up. Martinez a multi-kill in the last round. Lucan now gets 4 in the next round. Yes, that one a little bit more easy when you're talking about range against these Tech 9s, but to be honest, I feel like there was a missing piece or two to the Red Canids execute. I think they needed an extra smoke. Might have even needed 2, to be honest. But the only smoke that I saw goes for upper in order to get him off of the first angle there. I don't know. I think you would have liked to see one towards the site proper. That doesn't come to beat. And Z recover. And that's despite the fact that Max DC'd at the very beginning of that execute.
Closing the back door, locking it. Smoked out on the front end of Pop Dog. Lucan's flank developing. Thing heating up real well. Longer this lasts, sooner the Argentinian comes to pulling that trigger, and he gets 2, 3. How many more for Lucan? It's a 4. Lucan continuing to pour this on. When it rains up top, it's the ace for Lucan, and it's all the way down. Perfect by the Argentinian, and it is 3 in a row. 3 highlight reels ran for 9Z. They are on the tracks now of this train.
I mean, I'll tell you this, man. 9Z, they win Ancient. I would say 60% of the reason that they win that is Lucan. Right, that first half domination is what gives him the runway to then have a little bit of faltering in the takeoff of the second half. Goes deep into it. Red Canids have some chances, but Lucan seems to be hot off the trot. How about another stunning performance from him? Argentine man is an army alone.
Walking his way forward. Wants 9Z to walk his way. I think that's easy for him. Not when it's 9Z. You'll let Trishan just at the box right now. Smoke in hand, though. And that may tempt them out. That cover's all the way gone. Gonna have to be an adjustment on this setup, and it is. Lucan gonna be elsewhere. And E-Box gonna be really within the notice of Wassout right now.
The amount of utility, though, that Red Canids have to work with for an execute's pretty massive. Problem is, they're not in a position to have to utilize it. Max gets flashed in. They're smoked off of E-Box. This is bad news. Red Canids, honestly, I don't know how they break through.
Walking it up. Max would have to just get cleared, and he does. That's a beautiful shot by Ponter. 20 seconds is the problem here. So the numbers, you can practically surf them up for 9Z. At the moment, they're dialed by Coldzera, and he can even pick up onto that AWP. But it's 10, that turns to 9, and Coldzera will extend. Adam S, he doesn't have the timing to shut this down. He's just a couple seconds late. But it's Coldzera that will continue to get this down. Considering the adjustment, he gets the headshot and a Molotov to just box this up. It's Lassow that's now going to have to respect the fire if he is to approach this clutch. Sticks it. There's just no way. 2 seconds left, and Lassow would really have it all the way gone. 2 seconds to it. The Red Canids respond through their AWP player that now is going to have that sweet stint.
I mean, it's another example of one of those rounds that Coldzera just kind of like takes on his own. It's 2 critical openers that he picks up and finds success in. That was such a bad position for Red Canids. They had the utility, but they just didn't know necessarily how to do that. A must-win fight for Ponter on the Max as well is the ticket to an opener there on the A bomb site. That really should have gone way worse for Red Canids, and I know that Hwaso Peak ends up looking a little bit silly there, but I think the right call was to stick. I think that gives him the best chance of winning the round. It just doesn't work out. I think Red Canids understand that round was actually super dicey. There was a victory there pulled from the grasp of defeat, and so that's why they take the tack.
Preemptive smoke. Coldzera wants to take his own measures. We're getting teased right now. Martinez posted up. Nobody saw this. That's the damn problem. Venom Zera removed. There was no adding that up into the equation.
Well, I mean, maybe. I think that flashbang might have given an inclination over to Cold, but the communication not necessarily there. You know, you see one thing, doesn't necessarily mean another. That could have been the moment that Red Canids got the inkling. Not true.
Long range, Max has got that on to drop, and so the numbers continuing to go here for the Canids. Now smoked out of T-Con. The boost to find somebody at the top of red, nobody home. Might as well fish while you can.
I mean, Coldzera's got the hook out. See what kind of bait he's working with. It's not one that's going to pick up Max. The Uruguayan just ready and waiting for the second man to walk out of E-Box.
Such a tilting off angle. Top of E-Box.
Yeah.
Good shot to get that down. 30 seconds left, and there may be a world in which this corner is the final home for the next 25.
I think that's likely. Only thing that'll change that is if 9Z go investigating. For me,
if Luke even gets a
half-
whiff here, he's going for it.
They have a flash? Yeah, they do. Where's that MS, though? Nowhere close.
The Mercy.
Yeah, they're going to let him be. For me, the goal here for Red Canids, though, I want to put it into perspective. Like, this is important context. It's about surviving this T-half. I don't necessarily think that they need to do anything crazy numerically. I think keep it competitive. 4 or 5 rounds would be fine. Very, very good, actually, if you're Red Canids. So, considering they've won the pistol, they've just won a gun round. It's not looked good, but if they can, you know, win 1 or 2 more, even in that ugly fashion, I think that's fine.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, no. Oh, no. Please don't spread. Scotland's got the worst of it. Quite close in this contact all the way far. Drop noses there, and surprise. 16 HP. Adam S is going to fall away. T-Con being dealt with. We know Cows is already quite low. It's pretty impressive he gets that frag onto Max anyhow. Had to catch him off guard. Lucan prompts it all the way up here at Cloud. It's going to be the helping hand at B.
I mean, speaking of B,
I feel like I'm
9Z
surprised for him to be that far.
I mean, 9Z got 3 players here. And to be honest with you, they're absolutely right. The small victory maybe that they can lean on is that Adam S is so low.
What do we have here? Smoke going close. Look at this. Lucan on the investigation. This may be something he regrets. Down to 30. And now Adam S, he's going to be down his teammate. What? Potter! What a turn of events. But here, Lucan's still alive in the cut, so don't get distracted from that yet. It's pretty damn hard to. Potter terminated. About damn time. And Martinez, that's all he needs. Just another couple of seconds to get back to back. And Coldzera taking a lot of stance here onto the sidewalk. Coldzera going to turn it onto Lucan right now. He's just slipped the net. Martinez finds him, and no longer a threat. Coldzera has a kit, Vincent. That is what is crucial. And now on 1 HP, and he synced him up. But Martinez has synced up that shot perfectly. It's a 5th on the board for 9Z, and a crucial moment.
Oh man, that's so devastating. Ponter, you know, little mistakes in this round is what cuts at Red Canids the closest. It's the fact that Ponter, you know, TK underdrop, fair enough. He actually got a double entry off of that. You know, it was shoot his teammate or don't get the kill. You can appreciate the position that he's put in, and it sucks. But the problem is that you follow that up with a fantastic run of Venom Zera, so very low. He does everything right, hits the headshot. He's unknown in heaven, but man, is it not enough. Fantastic clutch from Martinez. Gonna speed things back up.
Right into the hands of Adam S, who awaits, and he's got help with him. And doubles up on his advocate. And Adam S, he's on the run. Ponter's trying to chase him down. Good luck, my friend. No casualties, no worries. A full house between Martinez and Adam S.
Tell you what's looking good. The CT side here for 9Z, very strong showing right now. They shut down these faster plays, these faster maneuvers from Red Canids, and then, you know, go back, right, hit the rewind button where Red Canids are starting to slow things down slightly. Even that is still fantastic for 9Z. They're ready and waiting to make sure that there is no way to play for the Canids.
Molotov streaking, and Adam S, he is fearless. Gets that opening kill and just hops away to safety. Lucan just gets another. Hey, it's Martinez's turn now. The Spaniard is going to see into a possible boost. He can feel it. Knows this is going to be the expectation here. Hassau, he's going to be just terminated right now. And what are the options on the menu of the smoke? And he's going to just get all the way out.
I think that's the right call. Lucan now in a dicey proposition, but there's timing to play with as well for drop. Bomb needs to be collected. 3 on 4. Not bad necessarily for 9Z, but they got to split the difference here. Drop could be the difference maker, but no. Max catches him. And so, unfortunately, Ponter and Cold are stuck between a train and a hard place. There's nowhere right to go. No good options. And that's where I think Laz specifically was kind of highlighting some positives. That's exactly where Drop, I think, has been really good in this series. Struggling right now to be the difference maker in these types of rounds where he needs to have something. He gets nothing there.
.22 to go. This just makes it harder. Now they make this contact, and Max, to feel like your barber is a great headshot on Nicole Zera, and 2 appointments that are too quick. It's Adam S to get that all the way back, and it's 7 already on the board, Vincent. This is a similar stint that they had against Crew. It was an 8-4 that they put up in that first half on the CT side, and they are not slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think minimum for Red Canids is 3, but I want to see a little bit more. We're starting to talk about some needs that aren't going to be met. You know, shout out to pretty much everyone who's been required. Multifrags from Adam S, from Lucan, Martinez. Whenever required, they pull it back. It's just some of these clutches that Red Canids have been able to post up.
Tech 9's on A. It's a party with an open invitation. And now it's Wasau is going to get a good spray that's going to connect. It's a lot that's gonna have to go through the smoke right now. Limited vision, but it's gonna absolutely be 9Z that are limited in weapons. They can get a bomb plant off of it. It's gonna be all good. Contra fades away. coldzera can try and clip a branch or two. Finds an M4. Let's see if he can find more than one frag. A matter of time, and a cold day in hell. It's a 8-round half, and it could get better for 9Z, and you can see how they feel about it.
Adam must feel some type of way, that's for sure. You know what, though, Mark? I think that that's a round where Red Canids are just capable of sowing chaos into the A site. The fact they get the bomb plant, that's the goal. That's the impact that they're looking for. Ensure we can get an early AWP. And you know what? I mean, this is where... Shout out Cold. Where's he gonna go? I'd love to see some sort of aggressive stance from the op. He's heading towards B right now.
Adam S can't get in front of this Molotov. There would have been a tactical nuke on the other side. Doubled up for it. Kawaz 53 health.
There's actually a really cool smoke that 9Z used the previous round to let Adam S take that fight before. That's why there's so many nades coming his way. It lands in the rafters and it waterfalls down so that it extinguishes the molly that the T throws in order to stop that aggression up lower. I think it's really fun how Red Canids have made such an adjustment there to stop that specific move from Adam S.
Those details that are showing why, even in small sample size, 9Z seem to be a pretty nuanced, trained team, especially to this defense. It's a really good performance that they put up right now. Red Canids, they want to finish with confidence. Grab this fourth. A close sprawl, and it's going to feel like a pop. This is the way they send it. A couple of smokes out, but it's teed up with this tally. This is death on the other side, and Lucan has his sight. It's just going to be gone with the wind. It's coldzera has that. Adam S with a second tally. Again, they're taking it so far to it. It's 30 seconds, and now they got to deal with it. Wow, they're desperate. Martinez desperate. Has to fall down to a Tech 9 that's going to try and make it happen. They're overwhelmed. And Adam S, he's been exposed. It has to go for the Spaniard here, or it doesn't.
Martinez creeping out. He's still under fire, though. Venomzera is here. He's low HP, but the op, it's one bullet. Then all that would be required, it doesn't matter. Adam S had to evacuate Pop. There was no way forward, not with the smoke in his face, but HP so low, 15. And it seems like for the likelihood, a guarantee, not quite yet. For Venomzera, who's playing hard to get, time expires as Ponter puts the final touches on 4 rounds for the Canids. It is that run back. It's exactly as you teed up, Mark. It's 8-4, favoring 9Z at halftime.
Came out cold to it. This was an unimpressive first half from the Canids. 9Z time after time and a different shuttered stance are really within those rotations are it's seemingly automatic right now, Vincent. This is where another struggle goes to show. This is where 9Z, we put them to their series to lose, even when they're coming off of the last map. They were the team warming up in the second half. They're the team with more sample size, with a clean win yesterday on Train versus the Sharks. Where has that gone?
You know, I think that we're going to potentially see that. I still have some hope. And, you know, call me crazy because Red Canids have done this to me before. You know, I've been out and they pull me back in. But I think that the CT side is where they really do some of their better work. And I got to give a lot of credit to 9Z. It's those details that, you know, I was talking about that you mentioned, you know, that they absolutely do credit them to a nuanced and strong CT protocol on Train, despite us not seeing all that much of it. But I think Red Canids have some similar looks about them. It's going to be all about whether or not the individuals can pull them over the line, because that's, to me, what happened on Ancient. 9Z did all the right work in the first half of Ancient, and then they almost faltered. They did falter, but they were able to right themselves, correct the record. They tripped but didn't fall.
9Z with the ball in their court now with house money to be bet. Cowaz sees this all, and it's a threat out of Team Con. Doolies, they're going swinging. And he's got that into that first fight. It's tempoed in that tally, and they clean him up. They know how the tempo is supposed to take advantage of the T side right now, and they are onto this site, and they are taking it the way that they would like. Coldzera long range is taking care of Max, and he's got that on Tbar, and it's Martinez hits a hell of a shot to the back of the site. That is one you cannot take for granted, especially not now. Vincent, this is a 2 versus 4.
They're both dinked up Ivy. Red Canids are, yes, still favored, numbers better in their court, but the problem is that they don't have a lot of health. True for 9Z as well. The bomb devastated on the back of the site. Coldzera, thanks to him, that they're set into this position. Red Canids now know what's at stake. They know what they need to do. Big moves being made, but no steps taken forward yet for 9Z.
Inez walks it up, checking. Ponter checks him. 3 versus 1 for Adam S now. Plenty of room on this site, and he commits to the plan. Get this down. Softened up on 2 players. Here comes the full, healthy Venom Zera. And the Romanian may have just got the timing game into a great supply. It's just right around that corner. He should be getting encroached right now. There's so many targets, but so much for the Romanian to do. Has to be overwhelmed and is. It's a pistol round that is stamped here for the Red Canids. They get to continue to roll.
I'm loving how Venom Zera's dancing like that, just never committing. Don't give him a chance, but be a threat the whole time. I actually realized there, after a moment that the fact that Venom Zera goes back to B means Red Canids didn't realize they had the bomb back site, that it was dropped. So actually really impressed how stalwart Red Canids were there in Ivy. Not moving with so low HP. I'm surprised that they didn't go investigating, given that they didn't know they had the bomb dropped in an open position. So much damage. Big bomb plant. And now off the back of that, 9Z have another buy.
In just the foot right there, Molotov goes right back down. 9Z make this a problem pretty quickly. I want to buy back into this. Couple of Galils and Deagles to make the difference. Good find.
It's big time for drop to stand up, that's for sure.
Ponter with a good shot. Needs to keep this online for a certain motion, and bam, bam, bam. Just like that. Drop with the double and Coldzera to add to the tally. A 6 bruise on the board for the Canids, and now the money is out of the pockets of 9Z.
Yeah, look to Cowaz right now. I mean, I talked about some of the troubles that I think Red Canids had on the CT side of Ancient because of Cowaz's struggling. Well, I think in particular, I've really loved what Cowaz does in E-Box, or on the E-Box position right now for Red Canids on the CT side. I think he's not only critical, but very strong in that position. We're going to see 9Z with Deagles in this round, though. Sorry, correction, Adam S has a P250 as well.
Being teed up on some level. Ponter wants to keep himself safe. One and then done in the last round. Lucan and Max, it's their turn. And spammed up. It's a hard knock life. We're getting the same treatment. Really, I mean, one of the focal points of that CT side by 9Z were how often they were adamant about taking T-Con control so that they could use their utility elsewhere. Literally, almost every round, it felt like 3 smokes were going right in front of Pop Dog. This thing is becoming hairy. Drop up close as Adam S breathing down his neck with an A1S. And so this should be all good. Ponter in rotation right next to Coldzera. Martinez with the headshot, and now into a 2v2.
And we're calling this expensive, and the bomb's heading to B, so there's going to be added funding for 9Z next round, regardless of the outcome. Lucan's low. Escape trying to make that. Now Venom Zera gets the confirmation. He can start to run him down. I mean, this would have to be a stunner of a headshot from Lucan, and it's not. The fuse coming. Martinez. I don't really know if it's better necessarily, but he is going to hang on to a M4. He can drop that to a teammate and get the op. Has the funds for it. I say that. He actually has kept it.
Yeah, I think he's just going to maybe build a bank for another round. It'll be all good.
That's fair. What a time for Red Canids to find both pistols. We split them on both Mirage and Ancient. One apiece. Red Canids, they get them both here on train, and it's that basically equalizes this in the second half. And look at the reaction here. The tragic start to this round that Drop just had, eaten a nade, spam as well. And because of that, he's fully rotated off A. They're going to put the op into prime position in order to try and hang on to A instead, and then add additional defense to the B bomb site. That all off the pretense of Drop just losing so much health at the very beginning of this round.
That was Jiggles. Have to get flashed in the T-Con. That's the signal that this is coming your way. One, and that's going to be a good check for the Red Canids to get this temperature all the way down. Back of Red, there's numbers here, and Cold Zera wants to stack the body right at that point. Venom Zera gets that outlast. And how many times has the Spaniard been signed up for a clutch out of his own numbers? At this point, Vincent, I'm pretty sure he's forced to save. No chance.
Yeah. I mean, Drop has low HP. They know they've tagged Venom Zera, but that's unconfirmed, that damage on the Drop. You know, I think, a huge question mark hovering over the head of Cold Zera ever since he decided to take the reins of the AWP. And I think I've liked it better and better, what he's done in this series, which is, you know, grab one when they need it, leave it when they don't. And I think that's a good way about this. He delivers when they need it in this series right now. That's another round where you can chalk that one up to Cold having a good off performance. This is, like I said, better than anything I had seen in the last couple of weeks. It's been a time for Red Canids to work through some struggles, some initial teething pains. But it seems like they're powering up at the right time.
Box getting served up early from the utility set of Martinez. And 9Z is awfully adamant about this quick. The point at which that A1S was dropped was so in the success of that round, potentially the op of Martinez would have been up right next door. That's denied through all of the budget that was wasted in the last round due to the negligence back out. Lucan, great entry. He has great positioning, but such little health. Still gets a great shot onto Cold, and Rassau doubles up. Now finally deleted. Venom Zera against the world. Quite a punch thrown back by 9Z, and he should be packing up this op and seeing into storage.
I mean, yeah, he's going to try, but dude, they have already got him closed in on.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, and that's why Martinez didn't buy. Never mind. Leave the op
running with the rifles right now. Yeah, I guess it's a conscious decision. I feel like with my free will every time on train, I choose the AWP.
Yeah, and if I had Martinez, I feel like I'd be doing the same thing. But that dynamic duo, I talked about, you know, Lucan and his entry prowess. It's he and Wasso on the T side that typically are going to take those roles. And when he's having such a good game, I mean, I talked about it on Ancient. He was dominant, unstoppable on his T side. You come back to it, and now on the first gun round of Train's T side, he does the same thing. You know, is already having a good game, continues to do so. It's Red Canids that take the eco. They take the timeout ahead of it. Tragic dollar amount there for Cowes, unfortunately. He's going to be lacking no matter what his decision is this round.
Gotta get this done quick. Deal with it straight up. Get last out involved in the action. There's so much more. It's expensive, seemingly. A couple of dinks that I'm hearing across the board. Martinez is 25. So there's 3 more pistols to sniff out.
Fortunately, the biggest threat, the Deagle, it is currently gone. I like that. Or not. It doesn't spread. Might be a false sense of security, thinking that that might be clear. Cowes is still over in hell. I don't quite know why they don't just leave.
They're so scared.
They truly are. I mean, for somewhat good reason, but on the other side of it, you got the guns.
Taking it slow. I can't exactly say that that hasn't been, something that has been called up for both sides, especially where it was Max trying to scene that through on map number 1. Didn't want to get anything away from them too easily, especially not on that Ancient. No, sir. This is great, though. They're grouping up straight to B.
Yeah, I mean, I think the critical mistake on a round like this is splitting up ever. Right, and as much as I was saying 9Z a little too slow for my taste about this, slow's fine as long as you stick together. Now Red Canids, Poncer, and Cowes gonna sweep the floors, see if they can find any juicy weapons.
Juicy weapons, ooh, yes, we have.
Those are
2
juicy.
Clean cuts. We like that. That's actually going to be really good for them.
The hunt is happening, just for the record. Max is investigating, but I think that for this point in the game, probably not worth it to lose anything more if you're 9Z.
Strength numbers, including those in your bank account. Gotta keep those high for 9Z as campaign runs on dollars.
Yeah, it's that moment that you highlighted about Martinez keeping extra cash that really, bails him out of some difficult back and forths here over the first couple of gun rounds. But 10-8, Red Canids equalized. 9Z pick up twice over, 2 in a row. 1 eco, 1 gun. Clawed back to a lead.
Brownhall's decision that is likely came from right under center. This is going straight out and into the hands of Venom Zera. They had to check. They were towards C, and now it's signed right on the site. But now you're going to get that trade. Lucan had to get his hands dirty, and now to do it all, gets the bomb down. It was Z crossed off. Max is going to try and take advantage of the smoke, but it's actually the positioning that's going to be so much to spare here. Martinez has to do so much himself, taking the attention, trying to take a couple frags at a bare minimum, but he can't. 1v4. Max has to let them pass, and now attempts to try and bottle them up. Can't exactly line them up. He is separated from 3 right here, but now separated from the round entirely. It's the Red Canids that survive.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to highlight again, some good decisions here from Drop, who, comes in, he's the first arriving on the scene to try and support Venom Zera. But this is why you have this guy. This is why Venom Zera has stuck around on this team. All the other pieces outside of Cold have been moved and gone. 9 roster changes, Marky, over the last year for Red Canids. And Venom Zera has been here the whole time. It's because you can let him sit there on B, and he'll get you 2. He'll keep you alive. Drop lets him have it, and he comes back in with the rest of the team. Lovely as Canids close out on that 9th round.
Lucan trying to lurk. Thankfully, he's the one with the clue right now. Cowes could have just seen. Popped up head. His head pops. It's Drop now that immediately has to get that into a squared stance at a 4-on-4.
9Z not quite prepared to snap towards B, but they have the individuals in position to start making their way out. It's Venom Zera under fire again. Can he do it twice in a row? He hits the first and he's looking at the second, but he can't fall back and no adjustment made. So the singular, not the double, is 3-on-3.
Haunter and Cold, they are right where they need to be. Cold to take this on a fine line. The bomb is going to get to the site. Martinez up top. That is the kill of the round. That could be what posts 11 on the board entirely, because there's even consideration whether or not to give this a go. Staying right on the other end of it. coldzera has to walk the line. It feels like a tightrope right now. Any one sway of the slip could let this round go. Taking advantage of the smoke. It's coldzera's squad that's desperate right now, and he is going to have to see out of this one. Red Canids, they get dropped another round at the tally, and this just becomes more and more expensive every turn of the go.
It's a nasty pill to swallow to have to go in for a save there, and that's why Red Canids stick around. I think that's the right call. They don't have the time really to play with, not in the round, but in this series. The score line is starting to get out of control. 11 now to 9, and unfortunately Cold, though he can drop a rifle, the rest of his team, oh, they're going to be pinching pennies. It's MP9s, it's a pistol, it's the hope and the prayer, and you pointed out at the moment, Mark, it's that drop kill where he goes down to Martinez. That is what seals the deal. If Drop is able to pull that one back, then Red Canids are likely to retake. Struggle that's continued. With regard to Drop, with regard to Cowes especially, he's been farmed in that opening fight that I talked about, that I actually highlighted in his favor at the beginning of this half. He's really struggled there. E-Box, T-Con, Olaf, wherever it's been, 9Z have had his number.
coldzera can find a whole lot right now. Not happening. May have heard a bit of the utility, yeah. Means it all the way back. Adamas, give it an initial look. Adamas hopping up on E-Box, giving off angles the run in the first half. Shoe on the other foot now.
I really love how punchy 9Z have been on their B executes. We saw that in that crew game a couple of times. It was actually a highlight for me, the T side of the BXX that 9Z were able to put together. Got to isolate Colds up. It's the one defense here.
It's all a fake. coldzera and co. How long are they going to be fooled, though? Smoke back to Pop Dog. But the kill from Adam S makes this all the more believable. Look at this spot by Cowes. Fading in the smoke. It was assisted by venomzera.
That's up.
It's audible. And Cowes now pouncing on it. That's a great find. It's for real on B. They got to go. And you talked about finding that op in the defense. Well, they pluck it out with perfection. It's venomzera that's all the way on A. And you can go ahead and initial this and sign it off. It's 12 for 9Z. And they are going to have the first opportunity to grand final and potentially punching their ticket to qualify for the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifier stage.
My goodness. 12 a guaranteed. Signed, sealed, delivered, as you say. And Red Canids, you thought they were broke last round, Mark. They're even more broke. A good friend of mine used to say, broke is a bloke. Don't ask me what that means.
Broke is a joke.
Oh no, that wasn't the quote.
Oh, I heard you.
Red Canids, it's going to be anything but jokes in the communications and the team speak right now. Somber, it's grim. And glaring right at them is what could have been. 9Z working their way back into this thing. Red Canids with a good CT side start. They won both pistols in this map. They won the first map. They got Mirage. They look good, even in a loss on Ancient. But it's falling apart right at the tip the very highest peak.
Z, hold on. One final call. Gotta get across the goal line one more time. And they're in the red zone, Vincent. And they got a full set of downs. They're headed up top, Brown Halls. If they are potentially under center from here, it could be good night for Red Canids.
Zera in the spot to impact this round. He's been a conversation point the whole time.
Needs to make the most of this. Fades out, and he's got one. Is this enough for the symbiote, though? Definitely not. This is not going to satisfy, even for our liking. Here goes with a shot, and Martinez gets the bomb down. Venom Zera in the back of our minds, but Martinez shoves it out. 3 more bodies. They got to stack up. 9Z, they could do it, and they could practically construe it right now. It's 2 versus 4, and Cold Zera all alone. Many turns have just gotten the incorrect tides for the Red Canids, but here, playing and forcing a third map practically. They have the energy through map 2, but it's 9Z that get that reverse sweep.
They send it through. An impressive performance from 9Z and a team effort to be sure. I mean, lovely to see them in a grand final as well as we bring Laz back into the fray, man. What a showing from 9Z.
Yeah, honestly, what a great performance from 9Z, right? I mean, the fact that they were able to get things through and they get the job done. And like, Mark was saying, like, could they be able to get themselves punching the ticket, getting to the grand final? The answer is yes. And I mean, the thing that's interesting about this too is, again, the beginning of this game, like, I didn't love, honestly, like what we saw from like Lucan. Like, he pushed, into hallway on the pistol round. He tried to get the dualies out. He's trying to get a little bit cheeky. He thought he can get aggressive, get in their face, catch him off guard. And he gets punished for it, which allows for, the Red Canids to be able to find the first opening 2 rounds and pretty much getting themselves a really good start. Then we get to see 9Z finally bouncing back. They get 3 rounds in a row. There was some good attempts that was made from Red Canids, where Cold almost got himself that 1-on-3, which did cost a lot here for 9Z. But at the same breath, I mean, it felt like 9Z did really, really well, considering they were able to get themselves in a pretty good lead in the sense of an 8-4. And then, realistically, a lot of the rounds were starting to get pretty close in some degree, but it did feel like, 9Z were really just kind of taking over a little bit because, Red Canids could only find themselves the 4, first opening 2, then it was round 6 that they got themselves back in, and then the very last round. So, I definitely think there were definitely some good moments from these guys, but it just felt like 9Z, honestly, were in the better position. It felt like, they had a bit of a slow start to maybe just say, but then it really felt like the engine was just warmed up and it was just purring, man.
I really think I want to highlight the critical moments for 9Z because I think it's the multi-frags that they were able to find, like that powered them through the first half. And then as a team, I think they really deserved a lot of credit. They found something that worked. And even though Venom Zera had one go to hold towards B, it was fake towards A, come back, early stage, get, map controlled and come back towards B. It was, again and again, they really leaned on their B execute. And I mean, they never had, there was never a round where it seemed like there was an actual solution there for Red Canids. I got to give 9Z credit. They have drawn up a good B exec.
Yeah, I definitely agree too. And I was thinking that as well, as that it felt like there was a lot of executes that were good, and just getting some, site control was really the biggest thing. The post plans felt decent as well. But, Mark, any kind of big thoughts or, quick thoughts for you as we're just kind of wrapping this one up and getting ready for that second one?
Yeah, on the positive end, I think 9Z are looking like a really excellent train team. And the 2 times that Vincent and I have got to watch them, they look really solid. I think they're showing a lot of their nuance within their rotations. But I don't mean to be the negative Nancy, but it's a little bit frustrating. I've seen this one before. And for the Red Canids fans at home who, were watching over in CCT Series 1 and watched the semifinal loss and, the beginning of Series 1 of Thunderpick and saw how they even went out earlier in the quarters. It was, all the hopes that this one was going to go better. And unfortunately, it sours out at that 3rd map. And so, they're pushing it to that 3rd map next time. This time, Laz, hopefully in their next competition, they'll finally be able to get that grand final. It's a storyline that we hammer home every time with the Red Canids.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the one big thing that I think all three of us were kind of agreeable in this entire series, or even just getting to this journey of the semifinals, is the fact that we get to see Red Canids with the roster adjustments, with what they've been able to go through. It's already looking better. Like, this team has already improved immensely from what we saw originally, which I think is a good thing. Like, yes, they didn't get themselves in the grand final. Yes, they didn't get themselves this win when they needed to. But it's definitely in the step in the right direction. They're getting themselves in 3-map series. They're going deep. They took down a team like Sharks. They went the distance with a team like 9Z. So these are very, very positive things that we can take away from this. And I mean, when we talk about taking things away, look, we're done with this first series. We still have one more to go through here that we're going to take a bit of a break for. We're going to get ready for that second semifinal, which is going to be ODDIK taking on Fluxo, which we'll do a little bit more of analysis and review as we get to that point. But grab whatever you need, whatever you need to do. And let's get ready for that second series here for the day. Don't go too far. Okay, we're ready to go. Second series now, the second semifinal, and now we're underway. Different teams, different look, and now, boys, what are we thinking? We got ODDIK taking on Fluxo. This is, to me, a very interesting matchup, just in the sense of ODDIK have been around for quite some time. They've been able to beat some good teams in history, but do we think this new Fluxo team might be able to do something big here?
Bro, I think this is a conversation about have ODDIK finally like screwed their head on straight at this point. That's kind of what I'm asking. Is that real? Is Tarnay playing for them? This would be news to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess we'll have to find out.
Okay, well, it greatly changes my perspective, to be honest with you. If he is or if he isn't. Regardless, I guess we'll continue forward. I think that Pank was a good pickup in general for this team. I think that we've seen, good stuff. I think the question marks for ODDIK is that they had a really stable roster over 2024, and they didn't do anything with it. They didn't qualify for much of anything. They qualified for Challenger Atlanta, but basically bombed out last place of that. And then in 2025, they decided to blow it up. They made a roster change basically every month this year, and it's not like actual roster changes. It's just bench someone, pick up someone who has basically no experience. Bench another long-standing member and bring back another. It's been very confusing to be an ODDIK fan over the course of 2025, and I thought we were back with K-Slux and Togs, but it seems like maybe that's not the case.
Yeah, that definitely raises a few things for me as well. And Mark, just thinking about your initial thoughts on that before we kind of go right into Fluxo here.
Yeah, I mean, especially being the runners-up to an Imperial that were burning pretty hot into the playoffs right after making those changes before grabbing that second place, burning and practically tasting it. And to be honest with you, I feel like it is kind of how Vincent said it, even if it was a little bit humorous. I think they have kind of screwed their head on straight here. It's just wondering exactly is up with the roster today. But to be honest with you, on a positive note, it's like, I feel like when I saw the public perception of these Fluxo moves, people were, in the chaos of the player break, the moves that were happening in the offseason transfers, they were going, great moves made by Fluxo here.
Yeah, no, honestly, and I'm definitely curious about your guys' thoughts on this, because again, we talked about this team is that for Fluxo, there's definitely been some roster adjustments. Art's obviously been around for quite some time, but I mean, the fact that we get this new little bit of additions of Lakowski and Descenti's kind of been in here momentarily as well. It definitely kind of makes me a little bit more invested, a little bit more curious of what this team can bring, especially with this map pool. And for them to actually, to be honest, I feel like going for Inferno as an initial pick is, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of a bold one in my opinion for this one.
It's a new look Fluxo, I guess. I think that this is a map they clearly were interested in, putting forward even at the major, but I don't think we've really necessarily seen the proof yet. Now, this is the type of game that I think you'd be able to prove that. ODDIK, this is a map that they're decent on. They used to play it a lot more, but they have moved away from that in more recent time. Train is a pick for ODDIK. That's another one where I feel like ODDIK are kind of expanding what we previously thought was their map pool. This used to be if Ancient was available, Ancient was their pick type of team. And clearly they're making some changes in that. Dust 2 is a little bit more the norm, I guess. That's been an ODDIK map, or one that they tend to go towards for a while. But the same question mark for me about the Ancient situation. Nuke used to be their go-to, and they banned it here.
Yeah. And Mark, what about your thoughts? We obviously see that, Inferno's the first pick, and then ODDIK does go for Train and Dust 2. So a little bit of a change up, right? So far in the quarters and the semis, we haven't really, I don't think we've seen the Dust 2 that I can recall off the top of my head right now, but it feels like Train has definitely been in the rotation every single time. But what are your thoughts? Are you thinking this is a decent veto? Do you think this might, favor a little bit one side? I'm curious about your thoughts here.
I think it's exciting, particularly, for the first time I'm seeing this new look Fluxo for, I think this serves up very interestingly with this Inferno. How are they, as Vincent was mentioning it, trying to serve it up at the major a little bit? This should be one that they put some time into. I'm excited to see that. And kind of on that same stint, I feel like you're going to see kind of the same face prepared. You're going to have to be a good Train team if you're going to be able to, go forward after this and face off against 9Z, who, face it. I think they have that in their pocket now. They're not ever really picking it. And, it comes up at the end of the third series there and, looks pretty good for them. So, with on that stint, it's an Ancient that had a pretty good performance versus a struggling Bestia, you know, in all consideration, but, you know, in a clean win for, you know, a Fluxo straight up. So, I mean, trying to avoid that, I think trying to avoid common ground and, you know, make a new look Fluxo as uncomfortable as possible.
You know, and I'm gonna put you both in a little bit of a hot seat here because I don't always love asking this question, but I think just given the matchups and just given the roster adjustments and again what we've been able to kind of like conclude to, I want to know your predictions. And Vincent, I'm going to put you to be the starting point here because we are going to get ready to go. But I want to know what you both think about this because I do want to know, you know, again considering everything and knowing the map pool, what are you thinking? What's your thoughts?
I feel like this is a slightly unfair question because I think it really depends on if Tarn is going to pop into the server or not. Just to be completely blunt.
Fine.
That being said, I'll give you what you want. I'm a man of the people. I'm willing to send it. Fluxo 2-0, baby. It's so easy.
Okay. Okay, Mark, what about you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm really kind of wondering what's up with the roster, you know, thing, but without kind of considering that, because I feel like I was forming my opinions, getting ready to talk about this series as if we were, you know, reaching with the full, you know, tog. So, I mean, I think that particularly with it, I feel like you're on a bit of a hot streak here in terms of, you know, Series 1 for ODDIK. You kind of look at the details there. It really hasn't been easy for them. It's going to really take a big step up for ODDIK today. You know, it's Grand Final Sunday. Put your best out there, and here versus Fluxo, I think in the Veto, serving them up probably a pretty good stint. As Vincent was mentioning, their kind of history on, you know, used to kind of playing into an Inferno. It's been in and out of there in the last couple of months, so I actually really hope to see them maybe get off on a nice sprint, but, you know, some questions to potentially be answered, Laz.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, look, I thought we were going to maybe have to take a little bit of a break, but that's not going to be the case right now. So we're going to actually jump right into it. So, boys, take the wheel and let's see what happens here on Inferno.
We're right into it. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to guess that this is a long-term deal. Tarde played yesterday on their Flamengo match. So I'm surprised, but yeah, a little crazy. Lots to say, but there's game to play. And we're getting into that. Nite with the first contact, and he's got case locks right next to him. I like that nade. It's just a little preemptive. Nite comes back for more. Now case lock's got to do it all.
Yuli's out in this range. So much lead out here, but how many can he actually collect? It's only one to get stamped down, and they're already seeing another player taunting on the headshot angle. It's Pank. That will just keep them in line, and so Fluxo get the respect right back at Banana, and now get their graces to take those next couple of steps. Pank is going to have to likely show off here from the back of Emo if he's just sticking out. These are going to be aggressive fights taken. He wants these aim duels. Right here facing off against Art, it's Lakozy that's just going to chase him down and converts a headshot.
Well, that'll do. A lot of missteps from ODDIK to begin this round, and it doesn't change as we get into the post plant. Not the greatest of positions if you're Fluxo, but you know what? You'll deal with it. Art's got the low HP. He takes the search. Unfortunately for Woody, he's already sent Tarne off to play a saving game. So this is really just for, I don't even know, the money, like I can't figure out what it is we're sticking around for.
Sometimes it's not about ego. Sometimes it's about self-respect. Tony can stay elsewhere, man. Why not? Tony Soprano.
I was like,
they're all out of here. He was covering a lot of our, I was going to say Swiss group stage.
Correct.
I know he was saying some great things to me about Flamengo yesterday.
You know what else he was saying? Great things about Red Canids.
Ooh.
What does that guy know, huh?
It was pretty good there for Red Canids.
He was. I actually
of that
sent him a message between games, and I said, "Man, you were right."
What a result again. I don't know how many times, Vincent, I can do it. Cast Red Canids, you know, seemingly up, you know, either with a great opportunity or a great placement within the game, and then seemingly kind of falling out of it.
I said they've done it before, and they'll do it again, man.
Oh, goodness.
I got caught again. Got exposed. This is a force buy, so I was going to maybe make a point about Tarne, but I'm going to hold that one off for at least the time being, because ODDIK are settled in with four-man stack up towards A. Not a lot of utility behind these pistols as you would expect. Tarne, he's got the MP9. Another one. In Woody's hands and case locks.
drive it out into their deaths. Tarnate does get one, but they're clearing house. Good look out here. They can actually get it done. Seems like with a full minute, this bomb should get down comfortably. It's gone down the chain.
Easy enough. Despite that opening duel from Tarnate, it's a pretty clean sweep. Otherwise, lots of damage, but no frags to follow those. For Fluxo, he's done a good job. Yeah, I don't know if this is short-term or long-term. I kind of hope it's not. I'd really love to see Togs continue to get another opportunity.
I agree with you. I'm not sure how permanent it is, but continue.
But you know, Tarnate's been around the block. He's a guy that I think you really can't level a lot of like negativity towards him. But I also don't feel like he's a guy that like makes your team the team. You know, he's gonna do his job and he's gonna do it pretty darn well. But I don't know that he's the hottest prospect at the moment. He's kicked it around at a very high level here. Played with some very good individual pieces. With Red Canids, with Fluxo not that long ago. Couple of actually outings with that team, but you know, kind of leaves me in this position where, yeah, it's probably fine. You have a very young prospect like Togs that has kind of been toyed with over the last like 6 months, I feel like, on this ODDIK team. I wasn't kidding, Mark. When I said they've made a roster change like every single month this year, except for April, I was not kidding.
A lot of roster moves, man. It's a lot of roster moves. Feels like the normal from where we come from, Vinny. NA casters. Yeah. It is what it is.
Maybe we can speak a little bit more positivity. I think a lot of confusion more than negativity for me on this ODDIK side. But I'm with you, man. You were talking up the changes here from Fluxo. I couldn't agree more. The only slight disappointment is that I think Furia Jr. getting the axe is a little bit sad.
Yeah,
I feel like I would have liked to see him have a little more time. But when decency is on the market, I think that's an opportunity that you take if you're Fluxo, and I think I can get behind that. You know, Luke Halsey, there's no question.
Yeah, and I mean, particularly with the Imperial player, I mean, it serves it up pretty sweet, right? You know, especially with Imperial making those moves into their first competition and then they win it, right? I mean, it could be the same for, Decency trying to, at least that would be a potential revenge matchup all the way in the close qualifier in a couple of months. But either way, you serve that down. Difference is with Try after 21 months, he's out of there, and Lukosi, who's also fresh on the squad, is fresh out of this round.
Was without death until a moment ago. And that all changes in this round where ODDIK finally have their first statement as they take banana control. It's been a hot minute really since I've seen ODDIK play this map a lot, but when they used to, it was very consistently Night Day, very aggressive over towards B. You know, look to him to define their banana control in a moment. Oh, that's tragic. 4-on-4 now, thanks to K-Slux dropping.
What are you gonna do? Can't do nothing. Play on. We'll see back into, K-Slot slot in the server. Couple of moments. There's a Molotov that's gonna separate Decent all the way out from this apartment scrawl, close on this inside of lane. Tarnate has to give it the business and a respectful look. Zebi has a quick trade on it, but no commitment. There's 25 seconds to go. Have to go ahead and pick up the rock and carry this thing into the bomb site with 19 ticking down. And Art finds Pank at a particular time. Has to clear onto the cold box. And Woody, he is holding this to perfection. 12 now all the way down, but it has to be or it's gone. Finding hands on that bomb. 4 seconds to go. Night8 running through that smoke and gets a great shot onto Decent. He's down onto 1 health, but trying to box out Art. He is not going to let that happen to his squad. Not today. They start off on the correct foot of this semifinal. 4-0 up for Fluxo.
I mean, you really got to feel for ODDIK, though. I think that rarely is there a clear case where I will just say this outright, but if K-Slux doesn't drop, I think ODDIK win that round. They just have the numbers, right, a little bit easier if that's what happens. I feel for ODDIK, but yeah, Fluxo take advantage. Art, wraps that one down to a real close scenario, but ultimately they get there. And Woody, a valiant effort there from the cold box, but he's only capable of just that singular down to the very the very last moments there down to the wire. But yeah, I think the jury's out for Imperial right now, and whether Decency was the right cut, but I really think that he's going to be able to provide a whole lot to this Fluxo squad, because over the last 6 months, I think that Fluxo have basically been searching for a little bit more experienced piece to add to this team, and they had no one at the cusp, and they've basically been.
What was the quote that Art said? His teammates were like babies in diapers and needed to be guided at the major.
Is that what he said?
He did say that. I believe
he wasn't wrong, right? I mean, 2 MIBR Academy players
kidding,
that he has like filtered through with Immolation and Nyx. Both of them look good on MIBR Academy, but really didn't look like they measured up on this Fluxo team. That's, just over the last 6 months, you add FURIA Jr., who I think is a really good prospect, has actually had a lot more experience than those guys, for example, but still clearly lacking when you talk about comparison to Art himself or even a Zevi.
Quote, they are like players in diapers. They need to be guided.
I believed you. I appreciate you having the receipts, though. This is called Not Live, it seems. I guess, might as well. This is like dream for your color caster just to yap for fun.
Absolutely.
There's so much to talk about.
I haven't even talked about the fact that they cut Zebi at the beginning of this year for history, and it looked really bad, and then brought him back. It was a benching. Let's be nice.
Okay.
Said sit right there, pal.
Zebi.
They benched him. Said come back.
Yeah, it took 3 months for that change to come back. Right call, by the way. I was fighting for Zevi as soon as it happened. I'll just say, I was in his corner.
Is that why you had Fluxo in your 03?
I didn't have them in my 03. Thank you very much.
I was trying to throw you under the bus. I apologize.
Yeah, you were, but I knew it. I knew what I was doing.
There's no science to those.
You know who I did have? Chingus Warriors 03 at Fluxo.
Ooh.
Why you do this to me?
And
my fandom for what?
Yeah. Goodness me. Yeah, that was one that was hard to accept. I know that was, probably part of the reason why their disappointment led to the changes made out at post major. And I'm a big fan of bringing in Lakozy. I mean, MIBR, they have a good stint. If it's never really working on that side, then I think, honestly, maybe it says a little bit more about a player like Lakozy, who now gets to come home to Fluxo in his roles that he prefers and gets to actually really have an effort, but it wasn't incredibly consistent on that MIBR side.
Very different Fluxo that he's come back into, just for the record. This one not live either. Yeah. This one not live either, it seems like.
I get to hop around and be funny.
But yeah.
The fun kind of tech buzz.
I don't know if I'm assuming that they just sent in new pictures for the Thunderpick side of things.
True.
Or maybe, to be fair, these are the same ones I think on HLTV.
That's an Imperial jersey on Decency.
Well, yes, of course, that happens so quick. I was gonna point out, new picture of Woody just dropped.
Hey, looking good.
He is. Well, the one they used to have on HLTV was notably very old.
Yeah, that happens.
Like 3 or 4 years old, I think at minimum. It might have been.
You gotta update those.
Yeah, pretty sure it was the same picture of when he was on Fluxo.
Oh.
And just photoshopped with a different.
I think that's a
jersey.
good gag. I like when that happens.
All right. Well, we've been yapping and having a good time. It's not for no reason, I swear.
It isn't.
We were in that tech pause. It seems like we're back. They're playing as if it's live, so I'm gonna assume it is. or into some MP9s for ODDIK, though this is still an eco round. They are still saving.
Nite trying to give this an option. Boxes out Kai, and as soon as that point comes, it's immediate cancel on the Molotov. He doesn't take too much, and it's actually a good press by ODDIK for the top of car. What happened to Art's guy? Where'd it go?
I don't know.
I didn't get all the way over there.
I think maybe he dropped it to go grab the bomb that was dropped in the smoke. So just in case there was some shenanigans happening in that smoke and he didn't give a gun away. That's my
Art
my
is smarter
theory.
than me.
My game.
Just that. It's a game theory.
Is there another?
Thanks
Yeah,
for
there
watching.
is. There's another
Walking
smoke
it
there
up.
on that B site, so it's good that they don't go there.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a sell to it. I think they even just put that next one down. What is in these MP9s right now? Fired high above that 9mm. Got that all the way down. Sailing out of that corner and having a little bit of backup. Oh my gosh, on ice skates right now around these corners. And the new pickup is going to have to do so much with the bomb now in no time. It's done. It's dusted. He's going to have to get away with his life.
Acelux lives there too.
It's over
Love to see that. Yeah.
Save his gun.
On the back of some silly timeouts there, the technical pause somewhat extended. Multiple false starts to those rounds, and yet still ODDIK fight back. And with 5 MP9s as well. Woody on a ridiculous drive-by. Nite grabbing his and getting away, and Case Locks says, hold this, I'll show you what's up. We really do need to get the nade police involved. So many missed nades.
Just have one on standby watching the game with us, you know. Get involved at any point. Need to interject. Woody staring all the way through Boiler there to line that one up. Gets a great shot, backs up.
I think for ODDIK to have a chance of winning this series, I really think Woody's got to be on his game. The opping from Woody can be, I think up and down is the fair way to put it. His in-game leading solid throughout, but can sometimes go missing with the op when he's really required. He's the last man standing in many aspects when it comes to the op in-game leaders here in the South American region.
This is true. The dying breed.
Except my goat Kaiser's still in there.
Let's go. Bounty hunters. Not here though.
Former ODDIK member Turtle on that team.
There you go.
I see the vision.
He comes over. He's a whole lot in the vision. Puts down a Molotov. This is going to be just great. May have missed the shot, but they needed this Molotov because it's going to put them on the tally right now. They're even getting flanked. They have to go in whether they like it or not. Nite is just going to get denied. What is Art shooting right now? Tornay with the spam. They got to turn their heads to CT. Running through against Woody. He just goes gun-ho with the op. And Art now in an all-to-clutch in a 1v3 is denied. ODDIK arrive with at least a cleaner gun round victory.
I mean, it's clean thanks to Case Locks. He's the reason. I know that he only gets one frag, but it's him who's so fast on that flank. That's one of the weaknesses, I think, of this Fluxo team, especially on Inferno when I've seen them. I know there's not that much like tape to watch, but even previous iterations of this team with their previous individuals is that they do slow down a lot. And Case Locks takes advantage of that. He's at the bottom of Banana there, gets them fully contained. And so Fluxo have to accelerate before they're ready.
Art finds an opening onto Pank. Deleted. One foul swoop. Just smoked out as it may. Woody stands by. He needs to get that out of his hands
All right,
right
so
away.
Watch this. I'll show you how it's done.
Keep it going.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that, actually, that Zevi hasn't been handed the scope. But you know what? Art picked up the opener, so see what he can cook up. Lean for ODDIK is towards the A site. 4 remaining. They basically are forced to make a gamble. And I think this is really intelligent. ODDIK throwing retake utility as if they're retaking banana. The problem is that Fluxo know that's not true. This is all smoke and mirrors, and unfortunately, Fluxo had broken the mirror.
I think the stare all the way back, but I mean, through this fire, it's going to be quite hard to get that all the way down. That's why we're breaking the rules. That's why we have to get this done the hard way. Night getting connected upon through the wall, and this bomb about to go down. Zevi in the details, and now they've made contact to 2 players here in this post plant. Where is Woody?
A long way away. He's finally joining the fray, but I think it's too little too late, at least today. Fluxo.
All right, Dr. Seuss.
Put this one together. And it's a mostly unstaffed B bomb site. It all comes down to precisely what I was mentioning there, Mark, and it's the fact that, you know, ODDIK basically set up a bit of a smoke screen themselves with that B retake utility, and I think it would have been more effective if it weren't for the fact that Fluxo were already through. Because I tell you what, if you see that utility being tossed and then no one fights, it's a huge red flag.
Huge. Cannot ignore it. Where are we at with this? ODDIK rolling along. I mean, I feel like Fluxo have more than just structure here in this Inferno. They pick it in. Talk about this also being a good common ground for ODDIK to get involved. Well, we're still waiting for that. Changing to the Tides today and yesterday, so it seems, where Tarnay up in the business. It's who they're rolling with in these playoffs. It's who they're rolling with to get to the grand finals. It's all the way out for it. So if they feel uncomfortable, they got to deal with that.
We'll see what that looks like. I feel like for ODDIK, you know, you kind of described it here as a sort of middle ground. For me, you know, ODDIK play this out of necessity. They play it when other teams pick it, usually is what I recall. I have to go back and check for like the last 3 months because I've seen a lot less of ODDIK. But I think that's the kind of where they're at with Inferno. And then you talk about betting in a new member as well and all these changes that have happened. It's hard to have a good map pool when that's happening.
I should set in. Art on the boost. This man is acting like a Swiss Army knife. Entry. IGL. What do you need him to do? He'll do it. Woody trying to get this quick scope in. But this op needs to be more effective right now. It's going to sprint towards backhaul to get a better angle. 40 seconds, and at this point, it's got to be a commitment. Keeping Tarnay over on A still. They got to box their options. 30 seconds left, and now you're going to be exposed. Woody just has to stop this right now. 25 ticking, and they are now going to be right into the scope. It's Woody that only gets 1, and they're making up for this lost ground. It should be enough for a bomb plant, and now CT smoke fades. Where the hell is the bomb? It's running towards A. You literally can't do this. They have to get on the horse now. And
it's
I
over.
mean, yesterday, Tarnay is in pit, and he's gone. There's not enough time, and this should be done. Dusted, but it's a third for ODDIK.
I'm going to keep it a buck. This is why there's so many art haters. That round right there. They have the whole B site.
Oh
they took it.
God.
They got the
They
rotator.
literally pathed into the B site and saw it was clear.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no.
And without the time to do it, they run back towards A. Let's just forget the fact that Tarnay was still there, and somehow they figured out a way to Decently with a fantastic frag to like ensure that he wasn't having any impact, but still pick up the pace. Down mid is Case-Lox, but Lukowski breaks open the smoke. Surely Case-Lox not known.
Line them up.
Will you let your
Gets that
teammate
kill?
die?
No, he better get like 3 right now. He's gonna get 2, and that should be good. Fades away. Doesn't want to leave his teammate's life in vain, but look at how it turns out. This is not how you need this to go. A nade right at their feet, 19 to Arc. Still waiting for that missing link. Separated him from the bomb.
Where are they
It's
at?
impossible right now.
What is Fluxo waiting for? They're playing so respectfully. I really just wish Lucalzi and Decenty had tagged up together. Now they're separated. This 1v3's happening. Case-Lox is on for the ace. Mart, how? How is it possible?
In some world, apparently it's this one. In a 1v1, Case-Lox goes from a confusing play to what is made today. The ace on the cards. He's just got to deal him properly. Cozy, he knows where he's walking, straight into the grill. He's got to shit on through the grates. He's get that down. Lakozy with the headshot in one of the most hectic rounds we've had in this tournament so far. I don't even know. I don't even know, Vincent. Should ODDIK have had that? Should it have all gone to Fluxo since that all gets down? I don't even know. Those two last rounds have thrown me into an error.
I don't care who you're a fan of. From both perspectives, that last round was that meme format of we're so back, it's so over. We're so back, it's so over. That's exactly what that last round was, and I don't care who you're cheering for. Case-Lox, I just think arguably a bad decision. He bails himself out with his aim, and then Fluxo somehow almost let that 1v3 happen. Shout out Lucalzi, who picks up a 4K. Saved by the Lucalzi in that one is Fluxo.
What a time to be alive.
That's the problem. Case-Lox alive for so long.
Even with the smoke down, Art just wants to keep it simple now. Don't overdo it on these refreshes. And now with another thrown right back in your grill.
They're not going to go.
They can wait it out for another 10.
Yeah, they can. They have the smokes to refresh it, that's for sure. And Pank's actually repositioned into arguably a worse spot.
Bam it up from CT. Does have a little bit of help now. Couple of players here. There's really no reason that besides these smokes this should be happening at 22. They're lucky that there's nobody really trickling in the site waiting for their chance to pounce, and gonna be attempted for all 5 to get out for ODDIK right now. This is quite a run of rounds we've had.
I think what's crazy is that ODDIK have
Can't wait for Laz to break this down. It's gonna be so funny.
Yeah, it is gonna be awesome. I can't believe, to be honest, that Fluxo haven't really figured out how often ODDIK just like fully leave one guy at B. Like that's been the case for probably 5, maybe 6 rounds. Not in a row, but like on and off. All half. They've correctly targeted B and found only one guy there.
Seven for Fluxo's pick. Now, at least that should give you some solace for how this first half has gone. Buyback by ODDIK here. They're going to keep it at 2K per player, and this is more than enough to get them a round victory.
Should be. A little attempt towards a multiple nades down mid situation there. It's actually Case-Lox over on B. T in hand with that support we've been talking about very often. Peek over there. Position or Fluxo? A little worse position now.
In good shots. You're still at an even stance on this A side to go, a 3v3 essentially. Art trying to get the attention out from Pit. There's got to be somebody out there. The double setup on the site. At this point, they're not going to be expecting this. Art now around this corner. He's going to be boxed up and shut out. There's 3 players here, and they are not letting go. It is ODDIK that shut down everything on A. 2 rounds in a row with no casualties. This is going to be a good tone that they're setting for the end of the first half.
And I hate to say this when they're 7-4 up, but I really don't like Fluxo's T side right now.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I think that they are very fortunate that they're up in this T side. I think there's a lot of mistakes. That last round's another example of it. They had a good timing, you know, where they might have been able to take it, but really waited themselves out.
Doubling up. Keep that A sight on a line. This is the last round of the first half, and I mean, even with your complaints that you just put through, they may even be able to get one more here up to par. This is the scary thought.
I mean, bro, it's the easiest T side to call, though, when ODDIK are giving them so many early fights.
Woody got to hit the shot. Does. Denies a bit more room, and this A site showing its strength again. Decent D, he pokes back. Gonna have to be more from the IGL. The rotation goes back to B.
I'm yelling at my screen, just leave. Right call made. Kai got to get across. Naite, he's a thorn in their side here in a moment. Comes through on the perfect timing. Fortunate there for the trade for Kai. Plenty of time to punch in the numbers. But it's the IGL. It's Woody, who's tasked with the clutch. And to be honest with you, look at the HP. I feel like he might just have it.
Try to watch that from the other end. Picked up into this corner, and now in a 1v1, struck out by Woody. He's trying to box this all the way to a fair play. It's obvious. It's got to come from Banana. And now to just hopefully avoid the spam, he's trying to jiggle out of this. He even has a kit right now. He can't find the bomb, and when he does, it's too late. It's Fluxo. Even through their struggles and even through their mistakes, they pull up with 8 rounds in the first half.
I mean, nice work from Decent D as well. The fact that he's, you know, required to clutch that one is unfortunate. It's an error in the post plant. I'm not quite sure how how Woody was so sure of that dark position, but he was locked in on it. Might have heard an audio cue or something. But regardless, a valiant effort. But 8 rounds for ODDIK on the CT half is certainly not ideal. This is a map, though, that they have, you know, a few reps on, so I guess their T side could certainly provide a little bit more. I think the biggest question, though, for me, Mark, is the amount of times that ODDIK are just like super aggressive on the CT side.
No,
it's
absolutely.
It's like they're either fighting everywhere or they're 4-1-ing, or they lost an early fight and they're 3-1-ing, or just stacking A with everyone.
Exactly. It's like when those A sites were, you know, actually picked upon by ODDIK a couple of times. It was just when 3 players were there directly in the bomb site, and you're still having a guy sprinting away from Arch, giving the respect that it deserves. Here goes ODDIK, right? And for maybe some of their CT struggles and some of the firepower not exactly shining through, it comes to potentially change with the ball in their court now.
I look to, you know, put your eyes on Naite. He's the entry fragger for this ODDIK team, and I think they live and die by him a lot. Tank with a stinker of a half as well.
Yeah.
I think we've sort of not mentioned. But to be honest, I don't even really blame Pank all that much. He was on an island so many times.
Gonna have to float on A. A lot more than that. He wants to tread. It's a flash that is really going to set up a lot of confusion. They go down to that A site. 3 players to just run this down from mid. We're going to set up this post plant properly.
Actually, really nice pathing on that one, too. Pank's going to cut off the kite, and that Art and Decency, I mean, maybe attempt to save, but you know they're not even going to get to really do that. Decent. He under pressure, under fire. He is. They want him, and they want him now. But yeah, I mean, for a half where I was, I'll be honest, I've been the negative Nancy, and I think maybe let's try to change that. I'm just calling it how I see it, but that was a very good round from ODDIK. The pathing towards the site was really good. I think that they, recognize good communication is what it had to have been as well. Not losing track of Lucalzi inside of that smoke, nor the pit player at the same time. I think ODDIK doing a really good job of paying attention to details on that pistol.
Art calls up a force. Fluxo to get this one down. It's the team, Vincent, that's already qualified for ESL Pro League.
Right.
And, well, I believe they're actually, you'll see them soon. I believe they're also headed to Fragadelphia.
That they are. To be honest with you, I know that there's some, very interesting teams going. That's the type of event that I think they should be primed to win.
100%.
I think likely going to be the most experienced team there when it comes to like LAN play.
At a quick glance, that
My favorite
consideration is definitely one that's to look forward to. Got to get those VRS online and offline. But right now we're trying to rope this in where, hey, these deagle shots may ring a little bit better online. Not on A, though. There's nobody here.
Yeah, this is something that Fluxo, almost refused to do in the first half. Is just, go back to the other site if they didn't like what they saw on the opposition. So, that's something that I really praise Woody at very often. It's very easy as an in-game leader to sometimes get bogged down in the decision that you've already made. Right, it's low friction is what the smart people would call that.
There you go.
Just to keep with the decision that you've made, not make a change. Woody willing to make that adjustment and say, hey, I don't love what we're seeing. Let's go back the other way. And now they go hunting. Put these Mac 10s to good use. That's just a bucket.
They have at least intimidated Fluxo.
Boom.
Man, we got so many bullets for you. We're ready.
Come get him. Come get him.
Come get him.
Fluxo politely declined.
They kind of get to run back this force, which is not a terrible option.
No, I like that a lot. I think this is the right call. And hey, look what I see. That's 4 nades, Mark. Where mayhaps might they be placed?
Looks like they are going towards banana. Try and bottle this up all the way off this rip to potentially begin. Headed in this direction. Unfortunately, they don't really find much.
It's kind of sad. They go for this off timing on those nades, and it's ironic, but ODDIK, because it's an off timing, they had gone on the normal timing, they would have been guaranteed a kill probably. But ODDIK dodge.
You get back in. Start with the headshot. Here's that nade into the corner. They're trying to farm this up. It'll be a good stance, and it's actually Naite that finishes the job on Art with that Molotov. Still got that stance on A, though, Zevi and Lakozy, but these pistols really haven't presented much.
No, and unlikely to. I don't know if that could be heard by Tarnay. Step made a moment ago by Zevi is what I'm referring to, but take together. Again, ODDIK, I think very intelligent about the way they're handling these types of rounds. Dodge the bullet of that nade stack. Now they just stick together.
He drops Naite. Now the smoke fades. Cold box exposed. That's it all in the A site. Turning it up to lane now. Harney that's trying to patiently clear the pit, but 13 seconds, and you got to give this the attention it deserves, or the bomb being planted. 2 HP for Decent.
Yeah, Decent's unfortunately just not gonna have anything to do with this round. He's hoping that he can maybe catch a freebie on exit or in transition from the post plant into running away, but we shall see. Any wild bullet will put it into him. Spotted but not taken. Does a little damage, but nothing more. An 8-4, that was what it was at halftime. Fluxo forced by after losing the pistol, and then they have to eco such that now in the first gun round, ODDIK get the chance to equalize.
And it really is, you know, adamant time for either an ODDIK huge tone setter or Fluxo to finally, get this evened out. It's Zevi with an AWP opportunity, but it kind of feels like, as you were mentioning, even with all the mistakes there was an 8-4, are things starting to even out now? Like, ODDIK are supposed to be a good Inferno team. They are starting to stand up to this and make it close.
Fantastic frag by Art, who's, individually having a good performance. He's been entering a lot on that T side. This is part of the struggles that Pank and Naite had on B. A fantastic response, though. Woody right back in business, and they're going to start scaling off the back of this, but not towards A as you might expect. It's B instead that they look to receive.
By sprinting and getting denied. 4 versus 3. Trying to hold this at, not expecting Art. They're separated and still considering B. Gotta be confirmed that it's just Art right now, but I don't know if they have the luxury of getting that type of information.
And the problem is, the other prong to this is Case Locks, and he's kind of got to worry about the A players. So Art now could confirmation. Still think this is a fantastic position. Surely Case Lock's going to be anticipating him to be on the site proper. Calling in for support. And there's Art with his one. Needs to be traded immediately, but Zevi's just not there.
Plants. Zevi gonna at least consider trying to get an immediate op kill, maybe run this thing down. It's not worth it. Save that AWP. It's gonna result in a tied game in the hard pill to swallow scenario. ODDIK are showing face and are mechanically bringing themselves back into this Inferno.
This is lovely. I already have kind of highlighted a couple of times where I think ODDIK are making good decisions. They're taking the right steps. Your eyes start to fall onto a lackluster Kai, who is a really important part of the win conditions for Fluxo. I do have to mention that I wonder how much of that space that Lukowski is going to be taking and or is taking when it comes to basically being center stage. But probably a conversation for another time. For the moment, ODDIK have arrived.
He worked his way so far around this A that he's not going to be able to get the initial chance for the pick. I think it's going to be kind of slow and steady for Fluxo with the buy that they currently have. Go ahead and maybe play this in a rotator game out, but it's one Molotov that it's going to be thrown by Kai, force them to fight. Art going to try and separate out, and now he's just a body here. He's got to make himself useful as Kai goes for the swing, and he's confident. He's got a good shot all the way forward, and now they're trying to fish him out. They might as well boost him here at this new box, and I think that's what's going to happen. Kai trying to watch for anybody sprinting in, but it looks like this bomb is headed elsewhere.
You gotta evacuate the premises, I guess. Still have Tarnate on a secondary lurk here on this other side of the map. Still maintaining some critical control. That's part of the reason Fluxo didn't have the ability to do that. A lot of times they didn't have someone like Tarnate sitting and waiting and maintaining space. ODDIK have this all settled in. It's 4v2 as this A attack comes in.
Diving from the pit. It's such a close miss, and you can't have those. 0-2 from that back side. And now you're getting nada from inside the site. ODDIK are boxing you in B, and this time close on A, and you're forced to save these 3 guns.
Yeah, I wasn't really all too critical of Zevi's scoreline in the first half, mostly because Fluxo were number 1 winning, but also it's the T side of this Inferno map. Like, that's a tough one for an Opper. But Zevi now been in positions with an Op multiple times this half and not been able to deliver. That's concerning. You tack on the fact that Kai's struggling. This is not a recipe for success for Fluxo. ODDIK stick it to him. 8-4 half, but now ODDIK take the lead.
And, you know, even if there is the absolute conversation around where this is coming through, the roster changes, the opportunity, the time at which this is taken, this is the shot. This is the Series 2 in South America here for the Thunderpick World Championships, Vincent. And as we just stated, right, Imperial came in with roster changes and took that next opportunity, right? We need one more to give out here. This is your go about it, Fluxo or ODDIK. If you want a chance to qualify all the way that far and have the prize of money alongside it, Zevi here trying to redeem himself all the way at B as an opening kill.
I mean, that's certainly one step towards redemption, I would agree. Then the ODDIK show on half number 2. Zevi active, that's certainly condition for success. Starting being a thorn in the side over on A. Meantime, slow things right down. Full minute left. And ODDIK, though they are lacking one, disadvantage for them. They still could basically take whatever site they would like.
"45 seconds ticking down to transfer, and Zevi is going to be the welcome mat. We've walked all over him so far. Where we've needed this to change, this to turn up for Fluxo, and the heat on the site needs to go up, cooling off. The tank is going to try and just climb up, and they found a guy who's got to find the Opera now. Zevi gets one, thins the herd, and I mean, to be honest with you, it's a pretty significant find. This puts it into a grabbable moment, but Tarnay, he is already pushing boundaries and into backhaul. He's found decent, and now this is going to scare away the herd. It's double digits that ODDIK find first on Fluxo's pick.
And there you go, man. Statement after statement coming in from ODDIK. That's Zevi who got the opening duel. He even gets another one in defense of the site, but Kai, decency, they can offer nothing. Fluxo, they had the pieces in the positions, but they could not proliferate success. Some tough times. And I did just do some looking. I was curious kind of what the changes in the roles are going to be. And definitely some changes for Kai for this newer iteration from what we've seen. You know, he had his roles were mixed, especially on the CT side previously, but a lot more hard anchor situations for him. You know, he had a couple of those like on Dust 2 previously. This was from the beginning of this year. I guess, to be fair, a lot of changes since then as well, but it's the data I have. So, curious to kind of see how that continues, but an important point.
Yeah, Kai, kind of a player that's always kind of been under the pressure. I think for definitely the most part of this Fluxo stint has been really, really good, but obviously a part of the academy chain within Brazil. And then when, off of FURIA Academy gets lifted up to FURIA, I mean, that was a hell of a risk they took. And I feel like the community kind of, reacted and kind of ensue and didn't really give a lot of, precedence to, that young move up, but it is what it is. And I feel like he's moved past that and taken it probably in a positive direction, seeing the way that, the majority of this Fluxo stint is gone for the young man.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was kind of Art bringing him over here and proving, hey, like, I just wasn't given the opportunity to give him the space that he probably needed. But anyway, I think that's a conversation for a while, because Fluxo, they're going to change the game a little bit, get aggro. Down Banana, try and take this fight. Kai, the man we just been talking about, who provides one opener, Art the other. Big damage, but they both survive.
Decent peeking around that corner, and K-Slots blasts him. Gone with the wind. Now this A site to be on notice. Fluxo with Sevi here has gone through so much. That's more like it, Sevi. In and out of the lane pretty quickly. They're still encroaching on his positions. I mean, not ready for it. Slots punishes. There's Woody in that same vein. Lakozy holding on, and he has not made a peep. He is here without a notice. The bomb headed his way. K-Slots in the investigation. Considers this. And what a pickup from Lakozy with the bomb on the back, and Woody still figuring this out. He's committed to the A side.
I mean, this is still problematic. Fluxo, that's a massive frag from Lucazi, but you got to be realistic here. They're split one aside, and I mean, if Lucazi goes down, Kai's got no health. Oh, and he's just walked in. That Molotov basically does him in. Oh no, never mind. Get a flash off, and it's enough to give the advantage back to Lucazi. 3 kills for him in a massively important round.
Great showing. Love to see that out of the former MIBR member. Newly back. Donning those same colors he did 9 months ago before hopping on that particular train of Made in Brazil. With a good slash out there. The reason why they're still inflated on this Fluxo side. On this gun round, it's going to be on a dime for both of these teams. You need to hold on if you want to continue. And Art gets that onto Night Day. You can't even see him.
I mean, Art having some big impact frags in these last 2 rounds. He does it again. Provides the opener. Very difficult for ODDIK to play a 4v5 every round.
They'll be hanging around. Trying to go for a shot like that. Here goes Tarnay. Has gone with the Opper. This is going to be a tough go about it. Back and forth. It's one member still at B. Art holding on. Has one more smoke to refresh. And now a great pickup from Lakozy again. It's going to be a problem here for Lane as K-Slots picks up a very big kill. Closer than you realize. And Lakozy now on a dime. What a great self-flash. He's trying to tee this up for Woody, and he makes it a problem. They are now stacked back-to-back, and Pank is going to have one hell of a clutch.
One that, typically I think you might expect from Pank, but ODDIK, we haven't been seeing exactly the type of form that we would expect from him. Kai, the higher health, so Lucazi going to take the first contact. Uh-oh. Guess it's going to be okay. Kai unknown on the back of the site, and so Pank doesn't understand that is still a threat. ODDIK might find double digits first, but Fluxo, they're back in business. 2 rounds straight. It isn't exactly pretty, at least not that first round, but that one looked far better, and it's powered by Art down Banana.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with those deliverables by Fluxo right there, one in front of the other. And so this is going to put, an interesting stint. They really needed that a lot more than ODDIK did just now, being the fact that they can kind of rest their head on this T-side economy and what Woody was already kind of storing away there. They have to kind of maneuver through this and through their second to last time out, excuse me, they are going to be calling this to their wits and really just trying to power up while they still can.
Might have been a slow start for the CT side, but if they do arrive just in time, that's fine. Now, I know that Fluxo pick into this map, but to be honest with you, I don't necessarily feel like this is a guarantee.
Ooh. As bad as it could have been. Taste your own medicine, perhaps, and what a nade. It's practically dodgeball at the top of Banana. Art has a very potent smoke right now. Don't even try, Pank. You were denied. 2-man advantage up here for Fluxo. Go ahead and tally it to 3.
Tally that might just end right here and now for this round is ODDIK. Tail and run. More like walk slowly, but you get the point. Round limited. Art says no again. And it is very much Fluxo living and dying by Art's ability to hold Banana. Really need these rounds. It's these last 3 rounds he has had just a flurry of success. Made even better by the fact that 5 Fluxo members are going to survive. You'll take that every day of the week.
How do you take this Tarnay performance right now? I mean, a guy that's leveled out. I mean, yesterday it doesn't look like he was, causing too many issues. In fact, I mean, letting some good lines is right now a pretty effective member on this T side.
I mean, I would agree. I think that, it's exactly kind of what I talked about when I was saying, don't know if this is like permanent or not. I don't think he is an individual that I'm ever feeling like on any team I've seen him is like the problem in any way, but also, a solid piece that doesn't necessarily have that insane of an upside either. That's kind of where I've seen him previously. So I think it's the same situation right now. You got to look towards Pank, really struggling. He's often more lurky on the T side. That's not been the case, at least not right now. So I don't know if Tarnay, who's been the more lurky individual for this T side, is maybe taking that spot. But Nite especially struggling. That's who I look towards for ODDIK. Kind of bail them out.
Looks like Tarnay was also playing in this LAN qualifier that ODDIK did push alongside to qualify Esports Circuit 2025. That down red Canids also headed there. Imperial also headed there. Same with the Sharks.
Spicy lineup. I mean, that would suggest that this is a long-term option.
I would certainly agree.
And well, can put any further question marks about that aside for now, maybe. ODDIK taking a slow approach to this one and a whole lot less aggressive from them on Banana. They are tired of testing Art.
Cozy locked and loaded. Fluxo's ready to go. If they need to spar here with 15 to go. This is how they like it when it gets down to the wire. And Zevi has to track. K-Slots all the way out. It takes a stylish couple of shots at Zevi. Look cozy and Decent gets in to just get that all the way down. Salt in the wound. And it's going to hurt for ODDIK. They burn so bright at the end of this Inferno. But Fluxo, they put a patch on and recover. But can they stop the bleed here and finish out the first map?
I mean, that's actually fantastic looking moments from Lukowski up on the top of balcony. I really appreciate how he's tagging in, tagging out with Zevi on the site. Makes for a phenomenal duo when it comes to that crossfire. Oh my goodness.
Decent checks in. That's what you want to see. An aggressive stance. Bold, it's brave.
What I'd call the kill shot attempt.
Like that?
That'll do. Lucalzi is a ghost. He's escaped. It looks like he wants to float around even more. This is absurd.
Oh, no. No way! Lucalzi just turns it on Intarne. He is going to be so tilted in the VC. That is diabolical stuff. But it's all a footnote. Why to crash and burn in the series, and Inferno only heats up hotter for Fluxo, who are trying to get this in. 2 moves made, 1 move made closer to that grand finals. Fluxo are now going to head onto the tracks of ODDIK's map pick.
It was a good look on the CT side at times. Questionable in the T. We'll see what Laz has to say about all that on the desk.
Yeah, look, guys, yeah, I really appreciate that because, again, like, there is a lot of questionable things for me in this one, right? I mean, there's 3 particular rounds that we're kind of dive into a little bit. You know, again, a lot of back and forth. You know, Case-Lock's put himself in positions where, you know, him dropping from the server was not great in the beginning, but whatever. We're gonna move past that. I think the biggest rounds for me, as we get later in the portion of this first half, we go to round 8. And round 8, just for people that are kind of wondering, what are you talking about, Laz? What was round 8? Round 8 was the one where we see Fluxo. This is where, you know, I think Vincent made the comment of like, this is probably the prime reason of why people love and hate Art, is because they have the site control. They're pretty much in B site. They have pretty good territory of it. I think Nate was close on by. He was trying to, you know, cause a bit of distraction. But then all of a sudden, with less than, I think it was like 16 seconds, they decide to leave B, go all the way to A, and they can't even get the plant down. So not even just about time management issues. It's just more about that very late round decision making that's very, very questionable for Fluxo. And that was something that I felt was a devastating round that they should not have given up. It was a round that they should have been able to get the plant down. It was a round that they should have been able to win for them. And it just felt like they made a really bad call when, again, I know things are chaotic. I know things are going really quickly, but that's the thing. Like, these split decision moments are just not good. And then we move over to round number 9. So we already talked about, you know, the Fluxo makes a really bad decision. Then we have round 9, and let's just remind you that this was the round that Case-Locks pushes through mid. He allows Lucalzi to run through mid, so he trigger disciplines it. He doesn't calm it because his teammate goes down. And then he's able to find himself, I think, down to a 1v1 essentially. Like, I don't know what's going on, but he's sitting in mid. Both guys don't really communicate to each other. He's able to get some kills, and then it turns into a situation where it's down to the 1v1. And, you know, again, a round that just goes back here for Fluxo that just probably never should have happened. But either way, I feel like this game was a big demonstration of just some pretty sloppy Inferno, in my opinion. I didn't feel like the comms were clean. I didn't think the positioning was all that great, in my opinion. I think there's a lot more polishing that needs to be done here for the bumpers because, yeah, let's be honest, this map had a lot of scratches for both these teams, a lot of unnecessary peaks, not the greatest utility the most times, a lot of unnecessary, you know, swings when they didn't need to. So look, I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to hope that we can see things are a little bit better here for the second map, but definitely need to see some more adjustments made here as we move on. But we're going to take a little bit of break. We'll let these guys recharge, and we'll see if those adjustments can actually happen. Okay, we're ready to go. So we had a little bit of a break. We finished Inferno, which there was a lot of thoughts on that one there, boys. There was a lot of things that we can say. Some good, probably not many nice things, but a lot of bad things. But look, I'll get your quick thoughts on it because then I do want to focus a little bit more on Train. So Vin, I'll just get your quick thoughts initially on Inferno.
Here we go. I'll hit you quick, all right? Fluxo, T-side, boo, we didn't like it. ODDIK, T-side, yay, we liked it. In general, messy. Pretty not great Counter-Strike as a whole.
What about you, Mark? How do you feel?
Yeah, I was all over the place for that Fluxo team, but, you know, the fact that they're ironing out, first map victory on their pick, I think for, if they're going all the way today, they want to start it off on the right foot and get that messiness out, right at the start. So, heading on to a Train where I think there's even, larger of a question mark out there, they have more to answer here on map 2.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I mean, it's easy for us to, kind of nitpick a lot of the things that are good and bad. And obviously, from my perspective, and when I did the breakdown, I was thinking there's a lot of negatives that I took away from Inferno. I really didn't see much for me that I was really satisfied for both these teams. But look, I do want to, we'll turn the page, we'll go to a new map, we'll see what could be a little bit differently here. Because, I mean, now we see that there's a position where this could be a 2-0 potentially. Do you guys still kind of feel this way considering of how the first map went? Do we feel that confident that Train really could seal the deal? Or does maybe, ODDIK really pull themselves back, out of these deep waters? And Mark, I'll ask you first on that one.
I'm actually pretty hopeful for ODDIK. I feel like reaching into this Train. I think the way that, Vincent was serving up the yay or nay of, rating their T sides, I actually really liked how it was called by Woody. And I feel like Woody's usually a guy that, I'm seeing into criticism with either individually or whatever have it me. I think he called up a pretty good Inferno there and, rolling into a Train where I think I would actually put my money on maybe, ODDIK being more prepared on this Train than, rather Fluxo. I think that this could be a good course for them to, actually, maybe even harp on some of those notions and see if Woody can have a better game on the op.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I guess, Vin, I was going to ask you too, just because when we talk about like this roster of Fluxo and the lack of tape, and I think you made that comment a bit earlier on in the first map, is that a worry for a map like Train? Just because I don't want to say it's new, but like it is the newer map out of the pool, right? So like, is that a problem? Do we think that maybe like them just being the lacked roster experience together really is going to hinder them in pushing this thing to the distance?
I think it might be a slight issue for Fluxo. I'm not 100% certain. It's certainly not a map they love. That's what's concerning to me, at least for the Fluxo side.
Yeah, fair enough. And look, like we'll figure this thing out here. We're gonna go on Train. We're gonna figure out if this thing can be done at 2-0, or maybe this thing will go all the way to the distance of Dust 2, but we'll find out. So let's take it away.
We are so back. Second Train, it's a second opportunity to send this off. We had it as our decider in our first semifinal here. It's a chance for Fluxo to go on the final dance here. Cozy trying to stretch around, and he actually is finding a couple of bodies. Look at how they're stacked by the dualies. I'm a little bit biased, Vincent. That's something I absolutely love to see. You are melted by those 4 pistols.
Crazy, like, one tap find through the smoke there to start things out for Mukowski for sure. But Pink's gonna grab one, and it's all 5 posted by dualies for Fluxo. I think for me, right, it's kind of tough because Fluxo won Inferno, and they won it despite looking like a pretty bad team. Just like top to bottom, Art had some of these massive individual moments that really owned Banana. Lukowski had these step-ups, and outside of that, I think Fluxo were pretty dicey. It was thanks to a lot of individuals missing for ODDIK that I think allowed Fluxo that T-side success on Inferno. Here, it's been a map for Fluxo that they found some wins on over this year, but obviously not with this 5. It's ODDIK that are in the same boat for me, where I don't feel like I can reliably look at any of the past history and draw any conclusions for what this might look like.
I respect that. Where it's unreliable. You need to give it the respect right now. Missing Togs. Potentially permanently.
I mean, I did some further looking, and I just feel like that, the more we find out about this, the more that seems likely.
considering Togs was on the chopping block. He was benched prior to cutting Matios. And so he was only back for a couple of games in Matios' stead. So seemed like that might have just been a temporary assignment.
And something that's definitely gone on under the radar here, as still technically kind of in the player break here, right? Like,
True.
This is one that could see into the news cycle in, you know, a couple days time. Like, I feel like yesterday I feel like North American Marsborn team actually pick up Viz to be one of their players, Vincent. That kind of went under the radar, replacing Minus all the way out there. So that's going to be interesting to see. And I feel like I'm like tallying up my list of player announcements that actually haven't been announced, but we've seen in our almost positive or permanent editions. This is my favorite part of the season, man.
It's a lot of fun.
I love when the major happens too. The games are happening, but the transfer season is so much fun.
It's always excitement, you know. You wake up on a Tuesday or whatever, and something crazy has happened.
Wake up on a Tuesday, and Rops is on Vitality.
And then they win everything.
Yep.
Very aggressive stance for Fluxo in this round. They're going to get punished somewhat. Pank wants to do the punishing.
Whew. Decked, wrecked. The cozy down. Already given it to the outside portion of this A site. A Molotov that may snap Pank into action. Maybe that's just going to straight up dunk him down to 19. Art may see into this easy kill that he picks up off the back end of that. They're holding the booster at the top of Red right now inside of T-Con. Fluxo buy themselves more time.
Yeah, I mean, Art individually bullying Pank right there just with the utility. But it doesn't change the fact that Fluxo have to fight against a two-man disadvantage, now cut to just one. 40 seconds is plenty of time to make a decision. Out A is where they will go. ODDIK, they have Keys Locks on the lurk as well.
Locking this out. It's a smoke that actually goes in a bit deeper. Zevi strikes down onto Woody. Has to maneuver in the back of the side. It's just gone past the curtains. As Zevi now turning and looking. It's too late. Taken. Now in the sight. The bomb has to make its way past. Art steering near and trying to get in a bit of a view. Still waiting for this Molotov out of Long Dog. It's Fluxo that get turned away at every glance.
Yeah, this is a save from the very beginning when Zevi goes down right there. I say that, Art's actually sticking around more than I thought. Like, Kai is so far out of this, he's not a factor in this round anymore. So I thought that Art was kind of in the same boat. I guess temporarily not, but now pushed off into a different direction. Good round from ODDIK. It's certainly a lot of pressure on Pank, I think, to, you know, step forward. That was a real rough first map from him. I think that, you know, to be honest with you, he has to be a really, not like the highest fragging piece of this ODDIK team, but I think that he needs to have a lot of moments where he has high impact, even if that doesn't necessarily mean like the numbers are crazy. So, we just didn't see that on Inferno.
I'm gonna go further all the way out. They load up a bit of the preemptive positioning out towards E-Box. Nobody there to particularly receive. And this is where ODDIK gonna show their best on this train, likely take advantage of it, even if it is slightly less favored in today's times. It's easier than ever, some would say, to kind of play ball in the T side of train.
I mean, I would say that. I think that's accurate. Certainly a map that they've been willing to go to over the course of this past season. I think that those results, though, like I had said before, hard to put any relevance on due to how often ODDIK changed and continue to change their starting lineup. Forward position for Fluxo. Calzi, it's a power play in T-Con.
Flashed in. Lukosi hears everything going on behind him. Right now with that shot getting down, it's 50 HP, and Lukosi takes a great stab. It's just recycled into a double refresh all the way out from Olaf, and finally clearing this position. But it's ODDIK that is rolling on the positive end of this, still in a man advantage, but no way this shot is found onto Art. Now this is flipping the table all the way over. Well, you're now in a clutch. K-Slot's all alone, and you're right, the clock catches up before anything else.
Yes, maybe could have had something to start talking about. I agree with you, a stunning shot from K-Slots to find onto Art, but it's just a little bit of a tight window of timing that ODDIK were working with. They really didn't have time for Lukosi to have such success, nor for Zevi, nor for DESEMPREGUEIDOS, who actually got 2 kills on the entryway. Zevi was kind of prepped and ready. He was the man set up for success, but DESEMPREGUEIDOS picked up the double kill before Zevi was even required. ODDIK take their tack. First of those of that kind for Train. But I mean, just to talk of that history that I was maybe teeing up, they actually played Fluxo here back in April. Did ODDIK, again, very different Fluxo team, but it was a dominant loss. And willing to go to it, even against the likes of FURIA when they played in Astana. I think is it's kind of funny, right? ODDIK struggled to qualify for much of anything last year, but in all of this craziness, they managed to qualify for an S-tier event. That might have been their first in over 12 months.
Playing the new game, going into Thunderpicks, online opportunities, Vincent. This is the way you got to qualify for those S-tier events. Get these results where it matters. Stack up all those points. Stash them away till they expire.
What are we, an airline? Our
Yes.
points don't expire. The points that I hand out, that is.
Vincent coin.
No.
Here goes with empty 9 to see this thing out. Pank with a great shot. The Molotov that's phasing through. Art lying in the cut right now is going to have to do a whole hell of a lot, but he is just drowned with this flashbang. The run pulled, and look at this timing. He's going to try and maneuver. Gets out with K-Slots. It's actually Zevi that's going to trickle in and is really doing some great work on Train so far. A double right here, and they are just buying time for the flank, but it's a triple right at the end of the tank. You get that down, and it's a fourth that's immediately signed to the board for Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, if Zevi's in form, Lukosi already showing off a lot of big moments. Decency the same. Like, that's a trio where, you know, Fluxo, this team, I think with the role situation that I was kind of teeing up on Inferno, I think there's complications, and I think it's going to take some time for them to get situated with that. But the firepower that the CT side can bring, just big upgrades with Lukosi and Decency coming in. I think that's the takeaway from the off-season, at least off the rip.
Decent might just catch one now. Spammed up Woody. Trying to jump into his arms, does to his death, and now long range for Decent. He's got a couple on the tally. It may just be one more from the Ivy, but he's actually pulled from that stint. Zevi has to trickle in once more, and there's going to be some type of economy that's kind of based from this. It's expensive, but isn't much more than that. It's the shutdown right here, and Zevi's gonna have to be clean to finish this.
19 knows where Zevi's at, I think. Don't know if you saw it, but great awareness from Zevi just to start thinking he might be closing the distance there. To be honest, Fluxo lose a lot more than they should, and it's mostly based on a little bit of greed. They want them ecos. They overstay their welcome in a couple of those fights, allow Pank to get into a good position. All of that, though, is fine. 5 rounds is still such a strong start, but it does put a pretty big dent in their swimming economy.
Trying to tread for a little bit more air right now. Pank onto Kai early. That's their B anchor gone. But the rest of this is tallying all the way out towards Ivy, so nothing to dogpile already on the tally. It's going to be 4 faced out in this direction.
I mean, I guess the good news is that Arch still is over on B, so there's no, like, further audio cues off the back of that. Further investigation for decency. Oh, and that's just a really nice patient play from ODDIK.
Look into T-Con, and Lacozy has it fading away. Here's the real deal. Even with this all measured up, they've caused so much trouble. Now it's pulled. It's going to have to be heroics from Zevi, rather. You get this down, it's another Molotov that's going to push him into the fire. It's already pretty impressive. It would have to be Olympic shots all the way on. And it's a 1v3 for Art that he's not even looking to attempt.
It's really not so much that he doesn't want to, it's that he can't afford to. That's where, you know, the conversation of the previous round that Pank does a lot more damage, ODDIK get away with a few extra kills, and it comes down to a 1v1 for Fluxo. That's where that starts to become a real problem for you. So keep this gun. Fluxo can likely purchase. Not going to be great, but Art can drop. Zevi will be able to buy up on his own. For everyone else, it's a matter of MP9s. But a good enough buy. See if that'll include anything AWP-wise. I was going to say, he could glass cannon. And that's exactly what Zevi's gone to do.
Barreling down. Actually within their stint. ODDIK also refresh at Ivy again. This time I think it might be a faster rain. Considering and seeing it all the way open. A Flash actually seen that in a tough couple of rounds for Kai in a row. It's this B site opened up wide.
Yeah, I mean, they got the look at him doing that same jiggle, that same spot a few moments ago. A few rounds back, more accurately. Looks like they're going to hope they can keep what they've got, but... Man, bomb not down. There's such a long timer on this. On Zevi. Can't quite connect the shot. Pretty much all it takes is that one loss for Kai, and the round falls apart from there. It's a slow burn. They're very much slowly but surely making a half of this thing.
To be honest with you, I feel like I should have expected pace like this, right? I feel like it always kind of feels like a slow burn from the way Woody calls and the way that his teams just have to warm up into some of these T sides, because by the time that they're on, and I mean, there is a lot of time to maneuver and really recover this first half, even to 7-5 if they want.
I mean, that's certainly viable. I'd say we're quite a moment from that. Oh, but Fluxo has just made a purchasing decision that might send us further in that direction, Marquis. 4 spot in. Get the op back in Zevi's hands, at the very minimum. That's 3 nades that just bombed down on the lower steps for the B bomb site. Should give a little inclination for Fluxo on how things are going, but Fluxo unyielding in their aggression. It's finally stalled a little bit.
Stopped up, waiting for their time. Zevi outside at E-Box. It will have this roped in. Bomb goes back to T-Con. ODDIK back to A. There's no real pull for more of it to go, right? Kai is a 5-7. Not a whole lot to work back there with the 2 pistols. It's all the stopping util also on B. Gotta hit the shots and gotta hit him now. Gozi serving him up long range, and he's gonna get traded. Tarnate, he's gonna be getting in for the first time right now. So it's gotta be successful, and it is onto the AWP player. Now Zevi knows he's gotta box out both of these positions, but it's definitely the majority out here from T-Con. They're all the way at the top of Red Dow, and they're trying to chase down this AWP player, and they finally have.
I mean, DCG just really couldn't provide too much help or support from this position, and hell, Art gets his one. And he's just hoping that he can buy enough time for Decency become a threat. The smoke finally fades. And while Decency activates, Tarnay is going to see him. He's locked in. Naite has his exit from the sandwich side. Watched. And that'll be the man to put him down.
Well
Tough
worked.
Stretch.
That's great. A better stretch for ODDIK, though. This is looking good.
Feels like ODDIK just... all they needed to do was correctly be patient so that Fluxo's early round shenanigans weren't punishing them. And then from that point on, it feels like Fluxo kind of don't know what they want to do after that first phase of the round.
Fluxo's still in this lead, but not for long. Close in the first half, it'll likely finish 2. Even still in a questionable scenario. I mean, it's Zebi 12-4 really made this an easy lent for them when they were in the lead.
Has Kai dropped an MP9 over to Art?
Yup. Now it's in the hands of Lacosi.
I mean, to be fair, they're getting 3,400 with the loss bonus, but I don't love that.
It would take a lot here for you to be proved wrong. I'm safe in joining you in this camp, I feel.
It just, I don't know. Feels like the MP9 is just not worth very much. And we're sacrificing both Art's next round and Kai's to a significantly lesser degree, but still true.
What is he? Found himself here. Found himself here. Double in that site. Often shared up for Fluxo, and it's starting to feel like this half is dying.
And it's dying pretty quick, too. Yeah, see, I mean, this is what I mean, right? In order to get utility, Kai's on a FAMAS. Art, we knew he had to have an MP9. Thanks to the loss bonus, he can, you know, buy an MP9 in full utility. It's viable, but I just feel like that's not what you want to be seeing. Not as ODDIK take, what, 5 rounds straight?
5 of the last 6, I do believe.
Yeah, it's 4 straight.
Working up quite a wind here. In a bank alongside. Got plenty of cash to last them the rest of this first half, that's for certain. Filling up the nade set in quite a normal temperature to the round. ODDIK are teasing Fluxo.
I mean, Fluxo are just playing so very aggressively with their utility in the first 10 seconds. They're dominating in trying to place themselves in positions where then ODDIK cannot take. You know, talking about a main is one of them. But the issue is that ODDIK are just sitting there and waiting. Right about now that trouble starts to brew for Fluxo.
And they're looking for something. And ODDIK feel like they have them on this line. They just tug them back. Giving a stint. It's a deep smoke that is going to be rather ignored, and it's just so much worse than it seems. Lakozy trying to stick out of Olaf and get a kill, but can't exactly do so. Zebi is automatic and has to be if they want to continue to win, and Lakozy lines them up. This is a great stint. It's all coming together for Fluxo right now. 4 kills in a matter of 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, more to say, but we'll see what he has a chance to mention first. Bomb collected. But there's just not a lot of time to do this. Zebi actually just been spotted. Would really be painful if Zebi loses this op. But he doesn't. And yeah, I mean, it's like first 10, 15 seconds of the round, Fluxo toss all of their utility. They're stuck with a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes there by the, I mean, not even the 1 minute mark. And then it's a question of how effectively does ODDIK push in and find fights, right? If Fluxo can have an individual pop off like that, then they can win. But outside of that, it's just a very flat back into the round for the CTs.
Doesn't look like anybody's DC'd here. Would hate for us to have a prolonged pause for any reason to cool down Zebi, because if there's a reason that is, you know, so far and clear to us, it's this guy that's going to be taking them to a grand final. But, you know, I beg the question, Vincent. I mean, Fluxo, do they have the nuance? Are they going to be able to call a T side on this train properly?
I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like it's kind of hard to say. For the same
we
reasons
don't know.
that I've been drawing up. We haven't really seen Fluxo on this map super recently, and not with this group. One time at the major, that was Complexity, and they got beat on it. So not sure, but what I do know is that Fluxo have the individuals that are capable of firing off to make these big plays happen. That is what's defining Fluxo's victories right now on train.
Goes deep. Lakozy is staring down Night. You can feel his eyes on the other side. Doesn't matter. This is going to be the laser out of T-Con. And Night is taking heads. Art picks up this AWP, a familiar sight. Let's see if he can just match the output of Zebi right now. Decent holding on to Ivy. This isn't a done deal.
I mean, Lukowski's playing Olaf like it's a position you start at every round. I feel like that's what enables Night to play in that fashion. Another missed shot from Art. That one a tougher task than the previous. But he does survive. Fight yet another day.
Easing an Ivy approach. Being ready for anything. Decent approaches back towards B, but it's really out here on the A site. So much within these details. It's going to be a full send for ODDIK. Art +1. See if Art can do more. Has to get this out from Ivy if anything else. And Woody finishes the job. Kai and Decent with the challenging retake.
Challenging, not impossible with Decent. So stuck. And that's Kai going down. Decent just going to try and find a timing, but Tarne puts him to bed. I'll call that one a fantastic recovery from ODDIK. They looked deathly at the beginning of that half. But they bring it back to a tied scoreline on the T side. That is impressive.
Absolutely. Avoiding a star performance on that op. I mean, that's the best Sebi could do without the supporting cast, and well, this continues to kind of be a struggle for Kai today. Decent with definitely a lot less than he had in map number 1 as well. Fluxo with, you know, some of those cracks starting to show in the CT side. That's kind of where I, you know, prompted the question of if they're actually going to be able to dictate this with the ball in hand. So that's all to come. You know, a good start on the beginning of this defense, too, added to, you know, a good bit of their success of, you know, winning for the 5 of the first 6, excuse me. So wondering if they've got something planned for this pistol.
We got to have a good plan, that's for sure. That's the other thing, right? Fluxo winning the pistol off to such a hot lead, felt unstoppable, but then I think they overheat a little bit. They continue pushing everything to the extreme, and it's as I was highlighting, the second phase of their CT rounds just felt non-existent almost. Nice recovery from Tarnay, who had a troublesome beginning to that, and Pank with a far better half than we saw at either side of Inferno. But the fact that they are so heavily living and dying by Sevi, Lucalzi in some of those instances as well, I think that's the hard part for Fluxo.
Now we swap. Get that down. It's a train run right now. It's that dust 2 if we are needing it. And to be honest with you, Vincent, I feel like this map headed one way and potentially Fluxo headed the other.
It has that vibe about it, I'll give you that. Let's tell a different story, though. We'll see what Fluxo's C-side looks like. I mean, they got the numbers were good on Inferno. The eye test, I think a very clear difference when I felt.
That clock at the top, that's good stuff out, and they're going to take it aggressively. This is what we were looking for, but the bodies will drop. It's all onto Decent, left alone, 1v4. Can potentially connect onto Pank, and does, running low himself without the bomb and without any help. Gonna have to be so tough here. These angles are so awkward back at the bomb site, but he's making the most of them. He's gonna have to really break through the mold here. A 1v1, he's trying to get just down onto Woody. Playing with his options, has to reload eventually. Into the logistics, it's just not doable. ODDIK, pull up, steal a lead and a pistol all at the same time.
That's fantastic work from Woody there at the back end of it. And I also think that they initially get off a little bit of an easier start to that as Fluxo doing their best to try and close the distance, but it's quite difficult on the pistol round. Not a lot of utility to facilitate that fact, so ODDIK find themselves in a much more winning scenario. Fantastic double kill for Tarnay in defense of, I think it was Night Day over in Hell. Forget who it was there, but regardless, had someone tucked in Hell, and Tarnay gets a double kill defending them. I like that Fluxo haven't forced here. I think they're going to need as many gun rounds as possible.
See if they can jimmy their way to a bomb plant. Taking it slow and steady up top. Blocks in a P250 out here to actually bring the business. Flash forward. Tarnay's MP9 is going to open up shop, but Woody spoiling with the triple, double on the nade. No bomb plant here.
Nothing. The door is closed. The B site not open. Between Tarnay and Woody, they collect them all. So first chance here for Fluxo. The issue, at least by my surmise, for Fluxo's first half was that they were kind of out of ideas very early in the rounds. Didn't have a deep layers of protocols, as you would understandably expect from a team that's brand new. Right,
Certainly.
chop and change 2 pieces. That is a huge adjustment.
He's right around that bend, a bit at his feet, and I think there's a lot kind of at the gust right here of Fluxo and what they're trying to manage here. Beginning of the T side, decked by the nade and with the headshot. Quick trade out there by Kai. And here goes Art trying to chase this down with really so much in front of him. Art fades away with 1 frag, and he's doing so much in coordination with Kai. This is a great round that Fluxo put in the crock pot and absolutely boiled to perfection.
It feels like Pank's really dead. If he continues to swing, he's actually looking to play the escape game. It's ODDIK tuck tail. They run. Fantastic second phase to that attack from Kai. Saves Art's life. And that forward position from Art, priceless. As Pank at least claims an AK. He's going to save that along with K-Slock's FAMAS. Call that a big success for Fluxo on round 3, but round 1 of the half, really, as that's their gun around.
Can Woody best the performance of Zevi in the first half? I don't know if he can. It would really have to prove a lot to me right now. Woody's been slow and steady in a different style. I think altogether, if I'm to compare the apples to apples and call them that, it's kind of that to an orange. He goes a little bit more steady, but I think kind of waxing in that way, he's got to amp up the pace on this train.
Push it to the limit. No, Pank has arrived. Still feels like if this B hit comes through right now, it could be pretty isolated. That smoke's going to stall things heavily, though. Tarnay, a much better position now. It's all got to be through lower.
All top goes out. Kai with a great headshot. Tarnay's going to dip in between, and this is just so pristine from what they had before. Tarnay is a terror. He's going to get 3 from up top. It's still manageable, but how has it gone this bad? Art look cozy. They're separated. Now this is a science. He's just got to get this out. He tests his theory onto that first. He's working this all the way out. He's the variable that matters, and he's dependent on this to actually go and be successful against Naite. But it's Woody that is just trying to give this all the way out. The timing from Art is spectacular to get off of this spot. He is just nailing these headshots out, Vincent. It's beautiful, and he brings his own squad himself with the triple to a tie game.
Too many times on Inferno, I said that Art was the architect of their success. On Inferno, it was his fights down banana on the CT side that really defined these rounds. This time, a lot more credit, I think, is due. It's a triple kill for Art. And yes, dicing up those fights so very difficult. He makes it impossible for ODDIK to even get a fair shot at those. Woody made irrelevant by how long it takes him to creep up oil. Art just says, Lucalzi, I got it. Don't peek, don't swing, don't do anything.
Another nade. They got more for him. Oh my gosh. Down to 18, Zevi is. And Decent is just holding on up top, and Art's sneaking out. Exposed. There's really no plan about this, it seems.
I can't believe it.
Walk out.
I feel like Art's so unlucky there, though. There's basically 3 players looking for him to walk out, like watching that smoke. Fantastic frag from Lucalzi. Since he's caught the B aggressor, that's in the form of Woody. Tarnay's here, as is K-Slock's, but K-Slock's seen.
Tarnay here can still tear, and no multi-kill. And he delivers just so beautiful up top. K-Slots now to clutch. And audible about this, he's going to be meeting a weak Zevi. holds on this tally for a moment. Quite a timing to turn around, but I think this actually just paints a pretty picture for K-Slots, who now hears this bomb going down, separated from Decent, and he takes a great shot. Just needs a close miss, but it's Sevi, who has been so online this second map and wants to be the reason why Fluxo moves to a grand final with swagger.
I mean, this is what I was kind of worried about, I think, from the very beginning, Mark, and that is the fact that Fluxo look like they can shoot far harder than ODDIK right now. You just look at it across the board and who you might, see as an individual that can control the game. It's almost anyone for Fluxo, and it's basically Naite, very occasionally Woody, and Pink maybe. And I feel like that's very unfair to the fact that Tarnay is playing very well, but it sort of doesn't matter. Especially not when ODDIK in the last 2 rounds have kind of bought themselves into oblivion. The third force buy in a row.
Five MP9s. Sometimes a sight of beauty. On a train? There's no way I can spin that, Vincent. There's just no way. This is a awkward stance for ODDIK, and one that, honestly, I think I would have preferred a couple of Deagles at best. Maybe even further of the financial considerations. Just going for info at Ivy.
I was about to say, is Evie, unwilling to post, it felt like, for a second, but information ODDIK have gained. I don't think they're really in position to, take any further space. But it does allow for the rest of ODDIK to stack over on B. Gonna be the right call by the look of it. Oh my timing. Lukowski stopped watching, and that's exactly when you see K-Slock step forward.
Does turn around for it, but too late. Now missing their tail end. How do they spin this scenario? Maybe a spin-off of what was originally construed. This is a whole new script. And Tarnay gets this all the way down. I was serving this up as if it was about to be an audible to B. This bomb is going elsewhere. This round is not going to be attempted by Fluxo. The 5 MP9s pay off for ODDIK.
I mean, it's hard to even call it the 5 MP9s. It's K-Slock's push that pays off. It's that timing onto Lukowski. The fact that Fluxo, I don't know, it's the same problem as Inferno. Just a round with nothing behind it. Seems like a silly 4-1, and Decency goes down after time, too. That is a disaster class.
Nothing less. Nothing less. I mean, this prompts up ODDIK so well. They can thrive with what they have. That was more than 5 SMGs. They lost that themselves. Their nerve lost that. The timings, they did get a bit unlucky, but hell, man. Unconfident at this line. It's another shaky art call.
Well, I mean, let's just put it this way. Fluxo were never in position to execute anything, and they basically got no contact anywhere on the map. That's unacceptable. Talked about commitment as the issue last round. Well, Mark, they're committed. Committed to B. That's the only play, the only option.
Smoke out, that's going to be close. Tarnay below that. Again to this side. We're going to be just jumping it all the way through. What a find by Kai. Beautiful landing. And it is rolled over into a great stint. They get off all the lint, and it's Fluxo who are now looking pretty to move up to 10.
I'm almost frustrated that disaster of a round isn't going to necessarily be more than a road bump, it seems. but that's what it is. Fantastic work from Kai. That opener, it's he and Lucalzi that are capable of that. Good flashbangs as well. Fluxo didn't have a wide variety of utility, but they used what they had very effectively. Like I said, a road bump, it seemed. It's nothing more. Fluxo brings it back instantly with a punchy B attack. And ODDIK. Oh, poor ODDIK. Money continues to be a problem for them. They're going to have a buy. But if they go for firepower, they're going to be missing some utility. If they go the opposite, they're going to be missing some firepower. You have to really get Woody and Op either. I mean, he's had actually 2 of them, to be fair, but a consistency in which he's been able to put that to use.
Canids recovered quite well in this map. Struggling to really get that to more than a bleed in the first half. Is now 15 frags deep. The most effective for ODDIK right now. Lakozi sprinting out, contact made onto Z. Lakozi is feeling himself right now. You've let the beast out. He feels so comfortable in this Fluxo jersey. Well, it's showing.
Yeah, go back to the history. See what Lucalzi can bring. How about that double entry? He's a beast. And it's another round where ODDIK are likely to cease. They simply fall apart.
Limb by limb. All because Lakozi was shaking him down, Pank with the double, and maybe it's not over yet. Sure as hell it ain't. 3 kills in 3 seconds, and now both these players backed up to Z. Contact made, and there is a nuke coming right to the scene. All of this fire. Can Art be free? They're on this bomb, and it's doable. Tarnay to defuse, and we're at a tied stint. If he can get this all the way through, it should be safe.
He's got it. I'm really confused about this round, mostly because it feels like Fluxo just like took their eyes off their monitor.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
I feel like every and to be honest, my like theory is that Fluxo just think ODDIK are saving, and they're not. I think that would be an understandable perspective, but that doesn't mean that you are able to just like ignore the possibility. And bro, Art has an off. Why? Zevi has 16 kills.
He's a shadow. Because Zevi's getting opening kills with the Galil. Now we gotta follow Bogdan's law. Cough up that scope, pal.
Be quiet,
they are gonna get this going.
Defender. I mean, it's
They're
just
denied the easy entry. That was a big timing that they could have just pounced on.
Dude, Mark, I'm so frustrated right now. Like the map control that Fluxo have right now means that they basically can't not go B. And I understand that ODDIK don't know that, but
to be honest with you, I feel like the level that we watched in our previous semifinal from either squad that you want to call out, 9-0 Red Canids, they probably had a higher, really kind of ends to that play. Red Canids on and off, but this is hard to watch on the back end for Fluxo, where you got to show your best either side in a grand final right next door. And the way Fluxo's shooting, well, this is mechanically gifted Counter-Strike. They can get this to a championship if they just hold mouse 1, but it's ODDIK that hold on to themselves. They're not going anywhere. Not if Art on an op has something to say about it. And now you've been reset. It's ODDIK that are knocking at the door of 12.
Art is calling some of the worst Counter-Strike I've seen in a long time. I feel like I need to hold myself back. This is very, very bad. And it's bad for multiple reasons, but like first and foremost, Fluxo, the fact that they have an opening pick that round and they have no map control and then they just sit and wait for 35 seconds, enough time where ODDIK can explore the rest of the map, and then not only that, confirm that no one else is home. Didn't they have 3 players on B when Fluxo finally take the time to hit the site? It's mind-boggling.
Plenty of opportunities. Feels like a life-saving call from the spoiling MP9 round and the pushes that forced Fluxo out. And then they recover with almost the same B hit. And now it's just been thrown off. 3v5 recovered from ODDIK. The nightmare continues. Nite teeing him up, knocking him out. This is beautiful work in between these two targets. Nite trying to reach for more, but it's a gun recovered right now and potentially can make this just a little bit better for their graces. Take a couple more names off the tally, and it's no more to join that member. ODDIK are knocking at the door of that Dust 2.
Feel like I have very little more to say about that round. I appreciate that Fluxo at least go for the eco. They have been a team that does have these incredible gun rounds where, you know, their individuals shine in a beautiful bright light. So they keep that as a possible outcome for this round. Lucalzi out, but oh, so much damage. As Art takes the brunt. Goes down to the HE. Lucalzi not that healthy either.
Nite gets that shot, and that could be the last time you watch Lucalzi here on train. Decent. If he doesn't connect this second shot, well, it might be. Good thing he's got that still online. Same with Fluxo. Seemingly stopping the bleed for now. There's a lot that's about to be discussed with Woody right around this corner. Still reaching for more. It's going to be a crunch right down. There's the bomb, and they can set up shop here. It's a pretty picnic and quite a line, and it's Woody that can't collect. Pank all alone, the newest member of ODDIK, walking up, trotting in his way. Surprise! And now he runs away. This is how ODDIK secure the key and lock you away. 24 is required. Kai to keep us online. We're not done with train yet.
No, and it's thanks to Decenty, who just pulls out an absurd spray transfer. It's not exactly pretty, but it's through the edge of the smoke, and so it's hard to respond if you're ODDIK in that moment. Locked him down. Thought Pank had the way out, but yet Decenty had another stunner for Woody. Decenty owns that round. Takes Fluxo kicking and screaming over the finish line, but it's overtime required in order for Fluxo to do this in 2.
Off in the hands of Art again.
Why?
Is there just something that Zevi does not prefer about opping on T-side train? I don't know.
I mean,
Way knows those angles from the CT side. It's just no way. Go ahead.
To be honest, I don't think it even matters. Even if this is a Zebi decision, that's when you as the in-game leader say, absolutely not. You're my offer off.
There it
is. At least
is.
he's going to pick the opening. Making up, at the very least, for the disaster that was previous.
Woody just knocks them back from even considering the site, but this may just tempt them in more. They can run past this up, then they can potentially see into the rest of what the B site has to offer. Cozy lines this up. This is going to be where the stint goes to Fry, and right now they are out and alive on this site. Woody hits another quick scope. This is what we were waiting for. Woody, he wants to have Art tap on the floor before it is too late. Still a man advantage going the way of ODDIK. Put up on the totem pole and then slap down. It is ODDIK that forced a third map and a Dust 2 that's very familiar to either of these foes.
Yeah, a big moment for ODDIK, a big moment for Woody, and a stall out for Fluxo. They put together a rough T side once again, and we got Laz to break down all the details for you on the desk.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. Yeah, I really, really appreciate it. And of course, look, I mean, this again is a very interesting matchup just because in the sense of, Fluxo was able to get themselves a really good start, right? I mean, we saw them, 5 out of the 6 rounds. They're able to be aggressive. They're able to just win these fights. They're pretty much just, all these engagements are really just going their way. Then we finally get, a little bit of a moment in the halfway point of the first half. We see, again, that ODDIK, they take a breath, they calm down, they play a little bit more slow, they play a little bit more methodical here on Train, and they're able to bring 4 rounds back in a row, thus making that first half into a 6-6. So it's definitely a tie situation. So it really felt like, again, Fluxo were able to get themselves out of the floodgates. They were able to get this really big start that they really, really needed. But, it was really just Zevia that I felt in the beginning was putting up some big numbers. Like, let's not forget, he was sitting himself at 2.33 KD, a 14-6, not bad at all. And everybody else was essentially sitting at that, 7, 6 kills, not really contributing the amount of, firepower that we're kind of expecting to see. Then we move over to the second half. And this is the thing that I felt like there were some good moments. Descendi was able to put himself in situations where he was damaging the economy. He was able to do some good, amount of work. He wasn't getting rounds, but he put himself in situations that he was almost able to damage that, CT economy. Then, we get to see that economy just builds more as Woody's able to find multi-kills with the MP9, which definitely made it a lot better. So in terms of getting that op ready to go, definitely felt like that. Some of the biggest plays, I felt like, the game plan of this that we saw from Fluxo is that really it was about them just kind of flexing muscles. This was more about firepower. This is more about the less strategies. All they wanted to do was take that inner sight. They really wanted to take control of it. It was kind of lopsided. It felt like there were some really good moments that we saw from them, but there was also some of these moments that we didn't really get to see some convincing takes. And the post plant seemed to be the really big problem here for Fluxo, especially on this second half. The whole plan of going inner, I didn't mind it, but it felt like they didn't take advantage of map control. They always kind of felt like they put all their eggs in one basket, which kind of allowed for ODDIK to get themselves back in this game and thus putting themselves in the victory. But I think the biggest key is on a map like Train, especially on the T side, you have to kind of, maneuver around the map. You have to manipulate it. You have to be able to fight for some kind of control when you can. But it felt like ODDIK were the ones that were kind of running around, taking IV control, getting that outside control, not, burning utility quickly. They were kind of preserving it for late rounds. And I really do feel like that was kind of the turning point for me that allowed them to get themselves still alive in this series to push this thing to the third and final map of Dust 2. So look, we're going to take things a little bit of a short break as we get locked and loaded here for the final map. And then we get to finally know who's going to be going to the grand final, but we'll find out in just a little bit. See you in a bit. Well, we're finally ready to go for the third map now. So this is going to the full distance here for the semifinal to determine who is going to be able to fight into the grand final. But look, Vincent and Mark, like this is that was a tough one. That was a really tough one here for Train, just because again, it felt like Fluxo had themselves the moment to get this thing done, but it felt like it just fizzled out a little bit here. Vin, what's kind of your initial thoughts here, and then kind of transitioning over to that D2?
Man, it didn't fizzle out. Art fizzled out. I lay that squarely at his feet, genuinely.
Okay.
I can't remember the last time I was so frustrated watching Counter-Strike, because I love Counter-Strike, but that I didn't love.
All right. Okay. Mark, look, we'll step away from the train, right? That was a long train ride. There was a lot of things that were a little bit bumpy on that one. So let's talk about Dust 2. I mean, we know that there's not a lot of tape here that's available. But do you think, given the history with Art, given his history with different roster, could Dust 2 really be the thing? We're going to go into the game, but I still want to know your thoughts. So hit me with it.
Yeah, I mean, with this Dust 2 being kind of the latest at bat right here, it has to be. I mean, Art, please don't take the op out of Zevy's hands. That's all I'm begging. That's all I'm begging. Please. He needs that for a win condition on this Dust 2. You just saw what he did on that CT side. But more than ever, the pressure is back on that man. Art, he needs to deliver a well-called half here with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, and listen, as much as Fluxo were up in this series and they won Inferno, and they won the T side of Inferno, there was no praises there the whole time. So that's why the pressure's on for the most experienced player in the server in Art. Woody dunked the nade onto his opposing in-game leader and says, see you later for now. ODDIK up by 2, a 5-on-3, the big advantage.
And to be honest with you, Vincent, I mean, level in this series just has really been inconsistent and all over the place. You need to see one team really step it up here to have the confidence to go and win a grand final. That is also something on the line here. Pang fading away. Of course, ODDIK would like a second chance. They just lost to Imperial in Series 1. They've got to go. And Nite on the corner has that headshot, and now they're trying to fade back in. Kai teasing a bomb plant, but not even getting that economical bonus. ODDIK start up on that perfect foot.
I was about to put Nite under fire there a second ago. He had some ugly whiffs there for a moment, but it's okay. Recovered it and was able to take a couple in the end. So we'll put that one under the rug, if you will. Fluxo, not exactly an ideal start to this one. They really just toyed with the idea of fighting towards mid and got punished pretty heavy for it. Mark.
I feel like a couple, opinions I feel like I've heard in discussions with, caster friends of ours is really kind of a lot of doubt on Woody. Like, I mean, he was so flashy at the end of that regime of Train. It was, something to be really happy with. Hank pushing this through the long doors. They'll take that up and actually maybe even run that down the path. Bomb, it's abandoned. I think they maybe know. Picked back up by Lacosi.
I mean, listen, I think to kind of address the point you were making there, Mark.
Yeah.
Nice shot. Like, Woody can have some pretty good heights, and actually, particularly on Dust 2, I feel like I've seen a lot of highlights from him.
Okay.
The thing is that those heights don't necessarily, suggest the average from what Woody can bring, and I think that whilst we certainly see a pretty good ceiling from him, the average and the floor is particularly low. And I think that the fact remains that, like, he's a good caller. And so I think that that's part of why there's that that reaction and that conversation, especially around the guys that we talked to, the other casters. I just think that's part of the reason, not because Woody is like inherently struggling, just that he could potentially have someone better.
Great start for ODDIK on this. This is stuff fairy tale absolutely draw up. I mean, for what we served up too, you want to get a perfect start for Woody to forward an AWP, for them to be comfortable to take that type of swoon. Here it goes. This is 3 players. Now can tally off, is getting the information and getting that kill. It would have been really hard to get the multi there. Tarnay, who's been tearing it up, 6-0 off this bat. Now I feel like I'm losing track of all of the different praises I want to give ODDIK. That's a really good problem to have.
Yeah, a good round as well. Nite, getting into the mix early. It's Woody aggressive up mid, taking advantage of that. I also want to point, I didn't
You asked me a question, so I didn't get to address it. Let me go back and address it. Art bot like forced to scout alone, like in round 2.
That is hilarious timing.
And yeah, anyway, he did it again. And yeah, so he had a Tech 9 last round. I just, you know how people talk about how they have imposter syndrome, and it's like, no, really, you're good. Art needs an imposter syndrome check. I need it.
I take going for it. See you later with that scout. It's going to be held into the hands of Kai. There's plenty of reason for Art to be proud, for him to be confident. It's understandable that sometimes you can get behind your own skin, but, I mean, you got to be getting into the confidence here. It's an 0-3 start. Grand finals that you're going to have to play, like, what, right, 10 minutes after this entire series is over. Naite, he wants to farm, give this man the opportunity. He has a third in this round. Lakozy downstairs. Scout has seen many hands.
Yeah, a stunning start from Naite. He's the guy that, to be honest with you, when I was kind of talking about Fluxo, and the reason I actually, when I think the question was posed to me by Laz of who I thought would win this series, I said Fluxo in 2. The reason I said that is because I feel like there's so much firepower. And when I describe that, it's like, who could take over a game? For me, there's like 3 or 4 guys on Fluxo that could do that. For ODDIK, you know, Naite is that guy. And wow, that's why you put Zevi on the op. Woody, head-to-head, gets dumpstered.
On that call, Hank is looking deep, far into long. Look, already on it.
ODDIK recently have really loved this double op on Dust 2. To be honest, I feel like taking the rifle out of Naite's hands ever is like bad. I think he's so fantastic on it, but I'm just gonna settle in, split them out. ODDIK have 2 per site right now, and op on either direction as well.
Giving them a lot to work with in the middle. Not going to be, you know, so susceptible to like a fake right now because they ain't moving. Line this up. Middle B stint. I was going to say, I don't think I was too much of a fan of this setup, but I mean, whether he gets this kill or not up top, they just got a whole lot of information as to where this is going to be bringing attention to. Here goes somebody making contact in middle. Naite is going to do the most that he can. Checking into 1, and now the op in Naite's hand. He's going to deliver. They're running low. He has just gotten 3, though. Naite posting the best, and it's in a 2v2. A winnable stance for ODDIK, and they just continue to fry.
Wow, what a shot from Kai. I thought Pank had the advantage. Now K-Slock's going in as fast as possible. HP's low. Decency needs some help, and it's arrived, but K-Slox has the 1 and the 2. K-Slox clutch for ODDIK to continue to step forward.
Dude, it is destiny right now on this Dust 2 for ODDIK. There's just no other way to say it. Man, Naite pulls up and does spectacular stuff with that AWP at 20 health himself, the only man that could, and a 1v2 for K-Slots, has to box them out confidently. That's what's flowing through the blood of ODDIK right now, and I couldn't be happier to say that. We needed one of these teams to start reaching a level that we could be proud of, and now this is one that ODDIK can roll through. They need to continue to press on the gas.
I mean, let's just say, if I told you that you had an opening pick through the double door, and you took B, and there's only one guy there with like 20 HP. You'd think that you'd win that. That's what Fluxo had, and that's what ODDIK were able to win.
Are added up. It's supposed to make sense. Never does. Look, that's going far. Hart and Co. need an answer.
Oh, this is the same problem, Mark, that we've been talking about a lot. I mentioned on train, bro, these like five-man walls.
This is terrible.
What map control? This is a gun round. Mark, it's a gun round. Make it make sense.
Trying to catch them off guard with potentially a timing from up top, but it's easily read. It's Dust too that you can just read in between the lines, because you want to know why. This is what the curriculum is based off of. Everything on top. Trying to go for one of the easiest plays in the book, well, just as easily batted down on top of the net by Pank, who has 3 to the bank.
Yeah, I mean, ODDIK over the opening 6 rounds of this half, it's a who's who of multi-frags. Tarnay, Woody, Pank now, Night Day. I mean, K-Sluck's the only guy that hasn't really gotten involved in that, but honestly, doesn't super matter. And it's all 5 that survive for ODDIK. They look clean as a whistle. Sorry, no AK for you, darn it. That's unfortunate, but I mean, Fluxo needed timeout.
Yeah, look, man, I feel like before we were, you know, even kind of just riffing, leaning into being it more comical, but yeah, there really was a problem. Something missing out of that calling over here from Art. I think, you know, the symptoms that you point out, not stopping and, you know, seeing into, you know, easier feet says a whole lot.
Yes, a small victory is that Decenty has the hero. He's the one throwing the utility. Anyway.
The bowling ball. But it's the Pins fighting back. His slots have got that down, and potentially with the 3rd around the corner. Woody now up to bat, and potentially on a tee. Art is, and he is decked.
I mean, Decenty's still alive. Kai reclaimed AK, his 2nd of the round. I'm still in hand. B site actually open. Hold on. Fluxo have a chance at this. There's a smoke for the cross. And the investigation towards mid for Tarnay is not netting them much of anything. Nobody's going to see this cross.
Double through upper. Kai wounded. But still a warrior. 2 he has already taken in this round as he continues to protect. All the way down. Decent he looks. Right now it's going to have to come bruising. They have a kit in the hands and it's an easy shot. Turn it into double. ODDIK can do no wrong. Hopping on this bomb. It's going to be 7 in a row that they get by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, how about that? I said last round, you know, it's been everybody but K-Slox who's having one of these multi-frag performances. Well, how about a 4K? That'll do. And maybe I'm on the hate train too much. Maybe hold me back if that's the case, Mark. But if you're going to have a hero rifle on Decenty there, like, put him in the mix. He's the guy throwing utility for that long take. With 3 Tech 9s going out instead, he needs to be like the 3rd guy out to trade everyone on those Tech 9s.
Large majority back towards upper. High holding for a lot. There's going to be contact made in by K-Slots, who rather is behind the smoke, so it does not end up going the way that I suggest. I line on the spam now. Tarnay can try and force so much. Utility is thrown into upper as well. They're trying to get this down where it's a kill found onto the catwalk player, so still searching for those scenes, and now a headshot and Woody so clean. They can actually continue to get this way.
Yeah, Pank's going to be the only stopping block. Oh, and
wow.
he's taking no prisoners. No one is able to stop him. Decenty, a one-man army, a wrecking crew. He's got all 3 requirements in this round for Fluxo is ODDIK. Down bad. They'll have plenty of cash to fall back on, but no point in giving up this op that Night Day's actually grabbed in Tarnay's AK.
First on the tally for Art and his boys. You'd be happy with that. first of many, hopefully. Minimum here is 4.
Certainly think that. I mean, you could probably make slightly less work, but comfortability starts to fall away. Still, ODDIK really deady to this double AWP that I've been talking about. I do think that I'll double down on the statement that I think it has some weaknesses. And they go into it really fast, but when the money's flowing, you can really understand that perspective.
Quick play, facing pack. Not actually finding anything, Naite on the quick op. He's going to go back up top. Can't quite land that flick because there's quite nothing showing, but you're pushing your own front, sliding Tethborn essentially when you're running into Naite.
What?
A double right down, and Lukosi in the mix. It's Art that will try and pick up the pieces on 13 health with Zevi alongside.
What are we doing? What is that? Naite just gets some freebies. I mean, good movement from him. He deserves credit, sure, but I mean, really puzzling approach to those fights for Fluxo when they know the op's there from the beginning. Arne's deep, and it might be actually a little bit of weirdness because of that. Thankfully, Woody is very aggressive on this angle.
Just denied off of the click of the scope. 30 seconds and sent packing. Darnate cleans out the back end of Catwalk. No worries there.
It's a save.
I was going to say, either comes through lower, and it most certainly shouldn't. They're going to be packing this thing up. Quite comfortable with their bags.
Sad that it's come to that. Art on the board in this round, but it's not with a victory for Fluxo. That courtesy of Decenty last, but it's Decenty who found all 3 of the frags. Thankfully, escape made.
Ain't that intimidating?
Yeah, it's scary. This is
Big vibe back.
In fairness, like part of the reason, like one of the many reasons why I was confused at this veto. Dust 2 and Ancient are ODDIK's like go-to picks. They picked it every time they could when they were in Astana, and a nice shot from Woody onto Zevi will start them back off right. So this is a comfortable map for ODDIK. Woody, like I said, is opping here. I feel like it's at some of the peak, and his calling as well very strong.
Good stab by Lukosi. Naite will carry along. And he'll get the chance to refresh next time. This is the way it's supposed to go. Lukosi causing the issues. Doesn't have a whole lot to say on this map, but look at the way they present these kills. It's easy.
It's crazy timing that Lukosi finds right there. He's just as getting to look at Case Flux as he's starting to jump back up onto the elevation. I think the big criticism, if there is one, to level towards ODDIK this round is the fact that Naite is playing so committed in mid with an op and with an advantage. He's got no support, no nothing. So the rest of the ODDIK team just going to save their 3 guns.
They're not hunting as well. To be honest with you, I would be happy if Fluxo just kind of chilled and held on to their rifles. It's not too pretty in their bank accounts either. Finally gotten hands in the big green as well. Hopefully this should be going to Zevi as Fluxo refreshes, and they really are testing this as far as they can.
It's actually Decenty that's going to grab the AWP. He's got a long spawn.
Oh
They're
my
going to drop
gosh.
a second one over to Zevi. I mean, time is ticking.
Who can afford another one? Why not?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. They got the money to do this, so I don't hate it at all.
Towards the end of the half, you got to take a gamble. They need a big advantage here. They smoke out those middle doors, boost it up on catwalk as well. That's a nade that should do a lot if they stay in place. Woody finds Zebi, and now that is significant.
Oh, it's not necessarily a perfect setup, but flash hits and case locks takes. More to be seen. The two-man advantage for ODDIK. As Fluxo barely get off the blocks.
But he holds on tight. HG to try and pull this through. Artist dodged and now left Woody standing. Now off his feet. Naite takes a good trade. Bomb and Decent still separated. Still a scope to worry about. And they'll send it with 45 to go. This is going to be so hard for Titus to foul. And he does. Slides to success. If this player walks through the smoke, it's the trap right down, and it feels like one after the next. Ought to give it a chance in a row, and a missed shot. Naite pulls out the USB and long range has success.
This round is a great example of why the oppers should do the opping across the board. Kai, winnable. They both come through. Rifle should do the work. Yeah, that's just fine. I do like that Naite's playing sacrificially. Let's take the second contact, and it's well done.
ODDIK have a great lay of this land. And Fluxo even have, great results to show for it. Dust 2s that they have had no issue on in the past against great teams in South America, Bestia, Legacy, but few and far between, right? It's not one that's ever out of your catalog. It's Dust 2. All I gotta say. Woody out here teeing him up and absolutely far on the green is Kai now. Slots gets this into an easy stint. These are the kind of plays you go up for when you're up by 7 rounds. And he wants to spoil out here. Just sits at a corner. Quite a 90-degree angle to have all of the advantage. Oh. Execution. That hurts more than the backstab.
Oh, I thought he was pulling the knife. Not the case. Art goes down elsewhere. Where do you go? What do you do? Try to test Tarne. How about that? Kowski's currently selling a pretty effective fake.
And a double up top from Tarne. 10 and a pretty bow. And they get it down with Naite. Capitalization. Tarne, Woody, and Naite. Every single member you can highlight for ODDIK, in fact. What a great first half that they put up. And this is the stamp. This is the style that we need. You need a challenger to 9Z who did 2-0 in 8 good stance rather than 3. Excuse me. It's 3 long maps against Red Canids earlier. It's slipping my memory. I casted that series just hours ago. We have been through the ringer today, but that's what I mean. They've gotten to watch alongside this, and to be honest with you, I feel like the level was pretty high in that series, to be real. So 9Z get to push that and watch alongside this, and this is where ODDIK get to boost their confidence.
Well, at the very minimum, ODDIK have been improving their level over each map that they've played, right? So, Inferno, a lot of struggles. T-side looked okay, but, missing pieces individually, especially problematic. Train, they come out, and though it's a rough start, they correct the record, able to close for equalizing the score 6-6 at halftime. How about a 10-2? From 8-4, back on Inferno in Fluxo's favor. ODDIK now dominate.
Shadow out to grab with P250, and it's Art that starts off well. what they need. Now to just bull down. It's Art with a great shot. And what is this? Fluxo opening up the second half with potentially some hope. But yeah, that's about how the series has gone. Just a little bit of hope. And then swallowed up by ODDIK. Bomb goes down, though, with an attempt to retake. Taking it one at a time. It just won't work. Hasn't proven to in this series. Kai head on a chopping block, and it's taken a long time until Woody comes and does it himself. 13 frags. He earns 2 more in the pistol and an 11th for ODDIK.
I mean, it really does seem destiny, doesn't it? I feel like Art does so much work in that round, trying to make that happen. He gets 2 kills, but unfortunately, there's just nothing posted by the rest of the team on the other side of it. And he's isolated and decimated by the crunch up catwalk and then from long. Nasty way to go at the moment. Fluxo looking so very flat. I don't even feel like this is the same team that we saw just a map ago.
A lot can change in an hour. A lot can change in 24 rounds. Woody doing his best Art impression, bringing out the scout. Seeing into a meeting real quick. At least they're going to be out here right on this corner. An easy kill seemingly for Naite. That drops onto Art.
And it's looking like it's more than one aspect of that. The B site under fire, courtesy of case locks. They get a smoke down, and I mean, I don't know that Decency had much of another choice, but that certainly wasn't it either. We'll get ODDIK on 12. Fluxo up against the wall. They need 10 rounds straight just to proc overtime. ODDIK looking likely for a grand final berth. They've been so close so many times. And it's been Fluxo more often than not in these South American competitions that they've fallen to. Today seems different.
It's true. Drop to Fluxo in Series 1 of the Thunderpick World Championship in the quarterfinals just last summer. Did not go out of those was Imperial and BESTIA to earn either of those spots. Time to trinkle in a fun fact. Here today, it will be ODDIK with another chance to punch theirs. Didn't drop a map in Series 1 until they seen into the brand new look of Imperial. Into the brand new look of Fluxo today. They absolutely washed it over. It's a bit awkward on the way out, but it's anticlimactic as it comes. When you think of a semifinal finishing and a team punching their way to the grand final, you've at least got to get your respect back. It's anticlimactic, but ODDIK will take it. Second time will have to be the charm. They head their way to a Thunderpick grand final.
A massive final as well that ODDIK make their way to, and a big victory on Dust 2 as we're going to bring Laz back into the fray, man. What a game that was, dude.
Yeah, boys, it really was. It really, really was. Yeah, and honestly, that's a lot more like it, right? We get to see, again, just full domination mode here. This is where ODDIK, they finally wake up. They realize, all right, enough is enough. We're just going to play our game. We're going to play the way we want to. And boy, oh boy, the fact they're able to find themselves in, 7 rounds in a row. They're able to just, again, they don't look like they can be touched. They're just completely crushing everything in their path. You absolutely love to see it. And again, I think you guys both were able to capture this really well. It was round number 5, which was really, really, big for Naute. Like, again, he put up a 3K with the op. I think he honestly had like less than 15 HP, and he was still able to find a double kill in that B site without getting traded. Nothing like that from Fluxo. It looked like they were flat. Like, those tires had no air in them at all. And these guys showed that they had nothing left in terms of protocols or nade work or anything like that. And honestly, it kind of felt like, again, where we saw Fluxo kind of still going in the same direction of what they did on Train, where their map control, it just didn't exist. These guys didn't really fight for the real estate that they should have. They just allowed ODDIK to just kind of bully them around. They got to be the mean landlords of the whole map, and they did whatever they wanted, and they can get any territory for the cost of nothing. So honestly, it was definitely a really good thing to see for ODDIK, but it was one of those things here for Fluxo that was just a little bit worrying, just considering it looked decent in the very beginning of the series, but it felt like it kind of got a little bit worse and worse as the games kind of kept going on. But in all honesty, very impressed to see that, you know, again, ODDIK, they put themselves in Terminator mode, and then when search and destroy, they, you know, any post plant situation, they were able to retake it. They pretty much went for map control when they wanted to. They did such a great job of just isolating someone like Zebi that, you know, both Vincent and Mark talked a lot about, like, look, give him the op. Give this guy the op, but he's going to do something big. And, you know, ODDIK, they honestly came in with a game plan and said, you know what? Don't let that happen. We're just going to be able to take him out. So I love what we got to see. Woody called a really, really good game. Everybody played the way that they needed to. And now, like you said, Mark, they get themselves to a grand final.
A great opportunity that they do have. I think that 9Z's kind of been sitting and waiting for a while. And to be honest with you, I think that with how I think shaky it was for kind of Art's crew, I think that they capitalized on a shaky crew. I think that that said a lot about how they were vibing into this at the end of a semifinal. It kind of looked like they were having fun with it all the way out there. Like, even where you have that all added up with every single individual, it's kind of an op-eye committee at times. Even when I really like, to be honest with you, where I've kind of thrown doubt to Woody on a, you know, op IGL, one of the last in the region, right? Naite had some really good stuff. There were some, you know, moments where it's questionable, but like when you have a Dust 2, it can, you know, sometimes be that. I'm going to bring up my man Mayern on the Bounty Hunters because sometimes he can pull out the AWP for them. That won't be happening anymore as I hear he has just been benched. But like, there are plenty of these teams that can bring that out and actually be really, really effective. And like on that Dust 2, some memories watching him. Like, I don't just say that to say that. Like, I think you really can do it. So got to be able to like really kind of hone in and see if you can deny 9Z, who I think are kind of even still sitting as the better team between all four this afternoon with the best chance to qualify.
Yeah, and Vin, I wanted to ask you because again, like, you know, we get to see now that the grand final is essentially solidified. We have 9Z that's going to be taking on ODDIK, and I want to get your thoughts on this because now, I mean, we got to see a little bit of 9Z earlier on in the quarters and how well they played, but like, how do you feel about this now, considering that, you know, the first two maps of this series was probably a bit dicey. We were all kind of wondering what's going on. Are you feeling a lot better considering the Dust 2 looked like ODDIK really just got back into fighting form, or do you think that there's a bit more of a lean, I guess we'll say, for a team like 9Z and their caliber?
I think ODDIK are the ultimate team to take advantage of opportunities, right? And this is another one of those examples. They take advantage of a huge opportunity where Fluxo, I mean, they really bin it in a way that is honestly impressive in a couple of moments. And I think that, you know, that's something that ODDIK, especially considering they look better as each map goes on, is an encouraging sign for me. So I think that ultimately, you know, you got to expect ODDIK to come out, and if they play well, I think they can absolutely take it. They've proven that they are better over time today, and if that holds true, I think they could make it happen.
Yeah, and let's just bring up the bracket really quickly too, because again, we just kind of want to showcase a little bit again the journey of how we got here, right? And I think we talked a lot about this in the very beginning of today. It's been a very long day, but we did say, like, look, the events of what has taken place, you know, kind of more on the left-hand side of the screen felt like I kind of felt like that was a little bit more of the surprise factor. Everything that happened here for ODDIK getting the 2-0, Fluxo getting the 2-0, it kind of felt like that was the prediction a little bit. But as you can see, you know, everything kind of panned out where, you know, these two series today, for us here on the desk, it was the 2-1s. It was all the way the distance of this, and it was definitely a very, very big fight. But now we finally get to see that moment here where 9Z does get to take, you know, a team like ODDIK. And I don't know, I'll get your guys' last thoughts on this, and I'll let you start, Mark. Is, I mean, there's always the theory of when a team that just finishes a series, I know there's going to be a bit of a break in between this. Do we think that's a good thing, or do we think that maybe overextended them a little bit? Maybe that exhaustion might just kick in a little bit here. What do you think?
I always think that that's going to be a good thing. You know, I think that good teams can take advantage of rest well, right? We don't want to be walking out from this 3-hour break somehow and being like Max on the interview. He's not going to get interviewed, but he's going to be like, we were exhausted after our 3-hour break. It's not going to be a situation like that. They should be cool. I really do prefer that. And to be honest with you, like, speaking of Max, he called a great game earlier. You know, consistent through 3 maps, even when the pressure was on. I think especially when the pressure was on. So even as that goes out, I do think I still prefer 9Z to take this and be our second team to qualify through South America. But I think Woody is about to bring his best. And I think this is probably a better opportunity than ODDIK had before, just considering their form.
Like I said before, ODDIK are a team that take advantage of opportunities, and this is a big one. Some of the shakiness that, I mean, despite the fact that I think 9Z looked better today than they have more recently, I still think this is a team on shaky ground, and we saw that in many of those moments against Red Canids. So for me, I think ODDIK, I think this is their chance to move forward. I think 9Z favorite though is kind of the way I walk away from that one, Laz. We got a whole lot of fun coming up though, so you're gonna want to see.
Yes,
We really do. That's a really good point. So yeah, both you guys are kind of a little bit different opinions, which is really fun. So it's going to be it for us here on the desk. You guys are going to have very new faces, you know, different voices, everybody here, but we're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to let ODDIK kind of cool down a little bit because they had themselves a pretty long journey to get here for the grand final. So we're going to take that break and we'll be back for the grand final. So we'll see you in a bit. Thanks so much.
And then there were just two. We're back with Thunderpick World Championship qualifiers, and we're going to bring to the South American season to its natural conclusion here with 9Z and ODDIK in the grand final. I am your host / analyst Paladin, and joined with me are my two lovely casters, Wild Deity and M&J. And I think I want to get the semantics out of the way and just jump straight into this bracket, because we look at this grand final and Wild Deity, I don't necessarily feel as though I'm seeing the two rosters that I would have expected to see at this point in time.
Let me tell you this much. Having any expectations whatsoever in like a South American derby is absolutely inane. So I'm not surprised at all. Like this is always bound to happen, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel as though in certain circumstances, especially when roster moves galore happen within the South American scene, there is just this weird limbo void of a region where anything goes for quite some time. And we've got two rosters here, one that's kind of put their nose to the grindstone ever since they failed in the MRQs, and the other that is actively going through reports and changes right behind the scenes that this might actually be the last official that we get of this 5-man roster that 9Z have, M&J. And I don't know how you feel about this team, but I mean, beyond these results that they have on our screens today, I do feel like these changes are warranted. M&J?
I think we have a bit of a technical hiccup on M&J's side, so I will gracefully steal that question from him. I'm not really sure if the stream could hear his audio, actually. Sometimes it gets a little muddy behind the curtains, right? But yeah, honestly, with the lineup that they have right now, I have no idea if they would have progressed. So like if there is a bit of a shakeup, I think that could be a good idea, but it kind of sucks that could happen after they're on like the cusp of like making it to like a big close qualifiers and winning a big regional tournament, right? Because it almost feels like you're ending it on a high.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's unfortunate that that's the way that it has to go, but unfortunately, it never felt as though Adam S really brought enough to this team to make me excited about 9Z in the future. They're definitely a far cry from the roster that had this insanely good run over in IEM Dallas not too long ago, now ranked 76th, and they go up against an ODDIK roster on the other end that I think have done some really smart decisions in terms of just grinding out as many games as possible and still staying relevant. They're now world ranked 32 and beyond their PGL appearance. They've done fairly well, I'd say. Actually playing with Tierney throughout this tournament is interesting. I'm not exactly sure if you've got any takes about this ODDIK roster, but to me, I'll always kind of keep my good graces around Woody as a player, because I think he's just got enough potency to just keep a team relevant or an org relevant for as long as possible.
I will say though that it feels like ODDIK, as well they've been doing recently. My biggest issue is the fact that they just went against a Fluxo that is supposed to be very shaky, because I mean, 2 new pieces and all, you shouldn't be hitting the road running like that, especially not against a team like ODDIK, and they nearly fumbled the bag. Like, that could have actually been a win for Fluxo, but then towards the end of that second map that they just played, they were able to come back, and yes, they finished off the third map strong, don't get me wrong at all, but I feel like there's definitely been signs of weakness from ODDIK, but I guess you could also say the same for 9Z, so we're pretty even in that regard, Paladin.
Yeah, I think for 9Z, they play with absolutely no pressure in this circumstance. Obviously, the core would love to have the close qualifier penciled into their calendars and have that available to them. They'll actually pick into Nuke. It's been a staple map for them for years and years now, so things will not change here for them. And I mean, getting Ancient for ODDIK, another staple map on their end of the equation. We go comfort both ways. And then we end on Dust 2, which is a map that 9Z have wanted to adapt for quite some time. Obviously struggled across the course of these last few years to actually adapt it beyond the Dallas appearance. But M&J, how are we feeling now that the tech issues are resolved, for one, and for two, now that we have this Veto on our screens?
I'm good. I'm glad we got that ironed out in the pregame. I even made a joke earlier, and neither of you laughed, and I was just sat there feeling all sorry for myself. But
Oh no, we heard that
yeah,
one.
it's
we,
good
we
to
didn't
know.
find you funny. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. But no, the Vetos are looking good, right? I think they do ever so slightly maybe lean in the favor of ODDIK, but both teams have dodged a bit of a bullet. ODDIK not having to play Mirage or Train. There's those sort of parallels in terms of both of those teams not really liking those maps. And I like the fact that we have sort of the sample when it comes to ODDIK, not just for their games within the South American scene, but because they actually qualified for PGL Astana, we have a little bit of a sample for a couple of months ago, them playing against some top European teams as well. So on Ancient, not only have they been dominating the South American scene with it, but they actually 13-2'd Astralis like 6 weeks ago, right? So it is actually a really, really strong map for them. And I think they're going to be feeling pretty confident with the maps they've got in front of them.
I think Woody has really figured out how to play that map overall. That I think he just commands the troops very well there. That 9Z and Max will have their hands certainly full in that regard. But we'll go over to the head-to-head if we do have it. Might as well discuss a little bit before we jump forward. But overall, there are a lot of head-to-heads that I do enjoy for this matchup. I think Martineza and Woody is one that will actually have a lasting impact. Particularly because I think it's a very one-sided one. Wild DD, I don't know if you echo the same sentiment, but to me, I think Martinez has got a lot to like about his game, and it's why he's being touted as a guy that will leave the South American region and go back to Europe. So exciting stuff there. And then this one's also an interesting one in Lucan, who I didn't think would have the chops to come back. But Wild Deity, what do you think about this guy now that he has returned?
Here's the thing. There's the fact that we have this head-to-head, and like, yes, Lucan's a fantastic player, right? But I think this head-to-head also sort of signifies how the matchup's going to be for the rest of the team, because generally speaking, I think 9Z are also a team that is a lot better in terms of if we're just playing the game purely off of firepower, okay? And obviously, like, the first thing you notice about Lucan is that solid rating. You've talked about how he's come back, he's been doing well, sure, but if you also click through everybody else, I think on average, ODDIK is not the type of team that would just want to go band for band with 9Z purely based on firepower. They're going to want to outmaneuver them rather than outgun them. So I think that's one dynamic that we're going to be seeing throughout the game. We're probably going to be seeing ODDIK try and out-strategize 9Z. Well, we don't quite see the same for 9Z, but I think firepower is going to be a big one here.
Yeah, I think 9Z have lacked the real leadership that I actually expected Max to have developed into by now. I think he's been given the reins for quite some time. He's been figured out a countless amounts of times. He's adapted accordingly because of that. But still, I don't see that same level of potency. I've seen some abhorrent T-sides from him in seasons past, and that's what's really worrying to me. And that's where Woody, I think, on the other end, has definitely exceeded my expectations at commanding these troops that he has before him. That's not to say that this team doesn't have firepower. I still like a lot of the work that Nite can put on when he's on his A game, when he has that momentous occasion that he can kind of snowball into just a map victory on his own right. Case Locks is another one that showed some promise in international competition as well. So I'm not going to say that they don't have anything to actually fight back with, but we'll see if it's enough to get the job done. Our game is live. The grand final is set. 9Z ODDIK here on map number 1 of Nuke, and we'll have Wild DD and M&J take it away.
Absolutely. Well,
It's
quite Nuke unless it's a totally new theme and a new skin that they've added to the game, which, you know what, knowing Valve, they just might, Paladin, so who knows. We're going to be putting you back in the analyst box, though, as we kick things off in the grand finals. 9Z on the CT side, ODDIK starting off on the T. As we head into the swing of things, ODDIK leaning a little bit more towards the B side, Josh.
Yeah, very heavily leaning towards the B side. All 5, no lurker, no presence elsewhere. Indicates that they've got to get a bit of a wiggle on before 9Z get exploratory, and that's exactly what they'll do. Flashes come over, Lucan only takes the one with the dualies, and that is just a little bit sloppy from Max, playing through the short smoke, unaware of the Glotch charge in his way. And a man advantage will go to the T side as they have the bomb beep in, and major leverage here in the pistol round.
as it is right now, you just don't want to be the first player to die. Give the opportunity. Tornay responds. Headshot opportunity missed, and the chance to get the equalizer will go down along with the round. ODDIK, first round on the board.
Yeah, pretty good stuff, to be honest. I did worry when the initial util came down on ramp and they slowed down for a second. I thought, oh, you can't go for a 5-man commitment like this and then not commit to it. Inevitably, 9Z will start taking space in A main, start taking space in mid. You'll have problems on your hands, but yeah, they don't. Balls to the wall, they make it work. They group up together. Hit those early Glock shots that were needed. Full eco here for the CT side. They've given up B. ODDIK won't know that for now. But it shouldn't really matter. It's all about trying to get these frags with the SMGs. Try not to take too much damage in the process. A bit of weird timing.
Not going to be a real issue, though. Mac-10's good enough to clean up the job, and it gets close to a casualty for a couple players, but nothing to convert just yet. Maybe Lucan can get a consolation prize before he bites a bullet. It was an interesting conversation we were having with Paladin earlier. Now, I know that I talked a little bit more about how 9Z are probably leaning more towards firepower, and part of that is because of, like, perhaps not as potent leadership, but you've got to remember that I think ODDIK have been playing against slightly better opposition as well. Yeah. So, like, just going off of the ratings and just, like, getting a true apples-to-apples comparison for these two teams is going to be really difficult. I guess the closest comparison we can have is in this particular tournament. The fact that we're getting to see both of these teams go head-and-head. Weapons come out from 9Z, though. Only a single player having to be a bit more sacrificial. Max on the MP9. Oh, look at the speed, though. The steed of speed. The Mac-10 takes charge. And Tornay adds one more to the tally. That is 3 players remaining. Quickly brought down to just 2. Forget what I said about outgunning them. They're winning all the duels. But Lucan wants to make sure that they can't just keep their foot on the gas, gets a casualty going, and starts to back off. This must be a save.
Very, very commanding stuff. But yeah, blink and you miss it. Neighbours already on the A bomb site within about 15 seconds of the round starting. It's as quick as you can go from one side of the map to the other. These SMGs will be able to upgrade into the CT premium rifles as Woody adds 2 to his tally, racks up a little bit of cash, and yeah, there you go. Not quite the right one. Jump into the fade. ODDIK make it 3, 9Z back down to pistols, and yeah, there'll be slightly better pistols as they'll have the max loss bonus coming in the next, but this has not been a very good start. You said about the firepower that 9Z have been able to output their 3 hard hitters, Lucan, Martinez, and Halso Peak, on a very slow start to this game. In fact, 2 of them 0-3. Paladin asked me a question about Adam S. I wasn't able to answer it. Ooh. Is this going to get messy? I don't think so. There you go, tidied up. Yeah, I wasn't able to answer it, but it was sort of something that was also on my mind as well regarding Adam S being imported over from Europe as this big talent that would elevate this roster to new heights, and he really hasn't been that. Now, specifically in this tournament, he's actually played really well. But yeah, as a whole, throughout the last sort of 6 months with this team, it hasn't really been on the level that I think they were hoping for. Lucan does at least take 1 back, so an opportunity to save an AK here. It's better than nothing. They'll be on a buy in the next anyway, but a little bit of extra firepower I'm sure they'll be quite happy with. Also with the Kevlar, it gives an opportunity for him to drop an AWP over, so options. Nonetheless, an exceptional start here for ODDIK.
Yeah, 4-0 start when you're just coming off the back of a semifinal that went, maybe not the distance in map 3, but at least in terms of the grand scoreboard, it did go all the way to 3 maps. Now, they did have a chance to sort of loosen their muscles a bit, an extended break, about an hour's time, but they're still powered up. Incredible shooting coming out from the ODDIK squad. Also, just really good pacing to recognize some bad timings from 9Z. A couple times that 9Z were just caught with their pants down on middle. ODDIK consistently able to apply pressure, and I want to see if 9Z can do something a little bit different. Now, you've got to remember that there is now one more variable in play. That is the AWP from Martinez. Can he make that work? Is that going to change anything? Lukin wanting to take this bull by the horns. Kill found. It's going to be Adam S to get it, actually.
Looking a little bit better here for the CTs. Round number 5. ODDIK with their work cut out for them to claw this back, but they've got the bomb, they've got the pieces. The rifles behind them, flashbang into cave. Nate's going to try and find a little bit of room as Martinez has been mollied back. He takes a tick of damage from that fire. So they should know he's close, but Pank doesn't react. Nate on the angles, sloppy stuff. Max as well, struggling. But Adam S will come in to save the day. Martinez will finish with the AWP, and 9Z do tuck away and put to bed their first round here on Ancient. Hopefully the start of better things to come. Still 2 pieces missing. But signs of life here from the CT side.
And that last round was somewhat convincing, right? It wasn't the fact that it's kind of weird to say that after we see a 4-0 start, but 9Z, hopefully they can start coming into their winning ways. 90, oh, that's a little bit rough. Fair amounts of damage, but he will be picked off. Still, they've got to recede back into Donuts, so there's going to be a lot of lacking information towards middle. 9Z playing a 2-1-2 setup, but there is the potential of a rotation happening. They can very quickly make this a 3-man setup on the B bomb site, and that is where ODDIK is going. The lack of info on middle does mean that they still have to stick to their guns over towards A. Utility coming through, starts to telegraph the info.
When 90 started cutting down mid with the Mac 10, I'm thinking, oh god, not again. But this round following a very different blueprint. Ones that lead to trades on the B site, and a bit of friction being put up by 9Z. Woody, great awareness, catches off the mid pincer.
No way!
Pacelock's gonna line him up, but he can't take both. On a 1-for-1 duel between the 2 snipers left to try and dictate this one. I don't think Martinez realizes that the bomb's dropped. No, I don't think he does. But he is still going to wrap around. This is a much better position for him. There's surely no way Woody expects this.
This is a right play to make regardless of whether or not he expects the bomb to be there. To go for the full wraparound. Now, Woody, quick plant. But he has infinite angles to work with. And he's got an AWP, so he does kind of get locked into an angle if he decides to hard scope it. But I do appreciate this little operation from Woody. Goes forward, yeah. Finds info deep into CT. He's narrowed down the angles to just a couple of them now. Just have to worry about ramp and cave, and he's going to be able to find Martinez. So, good recovery there from Woody on the positioning. And ODDIK, they'll only treat that singular round as a speed bump in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, with or without the info on the bomb, you're right. It was the right play to wrap through mid, but he was just a little bit too slow with it. If he came through earlier, he can catch Woody off of that bomb and have that element of surprise. The second that Woody walks up short, clears CT, he's got all of the leverage in that situation, holds all the cards. And 9Z left with absolutely nothing against a royal flush. Max gets aggressive, doubles down with the MP9, frustrated with the way that that last round ended. And another 2-man advantage here for 9Z. The last time they found themselves in this position, they were able to make light work of closing it out. ODDIK still with plenty of time at least. I'm picking at straws, but still an opportunity here in round 7.
Bit of a slow approach this time. ODDIK, piece by piece, they've been chipped a couple times. But last round was also a bit of a recovery from a deficit. Two-man setup into K is going to be super hard to deal with. And Lucan finds a really good timing to decide to peek forward. Doesn't allow the 2 1v1s. Max good on the shooting. And Woody, the man we were having many conversations about towards the pregame, left alone. The captain of the ship, wanting to recede into passivity with the AWP, needs to take this weapon into the next round. And the rounds have been chaotic enough that the money's not going to be all hunky-dory.
Yeah, it's actually quite an undesirable situation here for ODDIK. Even though they're 5-2 up, and I think most people would take that every day of the week. You are right. These rounds have been coming pretty close. You've only got to look at the deaths on the left to realize how many players they have been losing, even in the rounds that they have taken. So, has to be a full eco here. 9Z will comfortably take a third. And the pressure will certainly be on here for ODDIK. Unless this Tech-9 can get busy. Woody, the one man that you'd certainly want on it. Pressuring into Cheetah early, looking for the fight in cave. Also Peak gets a bit of a firing range, a shooting gallery here in middle. Yeah, this one's easy enough.
Good stuff from 9Z. Nice to see a little bit control back from them. Because Evora No Star did start to feel a little bit too one-sided, especially when we have a precedent being set by ODDIK in the previous game where they were absolutely flattening Fluxo in that Dust 2 decider. But the weapons are going to come out now. A couple players having to be the sacrificial lambs as they pick up Khalils instead of AK-47s to prioritize the utility. It's going to be something a lot faster. Here it comes, right into ramp. Couple kills from Max, though, makes it possible. One is being a problem as well, though. Martinez goes for a double dip and finds one, but Torne is trying to desperately get this back. Adam S finds Woody, 1v2. Torne chips it down to just one, and now has to try and get it done. Has control of the bomb, minimizing the number of angles he has to worry about. But Adam S is rotating in from CT. Is Torne going to be ready for it? Going right into cave after having mollied it just a few seconds prior.
I think Torne's playing this pretty perfectly. Max was able to give such a huge lifeline to 9Z earlier on in the round. Now, Adam S needs to be the cherry on top. 78 points of health. He's got a kit. He's got a bit of util, but he doesn't want to deploy it. Doesn't want to blow his cover. Now throws the smoke, but the bomb's planted front side.
No way!
Adam S returns the favor on the spams. And I'm very surprised that Torne rattles off those shots before Adam S goes for the tap. But it may be the mistake that cost him the round. 9Z just about scrape ahead for the fourth.
That got really close. And honestly, after Torne gets into cave and Adam S is looking around, looking at multiple angles, you start to think that the timing is going to favor Torne, but somehow, in the nick of time, towards the end, Adam S is able to return a fire, and a tactical pause coming out from ODDIK. They realize that this isn't just a one-off round. This is true showmanship coming out from 9Z. The recovery, the clutch, and a couple of really convincing rounds that are now making their mark on the board. They've also started to build up a little bit of bank, so this isn't a one-time issue for ODDIK. There's not just one round that they have to get past. It is a multiple rounds long issue that is going to continue to plague them. Look at Adam S. He's got $7,000 on the bank. Martino's on 5K. Others following it pretty close by as well. And ODDIK, their own finances, not quite right.
Bit of a fumble there in the last. I think the tempo change was absolutely right, but yeah, just couldn't close it out. I'd like to see a little bit more activity over towards this A side of things, though, and I think that's what we might get in this round. It's very easy to get complacent as a team here on Ancient, because it's so easy to get onto that B bomb site, but for all the same reasons, it's so hard to hold on to it after you've got that bomb down, and we've seen the victims of that a few times now. It's a good start with a boost over the top. M4 and P250 will trade back. things getting messy.
Oh?
And the Tech 9 by the trigger discipline. He's seen the AWP in the red room.
Wow.
This is
This
huge,
does not
but I'm not
work,
sure
right?
he gets away with both here. Yeah. Oh. No, he hasn't reloaded. He hasn't got the bullets. What is going on?
P50's out.
Oh,
he
it's
buys enough time
painful.
for Woody, but there's a flank there. Lucan, he's the one that's gonna be
Oh my god.
That
This is
such a
South American
disaster.
Counter-Strike for us. This is what we signed up for. Oh my god. What an absolute roller coaster. A circus of a round.
So trigger discipline that doesn't work, that eventually works because it works as a decoy, and then a flank that's meant to be a trigger discipline play that also doesn't work.
Pretty much. Over Tech
That's
9.
exactly what I signed up for. And ODDIK, they've signed up for a B-side push. Couple of shots being exchanged, but look at this. Bodies dropping like decoys. As ODDIK have won all but one duel.
Yeah,
Looking at
that's enough to pull the
Martinez.
plug.
Yeah,
There
you
go.
already know their priorities.
Makes sense. Money is rough, actually. They are sat on $50 between the two of them. So, yeah, it makes sense to just get on out of there. For ODDIK, who don't have heaps of cash in the bank either, they don't really want to go hunting all too hard. They could justify it. It's penultimate round of the half, and you have got a couple of players with more than enough to reinvest. So, there's no reason not to send sort of one or two feelers out, but Case Locks falls to the AWP at range. Yeah, they don't want to pressure it any further. 90 survives with 1 HP. That AWP carried through. And the rest with more than enough in the bank to get these rifles back out. So ODDIK still looking good. It's not the half that I think they were hoping for after the start that they had. When we saw the the P90 for a second there, I did get excited, but it's just teasing us. Things are getting silly here on Ancient, but we're not ready to get that silly just yet.
ODDIK's already maintained a pretty good half. And they've loved playing with this faster pacing. It's always worked out for them, but maybe not this time. Wazapeak's done so much damage. Knight eventually does get something for their troubles. And it's a 3-on-3. AWP rotating in from Temple, trying to push past the Molotov, takes a couple ticks of the flame. Woody knows exactly where he is and will punish him immediately. Max and Lucan, MP9 and M4 combo. Lucan's trying to push through the smoke. He's going to have the perfect timing here. Unfortunately, he's going to be watched by 3 barrels. Knight failed to spray. Can Lucan do more? Absolutely not, as Torne has something to say about it. ODDIK, a solid start on the T side.
Yeah, that is a very, very good start. And it has to be said, Knight, I can't believe he finishes that half 8 and 10 because it felt like he had a couple of really big impact moments, yeah? This round here specifically goes absolutely huge. But if you even think back to earlier on in the half, the first buy round where they played the bonus with the MAC-10s up against those rifles, and I think that's really what got the ball rolling and got a lot of those early rounds on the board. It was all him, right? He ran down mid, he doubled entry into Donut, got them the space on the A site. Felt like he's been having a lot of impact despite the negative KD. Like to see a little bit more out of Pank as we go into this second half. But yeah, the rest of the piece is firing on all cylinders as well. Woody's had some great moments. Turner's been brilliant. And Case Locks has kind of stepped up to the plate quite nicely as well. Yeah, it's been a very good half for ODDIK.
And we've already seen something that is quite chaotic. I like the fact that this is a precedent we're setting for the rest of the game.
Yeah, more of this, please. This is the kind of South American Counter-Strike I like. The kind of South American Counter-Strike I don't like is the one where everyone's PCs are breaking and we're sat in a tech pause for 45 minutes. That's my least favorite South American strat, but yeah, this
Listen,
is
bro,
cinema.
I grew up with Pakistani Counter-Strike, so whatever that is still an upgrade for me.
It doesn't get much worse than that, does it?
Mm-hmm.
No, I feel you. Imagine there's been some pretty wacky excuses.
It would honestly be great if, in moments like this, I could temporarily let Paladin out of his analyst box, just unshackle him for a second, so he could spit his game. Because I know he's been watching. I know he's making notes. But honestly, most of the stuff that has worked out for ODDIK has just been that super fast pacing, right? That's how they set the precedent. That's how they got their first 4 rounds when they were pressuring 9Z quite a lot. And then they tried to go back into a bit more of a staggered style of play. They're getting picked off one by one. Slightly more utility coming out from 9Z. Slightly heavier utility, rather. Early into the rounds, shuts them down. But then ODDIK switch things up a little bit. Go back to a faster playstyle, switch up bomb sites. It's really just been a rehashing for the same thing a couple more times. And surprisingly enough, I didn't expect ODDIK to be the team that would be brute forcing their way.
I mean, Paladin could talk. It's not like we've got him gagged.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. That's how we do things here.
That's one of the terms and conditions before you sign up to be an analyst.
Yeah, gotta wear the mask.
Yeah, one of you made it sound a little too cool. Like he's got like Bane's mask on.
Squid Game mask. No, it's not that cool. You know, there's I'm not sure I can like say the name, but one of like the big high street retailers in the UK started selling like Squid Game merch. Like you can get like the participant jackets, and there's something just really like eerie about it. You know, I kind of want one, and I might go and get one. But yeah, there's something just weird and eerie about it.
I think it would be a cool investment. We should just start making rehash versions of those, but with just like a Sharpie and a disposable sanitary mask, and sell them for hundreds of dollars and brand it like high street fashion. So that would be cool. That's a new business idea. It's a business idea that the viewers can sort of chew on while we go for a little break, because we do have a small technical hiccup. The broadcast will be back in just a bit. Back to the action we go. Thankfully, not a long pause. And the only reason we get that pause is obviously because my lovely commentator here decides to jinx it by saying that we're likely to see pauses and stuff, or what we don't like to see is pauses and stuff. So
yeah, no, it is my fault. I'm sorry. Any you South American fans experiencing power outages, probably my fault as well.
Yep.
So yeah,
you're out there cutting the power lines, unplugging the Ethernet cords. It's all MNJ. Oh, look at this though. Dooley's kind of caught out of position, but still successful for 2. Response is swift, however, from 9Z, and it's going to be brought down to just 3 members apiece. Smoke set up for long enough that the bomb shouldn't have any troubles going down. But as soon as they fade, there will be chaos.
Well, as the dust settles, we go into the 3v3. Luke stuck behind the site. His teammates have got good post-plant positions, and Max, look at where he is. He's in cube with a molly. He's going to go for the molly, the bomb strat, and Woody is going to regret deploying that smoke as early as he has into cave, because in the next few moments, he's going to realize what it could have been a whole lot more useful for. Lucan says, don't worry about it. I'll take matters into my own hands. Pops 4 heads and gives 9Z the round win. Anyway, the firebomb not needed. And 9Z now snapping at the heels of ODDIK, because that pistol round win felt like a bit of a must here on Ancient.
Absolutely. They had to get back into the driver's seat. If ODDIK gets away with the pistol, you're essentially looking at a free entry into double digits territory, and I think that streamlines the game quite a bit for ODDIK. 9Z now, though. Chance to build up some tank, chance to build up some momentum. Do that on your opponent's map pick. It is a recipe to find yourselves a grand finals win. Adam S, opening duel on Knight, but does take a big chunk of damage here. Nothing too special coming out. Just playing as duos, 2 players towards ramp, 2 tasked with the responsibility of holding down middle, and they leave the bomb all the way back for the sake of letting that decision be made a little bit later, just based on where they find info.
Bit of a bold force out of ODDIK, but it's one that I guess they can justify on the basis that they've got a bit of a margin for error. Having lost the man advantage early, though. Maybe they'll be regretting this decision. They've got 3 men stacked up over towards this B site. Feels like the right call, based on where 9Z are currently poised, with 45 seconds left. The bomb's been left behind in spawns. They've still got options. Wally into Donut, Woody under pressure. Look at this positioning from Max. He's going to push all the way through the red room. Then I have to start worrying about the flank as the execute comes in towards B.
He's going to be instrumental in making sure that their passage into B is as safe as possible. You get that MP9 out of the way, things become a whole lot easier. There it is. Tank doesn't realize what hit him, doesn't react in time. Now they can quickly start to come through. Without this flank, this could have been so much worse.
I'm just a little bit lost here because Woody took contact ages ago, right, with Max. And it just feels like that information hasn't really been relayed or at least understood. No one's expecting the flank. And even when Max takes the contact for the first, there's just no reaction at all out of Pank. He's just still looking towards ramp.
I mean, I kind of don't blame him because it does sort of start to look like a 2-prong push, right? Like, you recognize that that flank is quickly going to be followed by someone coming through from ramp, so you just try and double down instead of taking what might seem like the long-range CT duel. If you're just thinking about it in the split second, you double down on ramp, hope that someone pops through, and just take them down with you. ODDIK, though, they're going to have to sit this one out. 9Z now nipping at their toes, getting ever so close.
Shadows are just cruel here in CS2. Certainly felt like he had a good position, especially with the upgraded pistol, but yeah, Mac 10 sees him coming from a mile away. They'll take the A site, they'll get that bomb down. They don't really need to press all too hard for this. I think the rifles will be trying to prioritize their lives. Setting out a mess hunting, though. He looks hungry. Mac 10 in hand. I kind of like this from ODDIK. They're really not pressing all too hard. Don't feed the beast. Don't feed their economy by giving the kill reward bonuses. Group up together if someone wants to hunt and take the fight, at least trade it out. There's no real incentive to die here. They can, you know, it's a grand finals. You're not trying to get this over and done with quickly. It's going to be a 7th though for 9Z. This has been a much better T side for them so far.
They carry that momentum a little bit more forward, and ODDIK could be in a lot of trouble. You've got to remember, this is ODDIK's map pick. They lose this. Could be a big boon to their confidence. Max being the only one on 9Z that's still holding on to that MAC-10. Everybody else looking good with the upgraded rifles. ODDIK already have a player pushing forward into middle. Lucan gets a second win here, though. Gets a chance to refrag his teammate. Adam S trying to get a little dirty here towards ramp. Uh-oh. He's going to be tunnel with vision and on the CT player. He's not going to expect the cave push. Yeah, he doesn't. Knight puts Adam S into the ground, and it's quickly a 2-on-3. So 9Z might quickly be out of the picture once more, but Owasso Peak has something else to say about it. Oh, good timing.
Oh, wow. He still has a little bit more to say as well. A quick tap on the bomb, and he's going to be forced out off the back of it. And Lucan does not break a sweat. 15 and 7. He's sat absolutely farming, despite the fact that until now, they've been trailing the entire game. But now tied up at 8 apiece. They've got a good opportunity to take the lead here as well, as ODDIK's money is not looking great.
I think one of the conversations that Paladin wanted to have was about Lucan earlier, right? And if he's having performances like this, then suddenly there is no doubt to what he can accomplish. And he's already like sort of touted as the heavy hitter. Bringing that into a grand finals, bringing that energy in, definitely further clears those doubts up. Quick tactical timeout will subside, and ODDIK have actually opted to go for MP9s. They're going to have just enough money in the tank that they should be able to buy up in the next round now. But they also give themselves a reasonable chance at being relevant in this one.
Five MP9s here for ODDIK. I kind of like the call, actually. Now, with the max loss, they're going to be on a buy in the next anyway. Sometimes you see sort of rounds like this get a little bit disjointed. Someone goes in a little too heavy with a rifle, couple with the pistols, but I like the idea behind it. Whether or not it works is another question. Knight tries to get aggressive. Doesn't work for him early on. Taken out by Adam S, who in the process only loses 10 points of health. And 90 just playing a slower approach to this. This entire game so far has gravitated constantly around this B bomb site. There's been very little activity elsewhere, to be honest. Same theme continues here, but with the bomb venturing out of elbow, it might finally find a different destination. 5 seconds. Oh, big kill, Max.
ODDIK now going to have to fork over what used to be their lead. 35 seconds on the clock. Still plenty of time to get the stuff done. Waso Peak in the back of Woody's body, in the back of his head actually, lands a bullet. And it is a comfortable plan for 9Z with 0 casualties. Until I say that, of course, because Pank has crept up on Martinez.
And that's the best they can really hope for here, though. And certainly a nice
That's not
consolation
bad.
prize. Yeah. 9Z have got the money to hunt for it, I guess, but
You've got to remember that they bought down to just enough money to be able to scrape a buy together in the next round. So when AWP kind of just restructures that entire buy, right? Not only does having 2 players alive mean that you don't have to invest into Kevlar anymore, it also means that Torny can drop over a proper rifle and a bunch of utility, drop that MP9 over, and Pank's going to have enough money in the tank to drop a whole rifle alongside the fact that he brought an AWP into the round. So these are some big upgrades that can happen. It is totally what this buy is going to...
yeah, actually the economic setup for that last round did not factor in an AWP at all. It would have just been a 5 rifle setup. So stealing one away, being able to drop it over to Woody is a big, big piece. Woody, it was a big piece in that first half. He finished it with 11 kills. He's not been able to find one since then. Maybe the big green in hand is the magic answer that he's been looking for. Aggression into middle, but the sea of smoke obscuring the vision of all 4 parties involved. HG's going to do some good damage. Pank will draw first blood onto Lucan. It's a pretty massive piece to be taken out first. Early doors, 30 seconds past. As the smoke starts to fade and we move into the quiet before the storm. ODDIK do have the advantage. Martinez scoped in with a sniper, waiting for his moment to pounce. There's 2 inches away from exposing themselves, but for now, incognito. In a minute to tick, he's got his teammates to come and join him.
Oh, they try and fade the smoke, but they're receiving bullets left and right. That buy ends up working out for them really well. Pank, of course, doing all of the heavy lifting there, but a 1v3, bomb in control, still a sliver of a chance, but Martinez is going to have to be really quick on his feet to make this possible. Okay, he does actually want to wager his chances at it.
Yeah, give it a go.
Yeah, but the time's dwindling, man.
I don't know. I want to see some. I want to see some action for us. Don't. You got to psych him up here. Even if he can't hear us, he can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
No, he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it because you've said maybe you shouldn't go for it. This is you. This is your fault.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I do feel like you didn't have faith in the Dragon Ball effect, though, right? You didn't. Did you raise your hands up and try and channel the Dragon Ball effect? You know, like the thing they do where they raise up their hands. I mean, I was just gonna explain it anyway, right? They raise up their hands to try and transfer. I think it's called like their chi, so that so that Goku can have a bigger spirit bomb. Like, I know the Dragon Ball fans know what I'm talking about. Okay, you gotta lend him your energy. I know you weren't out here raising your hands, so can't blame me.
I don't know what this guy's on about. Dragon Balls? I don't know.
Come on.
Big start. He's trying to get aggressive.
Oh, wow.
Pank follows up. A lot of damage inflicted through this smoke, but somehow we end up with a 3v3. And a bit of room out onto the B site as well. Turning here in cave, but not for much longer. House So Big wakes up and puts himself even with a double kill in this round. Adam S takes contact in Cheetah. A tickle of damage dealt, and he won't press it any further. It might be time for ODDIK to just kind of pull away from this as Case Locks inevitably will go down in the next couple of seconds. And yeah, that's exactly the cue for the AWP to go and save. 9Z have somehow taken control of their opponent's map pick in the most unlikely of fashions after being 8-4 down at the half. But he's still got to fight for survival. It looks like he'll get away with this sniper.
Once again, it's going to be very important that he ends up saving that AWP. Just give himself a fighting chance. They can once again buy around it. Have that extra bit of money means that you're going to have a lot more bells and whistles going into the round. And despite the fact that ODDIK came into this game swinging, despite the fact that they looked really strong towards the start, even towards the end of the first half, an 8-4 finish, this recovery has been marvelous from 9Z.
Has been, but job's not done yet. Woody on the angle, the solo anchor of the A bomb site.
Have to go big.
Not really touched this A site. That is such an unfortunate miss. I talked about the advantage that the shadow gives a little bit earlier. This time it really lets him down. He sees the shadow. He gets excited, pulls the trigger a little too early. In place, Terry's gonna walk that from Torne. Denies the plant. Oh no, this is all falling apart.
Yeah, what a recovery there from Torne, but Lucan is gonna bring it down to just 2 members once more. This is a tug of war that has not been decided yet, and the weaponry slightly favoring 9Z. Away. Martinez misses a shot. That is a crucial shot to be missing. Now both players chip down to about half health. That M4 becomes so much more potent. Martinez has to watch out. There it is. Pank finds the head. And Lucan's looking all the way around. Pank knows that he doesn't need to pull the trigger. He doesn't need to show himself until he hears that glorious audio cue from the bomb.
Seconds. Lucan needs to force the issue. It's just not going to happen. ODDIK somehow recover even after Woody misses that initial shot and gets overrun. I thought that was just going to be the round chalked up. But honestly, it boils down to the fact that nobody is providing cover there. And even though Donut smoked, you can't treat it as a wall. Turney just runs straight through it. Finds a freebie onto the man holding CT, a freebie onto the bomb planter. Tips the scales in his team's favor, and that's enough to rock the vote. Running it down in the B, sorry, the A side again. This time, the entry will once again go their way. Ooh.
9Z taking a page out of ODDIK's book. Having a faster pace. But it's all about what they do after they get on the bomb site, Josh. That has been the sticking point. Need to get the bomb down soon. Molotov is certainly going to help that case. Can't really push past it real quick. Waiting for the smoke to subside before they start to materialize a 3v3 retake. Lucan's a little bit low on health, so he might be the weak link in this push. And he tries to go forward to find one. No, Lucan lets his teammate die there because he turns away at the wrong time. Max, a 1v3, trying to isolate duels, but he's found by Knight, and ODDIK is back to the lead that they once inculcated.
This time Woody getting a little bit of revenge for the prior round. 3 kills in this one for him. It's back-to-back rounds now where 9Z have run it down on A. They've found the early advantage. They've got the site and not been able to convert off the back of it. Look at the money. It's now broken. ODDIK on the cusp of 12. This has been a real back and forth of a game. And one that still I'm apprehensive to predict the victor of. The weird buy here for 9Z. And it's not really the time for a half-assed commitment either, right? You see House ODDIK and Max. They're down to 750, 650 bucks. It's not going to be enough to buy into the next round. The remaining 3 keeping enough cash in the bank to do so, but I think this might just be time to bite the bullet, go down to the 2K mark. Everybody have enough to invest into round number 23. Give ODDIK 12 rounds, but you're still playing for overtime. By doing this, you really do put this entire map in jeopardy. They've got to have success with those 2 rifles. If they don't, Max and House ODDIK are going to be on Galil's in the next. This does seem like what they're committing to. They're going to double down with it.
It feels a little bit unfair almost for 9Z, right? To have such a great recovery, to make your mark, and then for everything to start feeling like it's falling apart towards the tail end of the game. Now not having many resources to work with. But it's not like ODDIK's in the clear. They're not going to have all the bells and whistles on their team. A-side might be on the agenda. Lucan finds a really big kill. Woody not quite hitting all the shots with his AWP. Tries to go forward, misses again. That's a crucial miss to have at a time like this. But K-Slox is trying to make up for his teammates' failures. Looking there to make sure that they don't get punished anywhere from Donut.
The pathing on the entry was perfect for us. They've evaded the sightline from CT, and Lucan as that pincer in Donut gives them all the coverage. House ODDIK's hit a beautiful shot, and that's it. It's enough for ODDIK to just pull the plug.
Yeah, they can see their finances, right? It's just, they know it's not worth it. They might as well allow that tie-up to happen rather than be at the mercy of 9Z in 2 more rounds with no money. But this is honestly just such a fumble by Woody there. The fact that he gets 2 opportunities, he gets to go forward and try and take the fight. He gets to first set up that tripwire with his AWP. Doesn't end up working out. Can't really fault him too much for 2 missed shots, but it does feel like at a time like this, when you're inches away from at least guaranteeing that they'll have to play for overtime, you drop the ball.
Bad time to drop the ball. The AWP had hit the initial shots on the entry. It would have been a very, very different round. And well, if they end up losing this map and the series off of the back of it, it's going to be nightmare fuel. Here in South America, the prize pool very, very top heavy. You make 4 times the amount of cash for first place than second. And Of course, the ranking points invaluable. The glory to go with it. And ODDIK, of course, as the favourites. Will certainly lose sleep tonight if they can't get this one over the line. Good early damage from the util. One silver lining as we hit the minute mark on this clock. 9Z. Take some room in towards Cheetah and Cave. Timing a little bit awkward. So Lucan's able to cross. And there is a smoke up, so we'll certainly expect this as a possibility. There's the contact to drop another one. Methodically giving up room in exchange for time on that clock. And with 40 seconds, Max has drawn first blood with a huge spam.
Okay, Fox tries to hit some shots. Pank doing a decent job before he falters. But Horny and Woody, there's a big decision to make here. Molotov's actually good. Does a fair chunk of damage. But it's all down to the shoulders of Woody again. That's one. Manages to isolate the ramp fight, but Adam S knows exactly where he is. That information is asymmetrical. Switching over to the AK-47. Adam S is tucked into the corner. Has to peek out, and there it is. Easy does it. 9Z. Pushing past ODDIK as they approach 12.
Oh, what a bad time to lose control. A round that felt so plausible for ODDIK. They've been in control of the cash for the last couple, but when it matters most, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel to get weapons in hand. 3 A1Ss, 2 MP9s, not a lot of util. Not a single helmet in sight. It's not going to matter against the AKs, but it does just show how weak those finances really are. No kits either, so want to get this one done before that fuse gets put on the round. Right. Fine first blood. Has himself an AK as well. A dangerous game that he's playing, but one that he will win. Very, very good spam damage. Look at this. Everybody's limping here on 9Z.
A very fitting start to a grand finals if we go to overtime in this game. And the conditions have already been set. You've got a 5v4, 3 players, like he said, limping, losing blood by the second, and there's a minute on the clock. I want to see what they try and do with this. Everyone's starting to go towards middle. Trying to group up your resources. Makes a lot of sense when you don't have a whole lot of HP. Trying to isolate. Oh, Max, great 180 to find Knight. But the rest of the players are slowly starting to creep up into Red Room. There is one player with his finger on the pulse, though. If they can catch him out, suddenly they've got so much access all across the map.
Oh, he sees a shadow.
Yeah, he has a very good idea where they're going. Is he going to follow them? If he plays this right, he might be able to find 2 players as freebies. He's already made the calls as well. They're following them in hot pursuit. Max not going to expect what's coming. Shot to the side of the head, and now they're going to start to feel a bit more aware. Wazopik, a great Molotov, which will buy them much-needed time to start setting up on the A site, but the HP is not doing them any favors.
Oh, no. Missed top shot at a bad time as well. That tiptoe through Red Room actually took out the only player with a full head of health. Everybody else so low on health that this becomes a problem. Turney takes one, trade it back out. It all falls onto House OP. And yeah, not going to happen. Fights off a little bit more than he can chew there. There's just too many to deal with. ODDIK are going to make it 12. And we will go to overtime. 9Z, they fought exceptionally well to even claw that back from the deficit. But they just can't get it done in regulation. And as you say, very, very fitting for the first map of a grand finals. These two teams are inseparable.
It's very interesting that we've seen kind of the same narrative for both teams so far, right? The fact that ODDIK had such a lead, and then there was a recovery from 9Z. ODDIK had to have a bit of their own resurgence to come back into the game, and then they just kept going toe-and-toe. Oftentimes, with the same type of pace as well, where 9Z were happy to bring out the aggression. ODDIK was doing the same. In fact, I think that precedent was being set by ODDIK when they started off their T side with mountains of aggression going into things. But I want to hear your thoughts here, Josh. who do you think outlasted when this game lasts long enough?
If we keep going, then I'm gonna say ODDIK. But from what we've seen so far, I really feel like they've been the nervier team, if that makes sense. You know, when they were up against the low buy against 9Z, they kind of fumbled it a little bit. If you look at the round prior as well, it felt like the same, you know. They've had their chances. They've had their advantages here in this map. They've not been able to get it over the line. It's not just about form here. It's about sort of keeping your head screwed on in a grand final. They know that they're the better team. They know that they're the deserved team. They've still got to prove that.
I think the biggest issue here for 9Z is just the fact that they'll eventually have to fork over the T side. I feel like ODDIK's going to be so much better once they get back into the aggression. And I think 9Z's best chances were to end it right there, but they didn't. Gets really messy on middle. Max is able to put down Case Lock, but Horny is happy to return the favor. Knight putting a few pot shots into the wall, but doesn't find any casualties. Lucan sees the player coming close up. Woody is able to find Adam S on the fadeaway, but Lucan's happy to make sure that this tug of war keeps going. But the numbers might be even, but the HP certainly isn't.
We saw this in the round prior as well. ODDIK were able to comfortably deal with it in the retake situation this time. Almost feels easier. They have got to keep tabs on Max, though. The roles have somewhat reversed. He's quite literally in the CT spawn. With that information relayed and the space to stretch their legs, he'll call over for Martinez to come and join him. That bomb on his back. Lucan, massive kill. It's now going to tip the scales in their favor. He's very aware that off for the back of that contact, and he's going to try and work his way up, and he does. Straight into the waiting crosshair of the AK-47. Pank's now got to try and clutch. And again, they're all low, so this feels viable. It's not a round that he's going to save in. Surely it's overtime. But a tough task on his hands. And one
unfortunately,
that maybe, he doesn't want it.
Once he's calculated that in his head that his chances of getting it are 0, there's no point in trying to go for it anymore, even if it feels like there's no money to be saved. But an AK-47 certainly not a bad upgrade.
Well, Max will go down with the ship. Not that it really matters. 9Z off to winning ways here in overtime. And quite fitting, considering their T-side has just looked much better. Both teams with those 8-round T-halves in regulation. Look at this. Adam S opting for a MAC-10 here in OT. Have more than enough money for anything else. But he wants to be that commanding figure. He wants to lead the charge. Yeah,
yes,
full W. There you go. Massive entry.
And they know where Pank is. They'll be able to double down on him very quickly. Woody, so many times you see him in these awkward spots where he's left alone. And although the kill counter for Woody is just fine, like he's actually fragging out hard, right? Like he's going 18 and 12. Unfortunately, when the camera's been on him in some big pressure scenarios where he needs to hit the shots early in those rounds, or maybe on the closers, maybe on the clutches, it's not been happening. 9Z wanting to squeeze everything out of this T side before they have to slip into the blue uniform, because they know what that performance looked like back then. They only furnished 4 rounds on their CT side. Can't be taking any risks now. I think ODDIK have the silver lining of knowing that they were also a lot better on their T side, so maybe there's something to squeeze out of that. But a little bit more energy from 9Z in overtime.
Second round in a row, bizarrely, where Max has died to the bomb. It's not going to matter all too much, but it just hurts his KD. I need to do his homework on the radiuses a little bit more. 14 to 12, 9Z still keeping things very clean. Still out on either side, Woody. It has been a hard hitter. He's actually the first on his team and the second on the server to hit the 20 mark. It's not going to mean all too much if they drop the ball and drop this map. We teed them up as the captains of this ship, but right now, ship is sinking. ODDIK don't have enough lifeboats, don't have enough buckets to really do anything about it. We'll give it one last hurrah here for the CT half. Otherwise, they're going to have to play for 3 in a row just to take us to further rounds. There won't even be the prospect of winning it. It's a very brief technical there, but we'll be back underway as 9Z look to just continue their winning campaign.
Z this time around will be stopped in their tracks if they try to push past middle. Lucan, unfortunately for him, goes on a little solo adventure and will be punished for it. But in the meantime, 9Z have tons of access to A. They only really have to go past the first donut player who's going to try and creep past the smoke. Woody, you've got to be hitting your shots now. There it is. That's exactly what we want to see. Max goes down. And the way this smoke is positioned kind of actually makes it awkward for the T's to get closer. They still have to clear out the back of it. Molotov is going to stop them further. And it's a 5v3 with HP missing on both sides.
Yeah, once Household got that sight line over the top of it, he was then able to relay the information that no one's lingering on the other side, but took a little while to get him there. Martinez holding CT, won't realise that there's one touch so close in the corner as Adam S takes contact. C4 will go down, but it falls all onto the shoulders of the Orc. 1v5, this would be a magical clutch that needs to come through. It's a beautiful shot for the first, flicks for the second.
No way!
T9 takes a trifecta, almost finds all 5, but has to stop at the quad as 90 holds his nerve and makes sure that things don't get out of hand. That was one hell of an attempt out of the sniper, who'd had a little bit of a quiet game up until then. 9Z giving us some exceptional stuff on their T side, but it's just not enough to hit 15.
Unbelievable attempt there. And it really comes down to the wire in a round that should have been anticlimactic, should have just been over. And, you know, one of the conversations that we were having with Paladin was about the fact that Martinez is, you know, this big superstar talent, might be on the way out for good reason for him. But after a quiet game like that, I was starting to have some question marks in my head. But he has that spark. A little bit of that beast starts to flow out in that clutch. And nearly gets 9Z a flawless half in impossible circumstances. But ODDIK, happy that they can at least cling to that singular round that they're able to manufacture in overtime. But this is where things start to heat up a little bit more, Josh. ODDIK, they were so much better on the offense. An 8-4 finish in regulation. We saw what Torne was able to do. We saw what Knight was putting up. And I fear that that might turn up again.
That same fear. Been a while since ODDIK have been able to play their T side, and we know just how strong it was. It took 8 rounds in regulation, but it certainly felt like they could have had more. Leaning towards this B site once again, 9Z. Actually prioritising the control elsewhere. They are going to get aggressive into cave. leave some gaps in this defense. Whether or not ODDIK will exploit them is another question. Max. For the spams, very close on that one. ODDIK are just giving them nothing here, though. No sound cues, no info, other than the flash over the top, which doesn't really mean anything. Truly keeping 9Z guessing. It's a good molly. It's going to force Lucan out into the open. I think he's done well to go 1-for-1 there. A 4-on-4, 45 seconds.
Fake. Oh no, that audio cue from the Molotov. Just one tick will be enough for them to be locked in, but he's gonna hold his nerve. In fact, the bomb gets dropped and he's good for a double. Keeps him lingering for longer, playing ring around the Rosie, right into Martinez's trap. And Torne somehow still keeping it alive. No, Martinez finds the kill, and that's it. 9Z inching ever so closer.
Actual map points now. I mean, they had one in regulation, but they got a couple here. It's on the CT side, which I think both teams have been a little bit weaker on. I do fancy their chances of getting this one done. We said before, this would be a pretty monumental victory. Ceremonial one. She goes over the top into elbow. Early util into mids. They're going to fall on deaf ears. ODDIK don't pressure early, so won't be a victim of it. He's looking for the timing. He works his way forward. Should actually get it. Caught with util in hand. It's going to be Adam S.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
yeah, you don't live in that. Also peek. No, did not this time. Case locks. Puts them in the ground without a sound. Lucan and Martinez. Yeah, pretty much nothing they can do. Martinez is just trying to make sure that that AWP can get the hell out of there. But even that would be a luxury. One that he simply can't afford with Pank waiting for him around the corner. ODDIK clinging on to dear life. And one more hurrah to go, or we'll be doing this rodeo all over again, Josh.
I don't know, I think we might be. The 9Z CT side. Turns out like that again. They just had no grasp on that round whatsoever. Not a mess. I don't know if it was just sort of a lack of awareness of the situation or poor information relayed, but got a molly on the contacts and had no idea just how close they were. This is brilliant from ODDIK though. Anticipating that 9Z have gone heavy on the mid presence again. Woody just pushes all the way out. He's going to be here in Temple. And they are completely unaware. Look at this, Max. Playing behind the boxes. Woody's going to catch him out in the rotation. Bit of trigger discipline would have gone a long way there. But he ends up with both anyway. Oh. And there's a third one coming. Won't be able to take it.
Oh, Max is everything. He's got to play this perfectly. He knows he needs to get more than one, and he does it! A little bit of extra damage. Adam has to get more, and 9Z, it looked like they were out of it, but they've held on. Not only that, they've got the advantage, and Martinez is one bullet away from stealing ODDIK's map pick. The tripwire set up. There's the body. Buys himself some more time. Now Knight has information on both.
No.
There's the headshot. And that miss could have been everything. Trying to jump across again. Knight might be making it possible.
What?
No chance for Martinez. And I can't believe that back and forth results in ODDIK persevering.
It's just a round of superstars shining. Woody got us off to an insane start. Max then drew it back with a brilliant two-piece. And somehow, Knight's allowed to clutch that 1v3. I don't want to take credit away from him because it was exceptionally played and baiting out that all perfect footwork. But my God, how the hell has Martinez missed so many shots there? he is going to be absolutely kicking himself. He had 4 opportunities, 4 bullets fired to close out that map. And he missed every single one of them by an inch, by a whisker, whatever you want to call it. But truly, truly ridiculous as we go into OT2.
Unbelievable that we're seeing this at all. It's kind of crazy that we're seeing some of the most basic shots being missed and some of the hardest, most difficult shots connecting.
Yeah.
We saw that little clutch attempt from Martinez. He was hitting everything. But then when all he's got to do is set up the clothesline, let them walk right into it, it just doesn't happen. It honestly looked like it hit. Like, when Knight was trying to jump across, Martinez paced himself, sees him coming, tries to pluck him out of the air, and nothing.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The other ones, not so much. That one, I was very surprised that didn't connect as well. I actually sort of swung back in my chair a little bit as, he gets it done. But painful. And I think that's where it sort of starts to play on the morale a little bit too. I mean, these guys are hardened veterans. They've played at very high levels of Counter-Strike. They've been in these positions before. They're no strangers to adversity in games like this. But I do feel like, especially for Martinez, he's going to be feeling really disappointed with that. That is a very sore round to lose.
I will say though that if I'm Martinez, I'm just trying to be positive, and I would reframe this as a chance to get closer to the top of the scoreboard. Is that copium okay for you, sir?
Yeah.
Would you like any other flavors, or?
No, that'll do. I did just watch back that last shot on stream as well. Yeah, it felt like it hit. It felt like it hit, but either way, perfect.
The game has a mind of its own.
Yeah. Make the most of the bad situation. ODDIK into OT2. Now need to get a little bit more out of this T side. We've seen both teams look better on their attack. If either one fumble it, that does feel like the win condition, or I should really say the lose condition. Either one of these sides.
As weird as it might have gotten, I know we've been talking about how 9Z, they missed some very crucial shots, but it's also, I think it's also very fair to give Knight his flowers because it was a 1v3. You can't blame all of that on Martinez's miss if he also gets 2 more kills beyond that.
I guess so.
ODDIK, with the way they're positioned, looking to start making a move towards the B bomb site. 3-man setup from 9Z, playing very close to Cave, and they'll try to push past the smoke. So this could actually be totally unprecedented. As the smoke starts to fade, it's all about who can pull the trigger first. Max waiting inside it, fumbles his words, but it's enough of a decoy for Lucan to make it work. Molotov deployed, trying to rush through it, not gonna work, buddy. Lucan puts him right into the ground. A 3K for Lucan so far, but eventually torn apart by Torney. It's Woody and Torney trying to make it work. The first of them already down. Wildcard and Martinez tag team up to find 9Z their first round on the CT of overtime number 2.
Yeah, nicely recovered there at the end. That one got a little bit scary. I love the setup though in Cave. One thing to have the player getting aggressive into that cheater position and sat in the smoke, and another to just have that support. Play off of the contact, assuming that he doesn't get both. And yeah, he was just able to draw damage. So it was a good job there was that second prong there. Run boost into middle. Boost over the top of this smoke. Does Lucan anticipate it? The answer is no, as Adam S will go 1 for 1, but jumps up a little too high. Exposes himself over the cloud. 4v4. 30 seconds expended. 90 going to start to rotate over towards B. This is the wrong play. ODDIK start to work their way up main, maybe? I mean, they're still taking their time with this.
Good collection there from Pank. But WildCard's watching for him. A stray bullet would have ended his life right there. ODDIK have a pretty big responsibility on their shoulders here, Josh. They need to make this terrorist side work. The 17th on the cusp for 9Z is really bad news. But based on the fact that ODDIK's going to the B site, it is actually the right bomb site to be hitting. All healthy players on 9Z though, so it's going to be difficult to crack. A little bit staggered on the push means that they've got enough time for rotations. WildCard's just making sure no one pushes through from cave. There's reinforcements coming in from CT spawn. WildCard can peek right out. It could be a double.
It's massive.
A triple for him. Lucan helps out a bit in there, but the heavy lifting being done by Wazo as 9Z have now got into their 17th round. This is really bad news for ODDIK.
Yeah, more importantly, this is the first time that one of these teams has taken a couple on their CT side, right? I said earlier, that would likely be the difference maker. Whoever's able to crack the code of this defense. Felt like 9Z really had it at the end of OT1, but dropped the ball. They've got to make sure that they take their opportunities this time round. This map is in the palm of their hands, their opponent's pick. And as the underdogs, I mean, I'm not going to say they've made light work of it. They've really made a mess here on Ancient. But they're allowed to make a mess, as long as they swing it their way. 2 for 2 on the bomb site. Entry, but Adam-S returns the favor. Max elsewhere will close it out. And 9Z have a flawless half. They go 18 of 15, and they now need just one of the next 3 to make
it really does
theirs.
Feel like ODDIK is now running out of steam, running out of gas. You've got to remember that they're already coming hot off the back of playing a semi-finals game where they didn't have as much of a break as 9Z. So this isn't looking good. To be struggling now on your own map pick, losing your footing when you're in overtime, and so far the aggressive side was what was favoring both parties, but 9Z suddenly having this uptick in performance in the CT side does signify that ODDIK has also slowed down a little bit. It will take one fumble for ODDIK to now lose their map pick in the grand finals. And I'd be worried.
Yeah, I would be too.
I know Paladin was very eager to get to nuke. We're on the cusp of getting to it. There's honestly been so much action here. I can't wait to hear Paladin's thoughts on this. One last chance. 0 margin of error now for ODDIK. One CT side fumble could be all it takes. A little bit of damage already being inflicted, but things can go very wrong. 9Z about to gain access to A without really any real resistance.
Case Locks will have his work cut out for him here. Not only is he by himself on the A site, but he's got no one even close to come and join him on the rotation if 9Z go for the pop right now. He's even going to pull it back further, giving them all the room. 9Z won't realize this just yet. They're running down this clock quite low. Not taking any chances. They've got 3. to finish this off, but they've already fumbled 2 in the past. In fact, they've fumbled a grand total of 3 so far. Don't want to add to that tally any further. Woody will draw first blood, but as Case Locks drops, this is going to be their cue to get out onto the A site, and Turney will be the one called upon to hold this fort.
That kill is big. Torn is the only thing that is keeping them relevant here on the A bomb side. Adam S, though, falls as well. And Torny might be extending play, maybe not for long, because Max steps in. Pank needs to find a double, tries to keep spraying forward. Martinez doesn't expect Pank to just creep through the smoke. And ODDIK has been kept alive via a 1v2 clutch. 2 more chances for 9Z to go into their own map pick with their heads held high. But ODDIK don't want to allow this.
Surely not. Now we're going to call a pause before going into this next, knowing that that one was a little bit close for comfort. Everybody's starting to pick up on the tally now, and nice to see that actually the kill disparity is closing as we get deeper into the game as well. So no one's, so some of the harder hitters from earlier on aren't really pushing above and beyond. We are seeing everybody pull their weight, and yeah, the top and the bottom of the scoreboard draw nearer. Still, though, potentially the final round of this map, if 9Z can work out how to close it. They've now fumbled 4 map points on their opponent's pick. ODDIK are yet to have such a luxury of a fumbled HE. Wouldn't have done any damage either way. Woody will be tested again here in main by the looks of things. Are they just going to dry peek him? If they do, this should be a shot he's hitting every day of the week. Oh no, the timing. He's been asked for a flash in middle.
What?
What is that? He actually lands the leg shot somehow.
Dude,
the shot through the box.
Somebody needs to check on Martinez's AWP.
Yeah, it's another one of those moments, right? It was bang on. It was bang on.
Gotta make sure it's not made of plastic.
It begs the question of if he's like moving a little too quick after pulling the trigger. Because for that to happen twice now, it makes me think like, is he tapping S as he's pressing mouse 1, or something that's kind of leading to that slight inaccuracy? Oh, it's a huge
Whatever
kill.
the case may be. ODDIK has still managed to recover. And that's all that's going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Look at this, though. The T side wanting to become a little bit more relevant on the B side. First kill found by Lucan, but they still have to worry about Pank. They eventually take care of the flank, and they're doing a little bit more. But Martinez and Max have so little HP. 24 seconds, and one commits to the ball. Molotov doesn't get Max out of position.
Oh.
In fact, he's still going to be living to tell the tale, living to keep fighting. Martinez, that's the kill, and 9Z could be ending it right here unless Woody can make this clutch happen. But this is a deadly crossfire, one that's really hard to break apart. You've got to pull out the pistol at this point, and he does exactly that. One to the dome. Martinez is down. Does ODDIK extend play? Nade doesn't quite connect on Max. He's going to want to sneak out, but the 5-7 is the perfect weapon to have, and ODDIK won't be going down yet. They will continue to fight and put 9Z to the grindstone.
You can see it. It's kind of the nerves there, to be honest. I wanted to see Max take the take the fight off of the contact on ramp, but with such low health, with just 7 HP, he was a little bit apprehensive to do so. It felt like an impenetrable crossfire. But if they don't play it as a crossfire, they let him isolate those 2 1v1 duels, then you do start to fancy Woody's chances. He's been the best player here for ODDIK in this map so far. With the 5-7 against the 2 low HP members. Oh, just what a wild, wild game we've seen. Clutches galore. Map points all over the shop here for 9Z. I actually foolishly said that ODDIK would maybe be the chokers if this game really went the distance. That's been anything but the case. It's now been 5 map points hit. Choked by 9Z. If they can't take this one, it will become 6. Loads of room. Gained here by ODDIK with a deep cube smoke. They're going to press all the way up the B slope.
Last chance for 9Z unless they want to get back on the horse. Flashbang's really good. Knight and Luke can do some good work, but Pack's response is even better.
Ooh.
Martinez, this time that plastic cop's going to work and catch one on the retreat. But when the dust settles, it is a 2v3. Pressure on 9Z. ODDIK refuse to let go of their own map pick. Fingers getting bloodied, but as they cling onto the map, despite the broken bones and the blood circulation being cut off, their grip won't seize. But Martinez might want to cut those fingers off. That's 1 kill. He's done so much more before. How does he get past here?
I don't know.
The bomb. Not really the weapon you have, but the timer is gonna favor 9Z. And it gets, sorry, ODDIK. My oh my, you can tell my brain is starting to get a little bit fried.
Insane. I actually can't believe that Gacelocks lets him cross back to the site there. I thought that was just going to be Martinez sort of dead to rights as he ran for the bomb. It was the right play. There was 7 seconds left. If he plays for the duel, then it's round over. But yeah, it doesn't end up getting to it in time anyway. So 18 apiece. 9Z not only choking 6 map points now, but most importantly, of course, failing to close out all 3 chances there. This is just painful. Painful for both parties involved. Someone's got to lose this game eventually. It's going to be heartbreak when they do.
Listen, a little peek behind the curtain for the viewers. I'm from Pakistan, and it's already 5:30 a.m. here, so I mean, I'm already double booked, right? Like, I am already down for this rodeo. Might as well make it quadruple overtime. Might as well keep this going. At this point, a good sleep schedule is a distant desire in my life.
We're about to
A
break
fleeting
records
wish.
here.
More than happy to.
All right, well, strap yourselves in, folks, because it doesn't look like either of these teams are giving up anytime soon. Jump up on top of the shelf. Martinez doesn't see the M4 poking over. As the flames will obscure his vision. Adam S at least able to find an entry elsewhere. Put things into a 4-on-4, but 9Z have a little bit more space to work with here. As I say that, ODDIK just walk out onto A for free. Nobody's here to deny it. Launch should come in the next couple of seconds. That's actually 9Z out, sorry, onto this A site. C4 peeping away. Also's in a good position. Oh, big kill.
Locks. Lugan gets a kill of his own. Woody still trying to make it work. Quick tap on the bomb, but the timer is simply not doing them any favors. Despite all the kills being secured, that round is not going to come through as there's simply not enough time on the defuse.
Not so long ago, I commended the fact that everybody was close on the kill counts. That is starting to escape again. Woody and Lucan solidifying themselves as the head honchos quite quickly. here in OT3. 31 kills on each of them. They're both putting up an exceptional performance. A massive nade. Perfect timing for it as well. Slam dunk on the K-Slox. Almost does max damage. Martinez boosted up. Oh. Lands something. It's not lethal. Knight will take one back, would he? A victim. They'll still end up with a man advantage. The HG's going to follow up for a little bit of damage as well. 19 successes, maybe short-lived here in OT3. They're stopped in their tracks towards this B-bomb site. Minute 10 on the clock. They've still got options. With no map control elsewhere. K-Slox pushing all the way through main. They do feel a little bit suffocated. They do feel like there's only one option. It's not even a very good one.
Thankfully for 9Z, now ODDIK are low enough that those duels are going to be a little bit easier to win. Only one truly healthy player here, and he's all the way in the back. Not sure when Torna is going to activate, but there's still one more trump card that is inside the site. Oh no, Martinez, that is an unbelievable shot to keep them relevant. Torna caught, and 9Z able to keep fighting. It almost feels like the choke is real, right? It almost feels like this time they're gonna run out of energy. Now they've finally gone out of gas. Maybe, just maybe, the game will come to a close. But both teams have found it within themselves to just have this late resurgence whenever their backs are up against the wall. When we see a tactical timeout coming through from ODDIK, they know that they want to at least have one CT side round come through to make sure that the second half doesn't go too bad.
Massive choke there on that flank, and you can just, I mean, unbelievable awareness, to be honest, for the AWP there. When that much time has passed, and realizing that the players on site are a little bit apprehensive to give the fight. You're thinking, hang on a minute, they might have a trick up their sleeve. There might be someone coming in from behind. Anticipates it, even though he's not posted on the angle. He's very, very ready to take that flick. K-Slox will make sure that ODDIK don't come up empty-handed here in the first half of OT3. He finds himself a double in mid. Upgrades to the AK. The M4 out of Cave's able to take one more. Woody's AWP doesn't connect. It shouldn't matter in the 2v5.
ODDIK's strategy has always just been to keep their heads just above the water and then worry about the fine details later. And that's going to be the theme of the end of this half as well. Woody's getting ready to dig a knife into the back of Martinez. I mean, I know he's got kills, but a bit non-negotiable. ODDIK, 19th round on the board. This is a rodeo that keeps on giving.
Yeah, we're not done yet. I don't think ODDIK going to give this up on their T side, to be honest. It does sort of make me wonder, right? Talking about how ODDIK could come off of the back of their semi-finals game. They haven't had as much of a break. It does always make me wonder when you're playing in like a high intensity scenario like this, you're playing, you know, late stage playoffs matches, whether you want a really long break between games, whether you want no break between games so you stay fired up, whether you want that short 1 hour break. I don't know what that sort of optimum break time is, if you get me. It does sort of always feel like yeah, sometimes we see teams sort of firing on all cylinders in the semis, and then they have an hour break, and by the time they're back, they're completely cooled off. Other times we see players complain about, you know, having to play back-to-back best-of-threes and being tired, not having time in between to take a bit of a breather. Onto the molly. Woody's going to get aggressive early here into cave. It's a start line with the AWP. Can't find the fight. Molly goes in. Sin is very aware there could be one close red. Oh, what a reaction shot. That's beautiful.
Torn is just awkwardly holding a very weird off angle, hoping that someone from 9Z tries to pop their head over just to try and get a bit of information. My train of thought is crumbling as the game progresses. Also, Peak might be able to find a good timing here, though. But he does let one player cross. 9Z. If case locks just keep going forward. Yes, he does. Wasso Peak is waiting. Now they've got a bit of a two-pronged approach here in A site. Wasso still has to worry about one more member behind them, though. Pank quickly brings the ball back in their favor. Knight is doing some heavy lifting. Lukin, however, makes sure that Martinez still has an honest shot back at it. ODDIK quick to drop the smoke. So they will be able to buy some time before Martinez can get up to his dirty work. Problem is that in positions like this, it's just really hard to make that AWP work. He needs to get closer. He needs to start fishing them out of angles. And there's the audio cue from the scope. Big Box player has now communicated the info. Someone needs to keep an eye on things. Really good shot from Martinez. Does he expect the second prong to be behind Big Box? He doesn't. Not convinced enough. And Woody swings out late, puts him into the ground. And ODDIK, oh boy.
We can't keep going on like this. It's got to be said, though, 9Z have had their opportunities. They've had almost too many opportunities.
Somebody please check the analyst box. I think Paladin's already suffocated in there.
There's too much gas. No brakes. Yeah, Paladin being choked out. This one's to secure OT4 at the very least. Either one of these teams would have to take the next two to close this out without the need for further rounds.
Follow betting man, I'm thinking this goes to another overtime, but maybe Martinez can now start being a little bit more consistent. Okay, 1 out of 2 is not bad, but there it is, Adam S. Before the retake even starts, he's able to pin the numbers down to just 3. And ODDIK know that they're in pole position to close this one out. Wasso Peak, though, coming out of the smoke, not precedented. Knight to go down. Woody and Pank have so much work to do, and Pank's going to be the first point of contact as they start moving forward. Woody wants to serve as a distraction. Head spotted. Pank finds one. Now Woody needs to activate. Switches over to the AK-47. It's a 2v2 with the timer ticking down. The CTs need to make a move. Woody starts to spray down, but now they can narrow him down behind the big box, and Pank dies, but there is still so much time that they need to spend in just trying to get this bomb defused. Thankfully, a kit being available means that 9Z will inch just ahead. ODDIK, a big chance at holding the line, fumbled.
Another massive opportunity, but 9Z will have another map point ahead of them as well. Can they take this chance to close? the big question. Rifles out on all 5 here for ODDIK. They don't want that sniper. A lot of early util deployed. Pressing onto the B slope. They've got the room. They've been inherently given it in many of these scenarios. 9Z. A far more passive approach. Max will draw first blood. Numbers in their favor. He doesn't take too much damage in the process. Smoke's going to go down. And won't really peek until it blooms. Send spams back the other way through the wood. Neither really connecting. Pank turns the flash, gets back on the angle. He'll lose his life as well. This one.
What a push from 9Z. Beautiful.
Yeah, this is brilliant.
3-man push works out perfectly. Woody, so many responsibilities have been on him so many times, but you can't blame him for this one. An extended game now finally about to come to an end. The bomb simply too far away. Woody with 40 points of health would have to get all the way to the bomb and find 3 kills in the process. And I don't think Martinez is letting that happen. 9Z will have the last laugh. What a game.
Yeah, a wild, wild map. ODDIK will be disappointed, but frankly, they didn't have a single chance to actually close that out at any point. They didn't have any map points at all. 9Z were littered with them and choked over and over again. So yeah, it just a really, really tough slog, but they get it over the line eventually. We are going to take the gag off of Paladin, though. You get to hear his thoughts for the next 5 minutes. So yeah, Paladin, so much to break down there. Take it away.
Yeah, this one has me scratching my head, I guess. I don't necessarily know how to feel about a game like this when 9Z had plenty of chances to close this one out, put this one to bed, and move us on to map number 2, but they really struggled, and it took them a while to really wake up on the defensive end to start things out in regulation. You had this fast pace out from Woody, and I really admired the way he wanted to approach this game and the the starting quarter of this game, where you're calling basically off tempo, out of spawn calls, just bursting into sites, and it completely caught 9Z off guard. They were never really settled in terms of big macro level plays. You never saw a real narrative build for them, and it was really all down to a couple of big individual plays from Max that really got them started and got their foot in the door for this game. You had a big cave play from him, and then a big clutch as well to get things started. So they managed to announce that those 4 couple of rounds to just have a chance in this game, but it's really Lucan that opens the door even further and has this huge streamline of T rounds to follow behind that big triple kill that he had with the Glock to start things out. So overall, I was really excited by what 9Z built over the course of regulation, that to have it all undone over the course of overtime was really a sight to behold. You had a 9Z that was able to win rounds off the back of a bottom fragging Martineza, a very pedestrian Martineza. And that to me suggested that this 9Z team had just a little bit more class to them than their previous officials might suggest. But the dirty brawls still were yet to come. The ugly side of 9Z and ODDIK had to still show its head throughout the overtime sequences. And we had a lot of great little back and forth, some crazy clutches and some unorthodox post plants. But as the dust settled, despite the chances that Martineza dropped, that Adam S dropped, that Huasu Peak dropped, there were so many small different moments that could have put this entire map to bed. They still managed to get it over the line. And I have to commend the way that they were able to button up their CT sides towards the tail end. It took them, almost 30 rounds, 30 to 40 rounds of play before they really figured out how they wanted to approach those CT sides. I'm talking actual elbow crunches. I'm talking lane control. I'm talking deep mid control, an actual fight in through the mid side as well. And it took that long for them to really get that done. And although it took them that long, I'm glad that they finally did get to close it out. You still had a 90-dar game from Lucan, who should still be commended for the amount of work that he put in for this team at this point, despite the back-end mistakes in the late round situations by a couple of 9Z members, him included, to be completely honest. But now we look towards Nuke, a map that has been a staple for Max as a caller, one that he really understands to a T in comparison to any of the other 6 maps in the pool. That overall, I do still think that they're in pole position to close this one out, despite the hiccups that they had throughout this game, despite the hiccups that they had from regulations end all the way through the end of almost every single overtime, it feels like, to get it to this point. And that's where I do look towards a player like Lucan, who has traditionally been very good on this map. I think Martineza has been fantastic in terms of the sequences that he can produce outside as well. I think that will be a treat for you guys moving forward. And on the other side of things for ODDIK, I'm very disappointed that we didn't get as much out of Naite as we could have hoped. Naite is a guy that has done a lot of fantastic work and has enough mechanical skill to bring ODDIK single-handedly win the maps, but a complete non-factor today. Does not have that aggressive bite to him altogether. It was really Tyranny and Punk that were really turning my head all throughout, and Woody giving a steady stream of AWP frags as well. So overall, yeah, if I'm looking at impact fraggers, it's got to be the bottom of the board players here for both 9Z and ODDIK. It's Martinez on that AWP, who had some star-studded moments, mind you, during the overtime segments, despite some of those misses to close it out. And Naite, who has, again, the aggressive bite to his game that can potentially take over the server if he so pleases. But we'll see if that can actually be the case after a little bit. We'll take a little bit of a break, 10 minutes or so, before we come back for map number 2 to see if 9Z can book their spots to the close qualifier here in the Thunderpick World Championship, or if ODDIK want to extend thus and start to burn the midnight oil just a little bit more. Whew, well, that one was an absolute barn burner to say the least, casters. I mean, and you know what? We're not even gonna have a bit of a pre-show. We're gonna jump in straight into the game because we don't want this one to stop.
Yeah, unfortunately for Paladin, not much breathing room as he is put back into the analyst box. I was about to say Paladin's box. Like there is a dedicated box specifically for Paladin and no other analyst, but here we go. 9Z, ODDIK, ready to rumble once again. They've already played a very extended game that went to 42 rounds.
Yeah, that
And we've
last
got
game
more.
had us complimenting our, contemplating our careers, looking at business ideas in the break as we are right back into the action. Minute 30 on this clock, and we've already seen 3 casualties. As the Glocks have taken space here on ramp, but at what cost? I think if they could go back in time, take their players back and give ramp up, they'd be happy to do so. They've done it anyway. They funnel back in towards the A side of things. Case locked. The massive kill puts it back into a 4-on-2. ODDIK, whilst they'll be disappointed they weren't able to close out their map pick, they'll be happy to get off to a good start here on Nuke. Not a mess, the only one that stands in their way. 1v3, he's got the bomb, he's got a bit of time. He's got his work cut out for him here.
A reasonable chance, though. Pistol round is definitely a little bit easier in clutch scenarios. Oh, he actually has a really good position here. If he can maybe get the drop on one player, could be able to at least isolate this particular duel. But there's so much time being wasted in this whole process. He's going to quickly try and double book it down to the bottom bomb site. Adam just wants to try and get this bomb planted, but they're already in position. Quick tap, door opens up. Yep. Unfortunately, sandwiched in between 3. He has to commit to the bomb because he doesn't want to run out of time and die after it. ODDIK, first on the board.
Yeah, it becomes a very real prospect, doesn't it? When there's 5 seconds left, he just starts to panic. It's right, I'm getting on this bomb. If they deny it, then at least I die before the clock expires. If they don't, then, you know, I get the bomb plant. That's a big win. Yeah, sort of missing that opportunity. When it was a 1v3, had he had just slipped down ramp, he would have had a free plant, but didn't know that, of course. As soon as he took contact with the Heaven Man and then started running back, they were able to just drop down the vent, get there a little bit quicker. Not too much to work with here for 9Z. They are going to go for a force, but there won't be a whole lot of weight behind it. It's the Tech 9's in play. Case locks preemptively going to get down this vent. Massive entry out of Luke and Tech 9. As Tierney on top of the half, only good for 1. These Tech 9's doing a lot of lifting. As the Mac 10 will try and charge down. RMS, bold. And it's enough. 9Z, just turn it right round. And a bit of BM at the end there with the body spams. Sweet tie back up, 1-1.
We've seen that both ways, haven't we? There's definitely a lot of tension between these teams. And I'm glad we see it in the grand finals. Tension at its peak for both parties involved, and already we're seeing ODDIK kicking it off with a tactical pause. They know that they fumbled hard, and 9Z are happy to apply pressure as soon as they can find a weak point.
That weak point should certainly come here in round number 3. ODDIK with not a lot in the tank here. Knight's yet to go for a buy as well. I am starting to question, is he trying to save for an AWP? No, we'll get that scout out. So the rest with the 5.7s in armor, he will have the unarmored sniper. Really doesn't feel like there's a lot of weight behind this purchase, but he needs to find some success. And there is a fair bit of success. My God. A shot to open things up.
Oh, that's really good from Pank as well. 2 players down. ODDIK looking to return the favor. Payback in kind. Bottom bomb site we go. 9Z Slowly inching closer. Oh, it gets really sloppy from Martinez. And why is he not getting any support? He's just all over the place from all these riflers from 9Z. Lucan left in a 1v3. There's right behind him. Scout rifle haven't been picked up. And he's low enough that he might be a single shot away from certain death. Lucan's chances aren't nigh impossible. Quick tap. Waiting for the doors to open up. That's one shot. Okay. The hedges have been trimmed a little bit more. Chances starting to increase. Narrows down the position of one of the players. Nade and Molly combo to chase Knight. I love that. Bounces the nade off to work in tandem with the Molotov. But now the time's going to start to play against him. And that's the big issue. Fully commits to the bomb. But he's got way more work to do.
Woody's just been completely silent throughout all of this as well, so just remains completely hidden.
No
but
way.
Still dispatches of him. One bullet onto the scout to do the job. He's got all the
No
leverage, and he's able to maneuver a 1 versus 4 clutch in such a key round for 9Z to deny ODDIK swinging it back the other way. And yeah, a very good time to call a pause for 2 reasons. Cool off a little bit after a clutch like that and work out what went so wrong in the first place to even leave Lucan in that position. It's 2-1, but they'll be taking it with a pinch of salt. They'll know that they are very lucky that their superstar bailed them out of that awkward situation.
It does often feel like it's the superstars that are bailing 9Z out, right? And that becomes even truer when you go ahead and look back at Ancient. Like, time and time again, saved by the bell, saved by the individuals. And 9Z, after having interrupted what looked like a good start for ODDIK, they'll rely on a clutch to keep pushing forward. 2 rounds collected. And based on the buy-up from ODDIK in this round, this could potentially be extended further. Adam S looking to take contact in ramp. He's got a little bit of support as well. Double swing's not the best at that range, but the MP9 still finds a victim. Underhand flashbang, and Martinez down. Hank with 2, but eventually caught by Lucan, which leaves Torne alone.
So, a bit of damage dealt here, considering there wasn't too much invested in this round, but this is work cut out for him with the 5.7 against the 2 rifles. No silver linings here either. Neither of them are low, but one has got his back turned. And Tony's able to play the trigger discipline. If he can find this kill, he'll upgrade into the rifle. Another fair 1v1. Information on Lucan's position. And the superstars called upon once again to keep their heads above water, and he cannot do it twice in a row. Turney returns the favor, and a clutch that I was really just counting him out of on the basis that he just didn't have the firepower, but he had the positioning, and ODDIK are back on the board, tied up at 2 apiece. This has been such a scrappy start to map 2.
The energy from the previous overtimes we saw in Ancient already being carried forward. This does not feel like we've taken a 10-minute break. This doesn't feel like we've switched maps. It looks like a restructuring of what we already saw in Ancient. Tech9's out this time, though. ODDIK can still make this a really good CT half, even if they're not able to get everything done at the outset. They initially had that chance to make the 3-0 start work, but it gets a little bit scrappy. That's okay. As long as a redemption can happen, no harm, no foul. 9Z's map pick, though, so it's going to be difficult. No, Case Locks caught out. Utility in his hands, and access to B site is gained. Quick rotation's about to come through. 2 players already postured to come from ramp. Woody makes that M4 work. And just that little bit of staggering from 9Z space means that they don't really have access to the site yet. Worried about the flank.
No deal with it, though. 9Z. Breaking too much of a sweat after an awkward round lost in the last. Already up on top of the rafters. He's got support from the MP9, but at that kind of range, it'll be difficult to have an impact. With 30 seconds left, 9Z do need to pull the trigger on this. How so? Has the advantage on the angle. Woody can't adjust quick enough. Does land the dink, but it's not lethal for Pancanterni. It's time to just fall away. Give this round up. It's going to be a third on the board for 9Z, who snatched right back after that loss in the last. Round number 5 will go to 9Z.
An insane tug of war taking place in between these two teams. And honestly, when Paladin was talking about how we might not have been seeing the matchup we would have expected in the grand finals, I'd be a little bit worried that maybe we don't get the best match, right? Maybe we don't get all that grand finals power. We don't get that energy out of it, but these teams will not disappoint. I'm just waiting to see one real gun round, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we've
what,
not
on the
even got
sixth?
there yet, have we?
Unbelievable.
Buy again. I mean, because it's just been so back and forth, neither team are willing to let up and drop down to an eco to get those proper rifles out in the follow-up. 9Z are able to convert here, then, yeah, you would expect ODDIK to bite that bullet in the next, but with how things are going so far, that's not even guaranteed. Big molly. Good damage to follow up before it, so but he will succumb to the flames. A man advantage here for 9Z. Good HE. Oh, that's massive damage. Minute on the clock.
Very slow approach because 9Z don't really need to hurry it up just yet. They know they've got the advantage. They're waiting for ODDIK to make more mistakes. But Case Locks will be able to find just the right timing. Puts one into the ground. With 30 seconds to go. Now things could get a little bit dicey here. You've got to remember that Martinez is a little bit low. If he goes down very early, then it would have to be a disadvantageous position that 9Z are in. They do need to prioritize the bomb now, though. Knight in a really good position with the MP9, but he's not hitting his shots, and that is going to be the difference maker. A good attempt by Case Locks to try and interrupt the bomb, but foiled just in time. Pank looks down a barrel, and soon after his body will drop. Finally, we'll see some momentum being broken.
Yeah, that should finally also put us in the position whereby one of these teams drops down to an eco and has a proper buy in the next. There we go. Just USPs here for the boys on ODDIK. A single HE grenade that'll be deployed outside. But very low expectations for the CTs. It'll be 5 for 9Z. Almost guaranteed. To be honest, for a T-Sider nuke, that's already pretty good. So definitely some concerns there. Don't want to be giving them all too much more.
Weirdly enough, the most peaceful round we've seen.
Yeah.
Every single round has just been getting unbelievably scrappy. Both teams have looked like they can't wait to rip each other's heads off, so we just saw buy after buy being thrown at the wall, and a little bit more ended up sticking for the side of 9Z. Not now though. ODDIK. Oh no. Doesn't matter if they've got the weapons, it's just a beautiful spray down from Lucan. Both players fumbling, big fumble from K-Slox and 90 that leaves them out in the open. They succumb to the wounds from a single spray. And this is a completely different version of ODDIK that we're seeing now. Not what we saw in the semifinals. Not what we saw towards the start of Ancient. This is one that no longer has the same level of steam.
Yeah, I don't want to say they're already looking defeated, but it is feeling really tough here for ODDIK, isn't it? They need more out of their CT side. Realistically, they need to take the next 4 and give us a 6-6 half. As it stands, it's looking unlikely that they'll meet that benchmark. A quick timeout before moving into it. Will allow them to work that one out.
I think ODDIK also realized that they aren't playing their A game anymore. On the map pick of 9Z, they are looking completely lost. A little bit of fast space taking coming out from 9Z, where they just quickly try and get space and hut. This will be a much faster play than we've anticipated. It's a really good position for the MP9, though. Tornado rains bullets down, and you'll make it hell for them. Might be a weak buy, but it doesn't have to be weak resistance. It's on the chopping block, but Max refuses to kneel. 4v3.
Be a big round for ODDIK to win. Wasn't expecting this one to go their way with the buy that they had in hand, but they're somewhat making it work. That one will kick them to the curb. Put it back to a 3v3. Still at the deficit with the SMGs against the rifles as well. Lines up on top of the heart. He has got support on the site with him. That is in the form of Turnic. Really important that they get the right timing hit. He will walk out of heart. Yeah, the timing gets the better of them. AK will be crunched in from both sides. Will only find the single. Leaves Woody by himself. Wildly out of position and wildly outgunned. The 1v2 just feels like an impossibility.
So sad because it started off so well, but now Woody's just going to throw himself at it. His body won't even get a chance to drop to the ground. Just dies in heaven right there. 7-2. This is an underwhelming game from ODDIK. What we saw at the outset was that 9Z, ODDIK just clawing at each other. But in this little contest, someone had to stumble. There's no way that infinite energy can be produced by both sides. And ODDIK's the one that has had to kneel. Is Lucan past the smoke? I can't tell. Or is he still behind the door?
Oh.
Okay.
He's down the vent. Oh my god.
He has navigated with the only solution he could have found. Okay, Pank's gone, and now he's going to be joining the rest of his comrades, but before that, he'll be landing a bullet into Case Locks. I think Case Locks has no idea how they got there. Unbelievable showing here from 9Z. They already looked very mean on ODDIK's map pick, but they're definitely a lot better oiled on their own. Playing like machines.
This is for 8 rounds. This machine is doing some serious work right here on Nuke. This competitive back and forth that we had on Ancient is just no longer here. Oh my god. I mean, they're not going to worry about the 2 deaths that they've taken. They'll brush that off, but they'll be a little bit disappointed that they haven't been able to get rid of that A1S. ODDIK have burnt all of their timeouts in the first 10 rounds. That's how badly this map is going, but they're very aware that if they don't get a grasp on things right here and now, then this grand final goes out the window anyway. Run it back with another force. MP9's coming out around the saved M4 and a second one invested. Dropped over by Tierney. The T side of Nuke taking 8 rounds, having a chance at a couple more as well. Feels wildly problematic.
This game feels like the opposite of what we've already seen. Smokes outside allow for 9Z to cross. Safe passage for Max. Martinez wants to join soon, but instead stays on the lookout with the sniper. Guazo peeks around as well. They have a decent idea there's someone playing from the back of Garage. Now they're going to try and quickly take duels outside. MP9 to go forward. Nighty caught by bullets. Martinez is the one to put him down. And Case Locks hears footsteps all around him. When he emerges from the smoke, he has to make quick decisions. Tries to go for the trigger discipline, but Lucan's looking for his head. Now Pank walks the plank with his MP9, knows that what awaits outside this door is certain death, as Max is waiting.
9-2. Final round of this half for ODDIK. Praying for 3 rounds, just feels horrible, doesn't it? Move into this 12. Rifles out on all 10, not a single sniper in sight. Despite the money to afford one here for 9Z, it's brilliant nade damage outside and Pank to draw first blood, so definitely better things starting off here. Is it too little, too late? And at 15, they're going to start to regroup and go for the outside control again. They've dropped the smokes over. Adam S will deploy these nades, give them some safe passage through.
Z looking to end this with a monster T side. 0 margin of error is going to be remaining for ODDIK if they can't pull this one together. Is 3 rounds too much? Do 9Z treat that as a luxury that they don't want ODDIK to have? Really good footwork from Pack there to at least get a double before he dies, but that might not be enough. Tornate, his skill is going to bring it to the 1v2. Adam S, if he gets the 1v2, that would be brutal, but 12 seconds to go. Needs to quickly commit to the bomb, pulls it out, taps the bomb, tries to spray, but ODDIK barely cling on with 3 rounds at the end of the first half of regulation.
It doesn't feel like enough, does it? It just doesn't feel like enough. I don't want to call it yet, but a truly disappointing first half from ODDIK. Tierney had some really good moments, but it didn't feel like anyone else was matching his level on the server. Lucan has gone absolutely nuts. He's 19-6. Also, it did feel like he was doing a lot of heavy lifting. It didn't really feel like he was hitting that hard, did it? But
the thing is, he was just this consistent force that was showing up over and over and over. You saw him going for those lurks. He was often defending in the clutches. He was responsible for the 1v4. Lurking, clutching, aggressing. It feels like he was stepping into all sorts of different shoes. And now it's time to slip into the big boots of the CT side. What are you even supposed to do now? Not only is it your opponent's map pick, it is also their advantageous side now while you've got no margin. This T side needs to be better than anything ODDIK have ever played.
okay, well, a decent start. Ace Locks pops the head with a Glock. Out of mess. Up the ladder. Ugh. Was hoping to catch a timing and then looking the other way will not be afforded. How so? Aggressive hit into the heart. Bad timing. Lucan takes one elsewhere. Make that 2. Actually pulls it back into a 3-on-3. After a really awkward start, it's the man that's pushed himself above 20 kills in only 13 rounds. The lid on things. A good recovery by Woody. Out of mess. Now has a tall task on his shoulders. Has found the first 2 more. And needed. He seems to have the right idea.
Oh, not like this. I mean, I can't believe he still has a chance. If that pistol isn't a little bit more... If it's only a bit better, if he just labors that spray a little bit less, that could have been a clutch. Uphill battle for ODDIK. 1 step at a time. Weapons bought up. And interestingly enough, 9Z want to immediately start providing the firepower. A scout rifle on Martinez. MP9 on Lucan. 3 pistols. Let's see what they're made of.
Right, with a good entry. This would be absolutely massive if 9Z were able to just snatch this back and get this one done without complication. Smacks that put at the bottom of the stairs, expecting someone to come his way. They don't really want the outside control. Instead, Bare Bones back to basics towards this A site. Houseo's taking contact with the 5-7, but only with 1. He won't realise that 4 linger around the corner. And his second prod, it'll bite off a little bit more than he can chew, but 1 for 1, not too shabby. HG's going to follow up and trade it back out. So a 3v3. Knight's still very low. This could go
the timing is so
wrong.
good. And Max is still making that deagle work. Adam S has a scout rifle, and both of them are within 1-shot territory for that. Even the deagle is going to be good enough, actually. If he plays this right, this could be the round that breaks the camel's back. ODDIK looking for the smoke. Doesn't hit the right player. And they will hang on to this round by the skin of their teeth, so low. But at least ODDIK are now relevant on the server. Before this, there was nothing they had to show for it. We'd have to see another very extended game if ODDIK want to still make their mark on this game. Okay, I think
We're not live.
Yeah. Not sure what the idea is behind that. Is someone timed out? Is something going on? I think it might be Woody that's timed out.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like it. I mean, he's really far back, but he was the only one that wasn't moving. There we go. A little restart. I think we should be good to go in just a moment again. Much better opening to this second half, though, for ODDIK. They certainly need to keep it up. As of right now, in a good position.
Not sure what the reason is for his disconnect, but I'm sure we're gonna get information from the admins in just a bit. And you know, now that they've won the pistol round, now that they've won the conversion, right, as close as it might have gotten, you zoom out for a second, you realize that, you know what, although 9Z have been playing better on all accounts, it still doesn't change the fact that it is still a 4-round difference, right? And yes, it's their own map pick. Yes, they've got the more advantageous side, but as commentators, you and I, we both know we are in the market for inhaling copium, so.
Yeah. Yeah, we do
hopeful.
do that. I'm optimistic. Yeah. I just don't think ODDIK are a team that would just, you know, crumble out of this 2-0. I think they've given us an exceptional tournament. I think they're on a really good streak at the moment. They've been beating some good teams. I know you've got to go back a decent chunk before our sort of last head-to-head matchup between these two sides, but when they did butt heads last back in February, ODDIK made light work of it in 2-0 fashion. So, yeah, I really just don't think it does this grand finals justice at all. 9Z stomp them out here on Nuke. I mean, we did have triple OT map 1, right? So it's not like you can say it's been a super one-sided affair. I think 3 maps would do this justice. ODDIK will have an easy chance at a 6. There's 9Z. Really don't have money to work with. Here we go. Round number 15.
Kind of works like a faux timeout. Obviously the technical pause itself, and then the fact that they will be sitting this particular round out. Couple Deagles though, I mean, can't exactly count them out, especially when you've got someone like Lucan leading the charge with 21 kills and 8 deaths. But I want to see if that's actually replicable on the CT side, because I know that even though 9Z have had a monstrous lead, Lucan was powering most of that. If he suddenly quiets down, if he stops, then somebody else is going to have to pick up the slack, right? But it does feel like a stellar day for Lucan.
Ooh.
Nearly gets another flight going, but case locks faster to the trigger. And B site's on the menu. Maybe not. Getting outside A site.
20 seconds, they're cutting this really fine. This is dangerous. This is really dangerous. Household's just found himself a kill. Max has followed up.
There's two players in the back of the site.
Oh, they've dealt with it. The P250 has been hurt as well, but if he lands a headshot, then maybe there's a world. ODDIK just about squeezed through, but that one comes way too close.
I can't believe they don't just waste time by staying behind the silos, because there's only two players. They've got information, both of those players are there, so they can essentially just crouch and waste like 9 seconds as they try and scale up.
I think you just get a little bit excitable when you find a couple of kills. You just fancy your chances with the pistols continuing to peak.
Regardless, though, now 9Z are going to have their hands on weapons, so this is where ODDIK's metal on the T side will actually be tested. The AWP of Martinez, which has been touted as something marvelous, will be what they have to get past. But there are so many different factors that have been contributing to 9Z's success, so many players that allowed them to get that ancient win. But the narrative's kind of flipped this time around. It's just Lucan that's been doing the heavy lifting. But will that continue to be the trend? Adam S all the way in the back of the garage acts as the second prong for the crossfire. Knight will put him down eventually. Max, though, doesn't allow. No! Tornate somehow gets past the smoke. And in an unlikely scenario, it's still a 3v3, but beautiful peek from Lucan. Wants to try and quickly navigate around. Knight nearly fumbles his words, and that could have been really bad. A 2-on-2. The delicate dance between these two teams continues. Martinez headshotted. In a very unlikely scenario, ODDIK are still somehow poised to take this one.
9Z, however, have another chance at this for House. So this time round, being the one called upon to pull off this 1 versus 2. Turney's low. Knight just tucked up behind the silo, but on top of the rafters. This is going to be really difficult for House of Beat to isolate these fights. And I thought he was teed up for the first, to be honest, but isn't allowed it.
Knight has honestly done God's work there. Just beautiful shooting. He's a reason why they end up staying alive in that round, and you can tell that 9Z are starting to sweat a little bit. A 9-3 finish. We were talking about how this game essentially feels like the opposite of what we saw before, but maybe that was half the picture. The speed run having been denied. Now it's just a close game. In fact, look at the money. This is inches away from being a tie.
And it's kind of surprising to me that 9Z are still doubling back with these buys. I mean, for this one, it obviously makes sense because they've got that loss bonus, so it is going to be an investment in the next regardless. But yeah, it's felt like this entire CT half, they've just continued to force up pistols because they've had moderate success with it, right? These rounds have come so painstakingly close that you feel like if you just run it down again, it'll eventually work. And this might be the one that sort of cracks the glass and shatters it. They've found the early entry. Househo's had insane timing to get up the ladder, as they'll now go into lobby. He's up above. Does he realize it? will as they take contact out onto A. Now he'll have a very powerful position. Oh, it's a shame.
Quasabig's still going to be a bit of an issue. Ooh,
Maybe not.
the shots just aren't hitting like they used to, huh? Spectate 9Z a few rounds ago, and all of those weird shots where just trying to go for a flick or two ends up working out, but no more.
Yeah, of course it's all in hindsight and through our rose-tinted goggles, right? So, it's easy enough to see what the right thing to do there was for Halso, but for him, with no information whatsoever, didn't know that if it had just gone down the ladder, got that fast flank going, it could have quite literally won them the round. And down with the bomb at the end there as well, a little bit awkward, but
honestly, this is one of 9Z's last chances before they completely blow the lid, right? You suddenly then have to play against the pressure of actually being down rounds when you started 9-3. You know that you've dropped the ball. Lucan's not popping off like he used to. Martinez is nowhere to be found. And although Martinez had a really good resurgence in Ancient where he was able to get quite a few kills, and that was part of the reason why they were able to stay cool and stay composed, that's not happening anymore. They've essentially put the onus on Lucan to finish that 30 bomb to get them across the finish line, and I'm not sure if he'll be up to the task. I know we were talking a lot about him in the pregame, but I feel like he's already done all that and more. Can't really expect too much.
Oh. Wow. One more bullet there. Would have done it. I like this from Adam S. Just preemptive on the pixel angle. As soon as he takes contact, there you go. Smoke goes down. Doesn't want to press for it. Just about running down this clock with 50 seconds. ODDIK stagnant behind the secret smoke and starting to get boxed in here as well. Tierney's found an important kill. That's going to be a big HE. It's going to do massive damage.
Really good timing. He waits for the waits for the smoke to fade because he knows they're huddling up close to it together. Adam S eventually has to take a fight though, right? Can't just rely on nades forever. A kill's not bad, but his teammates are going to have to pick up the slack. Lucan, come on. We know what you're made of. Let's see it happen. Great first half. Does he keep that composure in the second? Great headshot on the vertical angle. And as the bomb is planted, he's just trying to buy more time for the Sharks to circle in. Missing HP on the tees makes this clutch a little bit easier. 2v3 brought down to just 2. They're looking for the bomb to try and bait out these tees into the open. Take these fights. There it is. Martinez had to activate, and he's going to do exactly that. Creeping out from the left. Both shots being struck by Martinez. And it's finally high time that Martinez has stepped up and made himself and his team relevant.
Yeah, that was a massively important round from 9Z, as we established before, losing it would not only tie up this scoreline, but really start to put ODDIK at that advantage, and is not what 9Z wanted at all, but a very well-composed retake. I like it from Lucan, even though he only ends up with a 1, just sort of stays alive for that little bit longer. Draws that attention away, and by the time they're able to trade him, they're not really able to get themselves into better post-plant positions. So Cavalry rocks up, dishes out the damage. Good start here with the 2-for-2 trade. Lucan, the back of the bomb site, still trying to hold this one down. Massive headshot. Woody with a MAC-10. If he peeks here, he's surely dead to rights.
Martinez can't afford to miss, though.
Oh, yeah, definitely not. I can't believe he's getting aggressive with this, too.
Yeah, this could be such a big misplay. But getting postured up close also gives him a little bit more access to ramp, but holding the tight angle like this kind of gets him stuck there. Harder to run back out. In the meantime, though, Case Locks, he's looking for something completely different. He's looking for access to B, and he's gotten exactly that. But as he's getting ready to punch those numbers in, they're going to be punching the living daylights out of Woody. Has been spotted. Come on, Lucan, he was right there. This isn't even a case of 4-3.
Oh, this is ridiculous. He's reloaded as well. He's actually going to get shot in the back of the head. What is going on with that?
Unbelievable. There is no way that ends up happening. It's not the edge of his screen, it's right there.
Yeah, I don't know how not only has he not spotted it, but bearing in mind he had 3 dead teammates that no one spectating him and has spotted that either.
You make a very good point. I didn't even think of that.
I don't even know how that happens. That is just ridiculous. He quite literally loses them the round. ODDIK back to winning ways, but by a very thin margin, a very fragile situation they still find themselves in. Good molly from Woody. Takes a lot of damage, but we'll draw first blood onto Adam S. As good a start you could ask for here in round number 20.
I'm honestly loving the action. It would have been so anticlimactic if 9Z just ran over ODDIK after a banger ancient game like that. A quick dip from Lucan will be met with sheer force. Bullets fly in his general direction and hit him a couple times. But there's 3 players that can quickly mobilize outside. Max with a kill. Nighty goes down. Or rather, case locks. But the duels have been 1-1 so far. Double peek is going to be successful. And that leaves Lucan in the cage with Torny. Bombs dropped out in the open. Smoke dissipates. It's all about who sees the other first. Lucan's got a slight advantage as he's just holding the line. Bomb collected, heads found, and it's Lucan once again that is spearheading 9Z.
Another massive round win. One that comes very narrowly once again, but yeah, I think spearheading might even be an understatement, to be honest. He's doing all the lifting here. He's got more kills than any 2 of his teammates combined. Been a massive, massive piece, a massive factor here for 9Z. If they're able to close it out 2-0, they've got to go and thank him, sing him all the praises. This has been exceptional. Couple of MP9s and a FAMAS out, but not a great buy for ODDIK either. Feels very reminiscent of this sort of opening half scrap that we had for the first 5 or 6, right? Buys like this. Both these teams thrive and we get this crazy back and forth Counter-Strike that we've grown to love.
Oh, Lucan knows he can almost taste that 30 bomb. He's the brick wall that ODDIK keep running into. And although that action's going to die down for a second, Max is about to run into a duel of his own. 4 players coming his way. Lucan needs to stand strong. He needs to call in the reinforcement soon, though. Spray down successful, but he might only be good for 1. Chips some damage before he dies. Sets up the stage for the rest of 9Z to mobilize. But there's still a lot more work to be done. Case spotted. Double peek at the ready. 2 for 2, being 1 out by the CTs. And Pank has to do so much. 35 seconds, and an instant shot from Wazopeak keeps 9Z's lead cemented. ODDIK nothing left in the finances, bank accounts empty. What do you do?
When you buy whatever you can, cross your fingers and hope for the best. It's gonna be Tech Nines. Woody hasn't got anything. He's gone for a helmet and Kevlar, a Glock, and some util. He wanted the extra nades, and he's working on the basis that he'll just stay tucked behind one of his teammates, and when they fall, he'll pick up their pistol, but it's just not the way you want to be going into a round like this, do you? Could all fall apart for them here. Could be the end of the line for ODDIK in their grand finals campaign.
I mean, I'm still hopeful the Tech-9's paid dividends. That's one kill found. Bottom bomb site we go. This could be the beginning of the end. Or it could be another recovery. Can we replicate Ancient? ODDIK don't have the best circumstances to make it happen, but they still could. You never want to be the first to die here. Numbers slowly whittling, but the time's ticking down as well. Who's gonna succumb to their wounds first? CT starting to line up the scoreboard. Case-Locks and Tornay, all to do, nothing to do it with. The Tech-9 still fighting back. Someone needs to get on the bomb, and it's gonna have to be Max. There's simply no way to get them off the bomb, and that is how 9Z have booked their ticket to the Thunderpick World Championships closed qualifier.
Unbelievable from 9Z, coming into this as the underdogs as well, and somehow snatching it away in 2 bites. I mean, 2 very, very big bites that took a while, but yeah, 22-20 map 1. We needed triple OT to separate the 2 sides, and then of course a little bit tidier here on the second. They had a brilliant T-half, struggled a little bit on their defense. It took them a while to get it going, but when they did, it was good enough. And of course, Lucan, that huge, huge piece. I said earlier, they'll all need to be thanking him if they can get this one done. And I think this is where those thanks and pats on the back need to come through, because, yeah, he was doing so much work there. Again, we've got Paladin waiting on the sidelines, so we'll bring him in and try and break that one down a little bit. Paladin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, happy that 9Z were able to get the job done here, especially after a performance like that from Lucan. I think the biggest thing from me is not even necessarily the amount of work that he was able to put in on the T side, which in the first 5 rounds of play, huge work from him to just find significant clutches in terms of that factor throughout this game that made me just pumped that he was able to put that much of a stamp of authority on the server like that. And then you move forward into the game, you start to see that it's really just him that's going to be making some sort of impact in this game for them throughout. And then the CT rounds that they were able to muster up on the tail end was just him. I mean, the rotations from him to play on basically every position that a CT could play, he did it. And he would provide a couple of kills almost every round. He ends the game with 132 ADR, which is everything that you could ask for out of your star rifler. You know, I had so much doubt from this guy after taking such a long break. I think when he first actually qualified to his first major, I thought that this was the next South American great rifler, and that the 9Z organization would love to have him permanently as one of those franchise players to carry the torch. And yet the disappearance from him was a shocking one to me, one that I didn't expect him to really ever bounce back from. And if he ever chose to, he wouldn't be able to reach those kinds of heights that he was. And he's proven me wrong throughout all of his moments here on this 9Z roster ever since his return. I mean, it's a 1.3 rating since his addition to the roster, and that alone is very exciting considering how discombobulated this team is. You see the shortcomings of players like Adam S and players like Martineza in this series, perhaps understanding that this is probably the last best of 3 that they'd have to play under this banner, and you understand kind of where the woes for Max and Huaso Peak might come from. But having this shining light of Lucan moving forward before they bring in some new blood into the roster, I'm sure brings a slight sense of joy that they'll have this close qualifier to move forward and actually utilize in the near future. And as we bring our casters back into the fold here, I just want to continue that celebration for 9Z, that they at least have him to kind of rely upon moving forward, and a solid core that feels like has a little bit more to give moving forward.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that one of the woes we had in the pregame as well was that 9Z could be looking to break apart the roster on a high, like if they end up winning the tournament. But it seems like there was one angle that we didn't consider, right? Or one that we didn't give enough roses to, give enough flowers to. It's the fact that as that roster is getting shaken up, there's the emergence of someone like Lucan that is still going to be the glue that holds them together. So that's going to be wonderful to watch. It's going to be really awesome to see how this continues to develop, even if things get rocky.
And that's going to do it for the South American season, folks. We've completed both of our closed qualifiers for at least the South American portion. We now look towards the actual invited rosters. It's Legacy, it's Imperial that have battled through from both the South America and North American regions. And then now we'll also have 9Z join them as well. And you look at the bracket, you see how many different rosters were expected to potentially get here with Red Canids and Fluxo, and yet still it is 9Z that reigns supreme. But that's going to do it on the broadcast here, folks. We hope you guys enjoyed the lovely South American Counter-Strike that we had today, but it's going to be that North American sequence. We're going to have European Counter-Strike down the pipeline as well, and you don't want to miss the action here on the Thunderpick broadcast. So we'll catch you guys very, very shortly. We hope you guys enjoyed.